Good morning. 1, 2, 3 testing. Good morning. 1, 2, 3. Good morning to all. All of you are requested to please make your phones on silence mode. Please put your phones on silent mode. समय आ गया है तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ स्वागत और अभिनंदन का हमारे गणमान्य अतिथियों के लिए। नमस्कार, नमस्ते, सुप्रभात। आप सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों का आज इस कार्यक्रम में हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत है। Distinguished guests, NDLTD board members, invited speakers, the delegates of the conference, invitees, sponsors, scientists and staff of InflibNet Center, and other invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. InflibNet Center, an inter-university center of University Grants Commission, in association with NDLTD, that is Network Digital Library of Thesis and Dissertation, is organizing 26th International Symposium on Electronic Thesis and Dissertations, that is ETD 2023, for the 3 days, 26 to 28 October 2023. For this occasion, now I request to invite the Organizing Secretary, ETD 2023, Shri Manoj Kumar K, to come over the stage to receive other distinguished guests. Sir. Now I take this privilege to invite our chief guest for the symposium today, Professor Deepak Kumar Srivastav, Honorable Vice Chairman, University Grants Commission, UGC, accompanied by Honorable Director, Professor J.P. Singh Jurel, sir, convener of the symposium. Along with, I also would like to invite ETD 2023 Conference Chair, Professor Ramesh C. Gaur, and also Dr. Charles Greenberg, representative of NDLTD and Chief Reviewer, and one of the editor of the conference proceeding of the symposium. To please, I request you to please take your seats on the dais. Thank you, sirs. Today's chief guest, Professor Deepak Kumar Srivastav, Honorable Vice Chairman, University Grants Commission, UGC, Delhi. Professor J.P. Singh Jurel, sir, Honorable Director, InflibNet Center, and convener of the ETD 2023. Dr. Charles J. Greenberg, representative of NDLTD, and Chief Reviewer and one of the editor of the conference proceeding, ETD 2023. Professor Ramesh C. Gaur, sir, Professor and Director, and HOD Kalanidhi, IGNCA, and ex-director, National School of Drama, NSD, and conference chair of today's function, ETD 2023. Shri Manoj Kumar K, sir, Scientist F, Computer Science, and Organizing Secretary of the ETD 2023 conference. We welcome all of you, sir, here. I am Dr. Surbhi, along with my colleagues, Dr. Mitesh Kumar Pandya and Dr. Roma, today's your host and anchor of the day. InflibNet Center, an IUC of UGC, in association with the Network Digital Library of Thesis and Dissertations, NDLTD, an international organization dedicated to promoting the adoption, creation, use, dissemination, and preservation of electronic theses and dissertations, welcomes you for the 26th International Symposium of Theses and Dissertations, ETD 2023, from 26 to 28 October 2023, in the beautiful city of Gandhinagar, Gujarat. We are gathered here to exchange ideas and open discussions on 26th International Conference with main theme enriching ETDs and their reach. It is indeed a golden opportunity for each of us to enrich and enlighten ourselves. Now I request and take this privilege to invite all the dignitaries on the dais to please light the traditional lamp and inaugurate the function. And also request the Saraswati Vandana team for the Saraswati Vandana.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा निःशेषजाड्यापहा.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite today's organizing secretary of the symposium, Shri Manoj Kumar K, sir, for the welcome address. And before inviting, I request Dr. Roma Asnani to please introduce all of us about sir.
Welcome to InfluMNet Center and 26th International Symposium on ETD 2023. I would like to introduce Shri Manoj Kumar K. Shri Manoj Kumar K is a senior scientist of InfluMNet Center, Gandhinagar, and working as scientist of computer science in the center. He is heading the award-winning project Shodhganga of InfluMNet Center, which received the coveted NDLTD Leadership Award from Washington, D.C., USA during ETD 2017. It has also received the E-India Award from Mrs. Smriti Irani, a former Ministry of HRD in 2011, and Edushine Excellence Award 2019 from Honorable Minister Suresh Prabhu in 2019. He has received the Education Excellence Award 2023 by ITN from the Minister of Education, Government of Kerala. He has received multiple travel grants, US NTD. Now I request to Shri Manoj Kumar for the welcome addressing for this gathering.
Honorable President of this function, our Honorable Director and Convener of ETD 2023, Professor J.P. Singh Jurel Saab, the Honorable Vice Chairman of University Grants Commission, one of the apex body in the higher education in India, who regulates and make policies and monitor the quality of higher education in the country, Professor Deepak Srivastava Saab, and the NDLTD representative from the board of NDLTD, Dr. Charles Greenberg, who is also the editor and prime reviewer of all our proceedings and papers, and the conference chair, who is given in charge of the whole conference, Professor Ramesh Gaur, and my friend Dr. Abhishek, who will be expressing a vote of thanks, and the distinguished delegate of this conference, and the invited guests from various countries, scientists of InfluMNet Center, speakers, keynote speakers, the conference director, and editors, as well as the sponsors who supported it. Everybody, good morning to all of you, and warm welcome to this conference, 26th International Symposium on ETD 2023. It's a matter of pleasure and privilege for InfluMNet Center to host this program in the premises of InfluMNet Center. It's a dream come true for all of us who are associated with electronic theses and dissertations. I attended the first conference in France. Since then, I thought that, and Roma was reading something like, Manoj did not receive any award. All awards is received by Shodhganga and InfluMNet Center. That I corrected. Thank you. And that is the acceptability of this project called Shodhganga. And that is the foundation for us to talk about this electronic dissertations and journey, the odyssey of our journey in the field of electronic thesis and research, and digitizing it and putting it across the world in open access platform to access without any restriction. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy we are touching 500,000 theses very soon. And that is the only privilege, or maybe what makes us to host this conference in India this year. And when I talked this after attending Serbia conference last year, then director was telling before going, see whether we can get it next year. And we put the proposal to NDLTD board. And you should put your hands together to our director. He suggested that India can do it in a magnificent scale. And what you see right now is the reality of what we dreamt 1 or 1.5 years back after his joining. And that is becoming a reality. With this preface, let me get on to the duties assigned to me today, the welcoming of all guests here. Because the time is limited, I will not take much time. You are going to listen to all of us who are dealing with Shodhganga in various aspects in future. So that I'm cutting short the other history and all the things. And we have a presentation followed by our inauguration, the first technical, where we'll take you the journey of Shodhganga. Director will take the journey. And at the outset, let me welcome the Honorable Vice Chairman. You know, UGC is doing a wonderful job now. If your notification was not issued in 2009, I don't think the 500,000 mark we could have touched it. Time to time, UGC issued the guideline mandate notification of digitizing, and finally the ministry has linked with NIRF ranking, the country's ranking. The parameter include the number of theses you digitize in every year and uploading into Shodhganga. Then only you get the point for that. These all regulation and policies are issued by UGC. And who else can be a chief guest for this today's function? None other than the Vice Chairman himself from the UGC. Sir, I welcome you, sir, to this function. We are very honored and privileged to have you among us today for inaugurating it. And next, we invited Professor Fox, the chairman of NDLTD. He told I will send my representative. So we have 3 representatives, not 1 today, from NDLTD board. So we have Charles Greenberg as well as Professor Ramesh Gaur, and we have Kete sitting here. And I don't know any other one is NDLTD board here. If I miss it out, take a. And big hands to them. So he represents, and I welcome Dr. Greenberg to here. And the other is my own director. So, Honorable Director, from execution, from the forming of the committee onwards until late night yesterday, 12 o'clock, he was there to see that everything. He is not as a director, as a convener, I should say. And half of my responsibility, I should say, that he shouldered, but he is not in the friend. Friend, all communication you get from me, but he has made it. And the second, one word he told to me, which may give me, anyone who is taking a conference ahead, the biggest challenge for you is the fund. He told fund is not a problem, go ahead. So who else will get such a kind of support? Then we went ahead and we are trying to make it the best for this time, which is a memorable in the history of even NDLTD, ETD will try to make it with participation, with the content all. So I welcome Professor Jurel Saab to this function, Director and Convener of ETD 2023. And Professor Gore, no doubt, he's a part. He did the first conference in Delhi, which is inspired. Maybe that is the time we talked about ETD. And that time, he was daily interacting with us about ETDs, how the progress is going. And after that, he's in NDLTD board, and he's the conference chair. So on behalf of Influminate Center and delegate and everybody, I welcome Professor Gosap to this function. And now we have so many people from the other countries. We had a very tough time, I should say, getting approval. The political clearance for individual participant, even clearance from Ministry of External Affairs. All this has done, and at least we are able to get travel grantees of about 11 now, and 20 participants are from different countries and represented by the board. And I welcome all of the foreign delegates here to this conference. Thank you for coming to India. With all, some of you held up in the airport, some of you had problem in your visa clearance, and now I know how much pain you have taken. So welcome, and the dignitary sitting. I should say, sir, the galaxy of dignitaries sitting here in this, and the speakers we have lined up here in the first and second row, you can see, and you are going to listen to all of them. And welcome to all the speakers, all the chair, all the co-chairs, and we are Rapporteur General is there, and KP Singh Sab is there, Conference Director, to see everything. So I reckon all people, Dinesh Gupta sir and other delegate. And I also welcome some of the people who yesterday delivered the pre-conference tutorials, and the editors, reviewers sitting in this art from Influminate, and the organizing committee, and the entire Influminate family, along with all other participants, distinguished delegate who is going to present paper. One thing we thought, well, and that is time. We cannot give a session like this in one platform, but we are trying to use the time and make it everything happen into the big stage here. So please cooperate us for the time. And one last word to tell you that on the last day, 28th, our generally Indian, our time start at 9:30 or 10. But that day, our time start at 6 a.m. So get up at 4:35 to get ready to go to SOU. The last day will be in the vicinity of the world's largest statue of Unity. You'll get a chance of visiting it, as well as our technical session. And I will welcome everybody, including sponsors and BISAG team who is recording. Everything will be recorded. And thanks to them that they agreed to record it. It is coming live in the YouTube and this. With these words, thank you so much for joining us, as well as warm welcome to one and all present here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your welcome address. Now I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Mitesh Kumar Pandya, to take over the further proceedings.
Thank you, Dr. Surbi. Now it's a time to felicitate distinguished guests. I would request Professor J.P. Singh Jurel, Honorable Director, Influminate Center, to felicitate Professor Deepak Srivastava with the shawl, flower of bouquet, and memento. Thank you, sir. Now I would request Dr. Abhishek Kumar to felicitate Professor J.P. Singh Jurel, Honorable Director, Influminate Center, with the flower pot and memento. Thank you, Dr. Abhishek. Now I would like to invite Shri Yatrik Patel to felicitate Professor Ramesh C. Gaur, ETD 2023 chair, with a flower pot and memento. Thank you, Shri Yatrik Patel. Now I would like to invite Shri Ashok Kumar Rai to felicitate Dr. Charles J. Greenberg with flower pot and memento. Thank you, Shri Ashok Kumar Rai. Now I would request Dr. H.G. Hosamani to felicitate Shri Manoj Kumar K, Scientist Staff and Organizing Secretary of ETD 2023. Thank you, Dr. Hoshamani. Now I would request my colleague Surbi to take over the further proceeding.
Thank you, sirs, and thank you, Dr. Mitesh. Now let me take this opportunity to invite our distinguished guest today, Professor Ramesh C. Gaur, sir, ETD Conference Chair, for his address. And before inviting sir, I request Dr. Roma to please introduce all of us about sir.
I would like to introduce Professor Ramesh Gaur. Professor Ramesh Gaur is a distinguished academic and professional in the field of library science and cultural heritage. Currently, Professor Gaur is a director and HOD of Kalanidhi, Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, and ex-director, National School of Drama. He has been associated with renowned institutions such as Jawaharlal Nehru University, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, CSIR Central Road Research Institute, Institute of Management Technology, Management Development Institute, and the Research and Information System for Developing Countries. Professor Gaur has authored and edited 12 books, written over 70 articles and papers, and delivered more than 600 talks and presentations at national and international conferences. He has also directed and organized over 500 national and international conferences, seminar, webinar, book discussion, workshop, and other knowledge sharing events throughout his 31-year professional career. Now, I request to Sir to address the gathering.
Good morning, namaskar. It is indeed a great honor to extend and join Manoj in welcoming our esteemed guest, chief guest of today's inaugural session of this ETD 2023 conference, Professor Deepak Srivastava ji, who is the Vice Chairman of University Grant Commission. Sir, on behalf of NDLTD and also on my personal behalf, it indeed an honor to welcome you and thank you for your kind presence and blessings to inaugurate this 26th International Symposium of Electronic Theses and Dissertations, being organized in India again. As Manoj has mentioned that the first time ETD conference was organized at Jawaharlal Nehru University in 2015. I was having opportunity to host that. But that time also our collaborative partner was InflimNet. So this is the second conference in the name of the InflimNet, not the first. ETD, this conference is being organized in several countries and different countries. In last 28 years of history of NDLTD, this is the 26th conference. Last year it was in Abu Dhabi in UAE. Next year we are going to have it in Jamia in South Africa, and after that in US in 2020-25. This conference is the only conference in the world which discuss issues concerning how to promote open access to electronic theses and dissertations, the Network Digital Library of Thesis and Dissertation, NDLTD, the organization, which has over 20 board of directors from different countries, is committed to promote open access to electronic thesis and dissertation with a union catalog of about 6 million theses worldwide. And our aim at NDLTD is to make it 10 million in next few years. And that's a very achievable task. And I'm sure that when we have the 30 years of this organization, we will celebrate with 10 million records. When we talk about electronic thesis and dissertation concept in India, I have an honor of or kind of opportunity to associate it with the InflimNet since 2005, when we decided to have guidelines for how to establish this Shodhganga to have a kind of regulations. So we drafted regulations sometime in 2005, and now that tree has grown up, and with the 500,000 records or full text thesis, India is one of the proudest country which provide open access to electronic thesis and dissertation, not to just Indian research community, but worldwide research community. And that's a great achievement, and we must thanks and acknowledge our President Director, Professor Jurel, and our team of Manoj for this wonderful work. Because this is something we can be proud of it. We all know that now we are going little beyond digitization. Electronic thesis dissertation, it's not just converting old thesis into digital form or making born digital thesis accessible under open access. This concept has many things more than that. It combines together issues of research data management. It also promote various issues of research integrity. How to really library become part and parcel of a research department or research. How libraries can play a very important role in research. This particular is the opportunity. Definitely we have been providing various kinds of facilities through InflimNet also in promoting research integrity. But in times to come, we have to go a little beyond. There are various challenging issues like 500,000 record, we are definitely proud of it, but for a country like India, it is a very small number because if you see even existing number of universities and institutions, we have a long way to go. We have to aim at least we can think of 4 to 5 million records in our own country. So somewhere I think that's a bigger target we have to fix in years to come, and this conference can be an opportunity to know more about other countries, how experts are doing, because we have many experts coming from different part of the world who have been guiding various digital thesis projects. So not just full text thesis, but apart from that, how to create data repositories, because our research being done at various universities, some part of the data is being published in form of thesis, or most of the part is being remain unutilized. So how to utilize that data created by our researchers? How to digitally archive that data? How to reuse? How to reshare? That's the something like, in addition to providing access to electronic thesis and dissertation, we have also think of creating data repositories, which is the need of the hour, because that can help in avoiding a lot of duplication, because many times we've been using common materials and methods, and similar research work can use those research data and can help us in getting more visibility to the research community. The third point in this direction, I'm sure we will discuss in this particular conference, and we'll also look forward to having more opportunity to discuss it, that now we are not just happy with this only catalog. Now we are in the age where discovery has become a very, very important component, and moreover, internet has become part of library collections. So when we talk about research, there's so much available on the internet, and it is not so much, it is too much. Like for a researcher, it is really difficult that how to really find out a most relevant reference or resource, authenticated resources, because when you talk about internet, fake news or fake data or fake research comes automatically part of it. So this, how to deal with that flood of information, how to deal with this fake information, fake data, fake research. There's so many challenging area where we need to discuss, and we need to find out ways and means to deal with that kind of scenario, because a fake research can lead to a waste of efforts. I remember sometime few years before, there was a big story, and people start celebrating that there is an alternative medicine to chemotherapy. And this was publicized in media and newspaper. And later it was found that that article published on this technology was a fake article. There was no such research done or completed. So these are the challenges for researcher, and who can be the better domain expert other than librarians? We have been trained in dealing with all these issues and challenges. So now I think we have to look beyond our role as a custodian of information or disseminator of information. We have to go much beyond that. And that's the new avenues and areas of challenges and opportunity for all of us to discuss in these kind of conferences. When we talk about challenges, like we have issues of plagiarism, but when we talk about softwares like Turnitin or Authenticate or even Original, they have been developed by foreign scholars, and they have monopoly. The one company holds the entire world on the ransom, because that is the disadvantage of sometime having it may be a great quality software, but it has a monopolistic kind of. So when we think of dealing with so many Indian languages, now our new education policy is talking about providing education in mother tongue. And when we do research in our regional languages, how to deal with those issues of plagiarism, because we don't have that kind of tools available to deal with those kind of challenges of plagiarism in regional languages, not just even in Hindi. We don't have that kind of quality software. So I think these are the challenges for researcher, and this particular conference is the conference of the researcher. It is not just conference for the librarians only. Over the year, we have been trying, we have a Best Electronic Thesis and Dissertation Award. And I'm so proud to inform you that the innovative ETD award given this time or this year, which we are going to award in this conference, is to none other than one Indian, Mr. Aman Ahuja, who is working at Virginia Tech University, is the winner of ETD Innovative Awards. And I'm sure because of the last minute decision, we are at fault because we are not able to decide early. So he will not be able to make it, but definitely he will join online to receive the award. So that's so much things to proud of and to discuss in this conference. I know we would like to hear our eminent guests, and particularly I'm very keen to listen our honorable chief guest to have his blessings and his guidelines how we should do, and definitely when we are committed for a cause of helping our researcher, none other than ETD conference is the best platform or better platform to find out solution to it. Once again, I take this opportunity to extend a very hearty welcome, and also thanks our chief guest, my dear colleague Charlie, who is he's one of the very committed person who is also editor of our NDLTD journal. He is the chief editor, and he's also a key player in ensuring the quality of the research papers in this conference. He will let us know more about it. And we have some other NDLTD colleague, and those are here. So I also request all the delegates, please interact with them and find out how best we can take it forward. Definitely, InfilmNet under the leadership of Professor Jurel and equally supported by the team has done wonderful, and we have been seeing a lot of new things happening. So I want to congratulate them for organizing such a, because whenever ETD conference is in India, like when we did it in GNU, it was one of the largest and most successful, and I'm sure the same, again, we are going to say that this has broken the record of GNU, and now it is the most successful and one of the most well-organized conference, and credit goes to Professor Jurel and Manoj for this leadership, and I thank them for this wonderful opportunity. Last thing, like, we should not be just happy with this 500,000 record. All of you, the librarians from various universities, you have bigger responsibility, because alone InfilmNet cannot increase this number. You have to add those numbers. You have to think of not just retrospective digitization, but you also have to think of creating some system. Like when I was in GNU, I developed a system called thesis tracking system. In this system, what was happening is researcher can upload the thesis himself in a PDF file format, and that thesis was traveling in entire platform. It was going to examination department, then evaluation department was sending it to the library, and library was checking the all kind of consent form or metadata form, because metadata also need to be created by the scholar who is the better person who knows about this. And then again, after certification from the library, it was going to the examination branch. Examination branch was sending it to the BC for nomination of experts, and after nomination of expert by the BC, it was going to the examiner for evaluation, and once the evaluation was done, it was again coming back after the notification to the library, and this everything was done electronically. There was no manual system in that. And one module which I was thinking that time, after that I left GNU, that a module can be directly linked with Shodhganga, that once the thesis is awarded, one copy is being submitted in the GNU repository, and another is automatically transferred to the Shodhganga. So we have to think of these kind of platform and opportunity. Let's discuss it, and I'm sure we are capable of doing under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, who has very clearly given 5 Panch Pran, and one of the Pran is pride of our legacy. And our legacy, we are the biggest, largest custodian of our legacy in form of libraries and archives. Let's make India proud, and Bharat as a Vishwaguru. With these words, I thank you all, welcome you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking address and briefing all of us about NDLTD, ETDs, data repositories, and for suggestions for Shodhganga also. Sir, we will... Now, I would like to take this opportunity. We will be having a video message from Professor Edward Fox, Chairman, NDLTD Board. So we will be playing video message of Professor Fox.
Executive Director and Chairman of the Board of NDL. Welcome to ETD 2023. I'm Ed Fox, Executive Director and Chairman of the Board of NDLTD. You can get to this talk in various versions on my website. I acknowledge the contributions of my family, mentors, teachers, students, collaborators, and colleagues, and all those working with ETDs, especially NDLTD with its members, board, committees, and working groups. Of course, of particular interest is the ETD 2023 conference team and all the people who contributed to that, including the sponsors, the presenters, and the attendees, all of you. This conference rests on many years of activities, going back to 1987, when we had our first meeting about ETDs. In 1998, we had our first symposium with large numbers of people attending, growing numbers over the years. In 2003, NDLTD Incorporated is an international nonprofit. And also that same year, we had our meeting in Berlin. Our meetings have spread around the world through 2014 in England. And then in 2015, we began our first meeting in India. This is our second meeting this year in India. This is all about digital libraries and about the connections of people with content and technology by way of applications and their use. Let's begin to think about people. How can you participate? Well, you can contribute by being a member of NDLTD as an individual, an institution, or through a consortium. You can be one of our ambassadors at the very local level, contributing to understanding about these programs, the national level, or even at a global level. We have many committees and working groups. We encourage you to join and help in those if you're interested in spreading and connecting with others. The second point is content. We can enrich the communication of our scholarship by having rich content types, not just text, but also video and audio. We can have geographic information and data sets. We can have software, programs, bio-related information of all different kinds of species, and many kinds of images and graphics, including videos, 2D, 3D, and virtual reality. The technology behind this exists across the entire information life cycle. When we create an ETD, if we do it the right way, we can contribute to communication and distribution, further seeking, and further use of that work. So we should keep all these in mind. We can see this diagram shows us not just those four core areas, but various technologies that relate to this and various kinds of attributes for these particular works. Behind the technology, we can support better sharing by way of metadata. We have a metadata standard that you can follow. This is a bit richer than the standard cataloging that often gets done in libraries. The aim is to have rich, high-quality metadata. That allows us to share this metadata around the world through the Open Archives Initiative, which gives automatic harvesting of this metadata. That's how we build our NDLTD Union catalog, and that's the undergirding for our global ETD search. In the center of that prior diagram, we had the applications and use, and this is what we think of with libraries and digital libraries. We have to build these things. That's the infrastructure. The repository building is made of creational and preservational activities, as well as various technologies for adding value to those things. Ultimately, people who want to work with this content are supported by information satisfaction services. We know about searching, but there are many other kinds of services. We encourage all of those who are building and supporting these systems to think of this broader picture of how we can better support our users. NDLTD is an advocate for all of this, to help the authors, to expand access, to deal with preservation, broadly to improve graduate education and scholarly communication, and thereby to empower students and universities. We lead the worldwide ETD initiative. Our mission as an international organization is to promote the adoption, creation, dissemination, use, and preservation of ETDs. And we do this by working with institutions all around the world who are partners in these initiatives to better share knowledge and make it more effective way of unlocking the potential benefits of this wonderful kind of resource. Speaking of benefits, NDLTD now runs a global search system with 6.4 million works. I would love to see this grow to at least 7 million works, hopefully with the contributions from India, which keep growing and are a great asset. We have a journal. We're visible through social media. We give awards, including 13 travel awards, to support people to attend this conference. The spirit of NDLTD is get around our fears, to build confidence and promote sharing, to build a better and smaller world where everyone wins, has fun, and where we build on standards, to make our ETDs preservable, even more popular and expressive, in general better in many different ways. This is doable, and we hope you will support NDLTD in this mission. Specifically at this conference, we have a wonderful theme of enriching ETDs and their reach, and many sub-themes, which you'll see in the different posters and presentations at this conference. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
We would like to convey our greets and thanks to Professor Fox for his video message. There is an announcement. This event is being broadcasted live with the help of BISEC. The link have been shared on Twitter and Facebook account of InflibNet. Please share among your colleagues and staffs. Now I would like to take this opportunity to invite our guest, Dr. Charles J. Greenberg, NDLT board member, chief reviewer and editor of the conference proceeding, for his address. Before inviting sir, we would like to have introduction about you, sir.
I would like to introduce Dr. Charles Greenberg. Dr. Charles Greenberg co-founded the first student ETD repository at the Yale University School of Medicine in 2002 and spearheaded Yale's membership in NDLTD. Dr. Charles has been teaching library science on a part-time basis for 20 years, first at Southern Connecticut State University and currently for San Jose State University since 2007. His most recent funded research project was entitled Health Info Equity, with a goal of providing students of health professions with skill and tools to evaluate the accuracy of health misinformation. Now, I request Dr. Charles to address the gathering.
Good morning. I was asked by Manoj to describe for you the process of providing the content for this conference. You know, one of the goals of NDLTD and also the conference organizers was to have a trustable conference, you know, with presentations that really are genuine research and not fake, you know. And currently the worldwide standard for this is to provide what's called blind peer review. Blind peer review. When you submit an article to a journal, you get blind peer review. And actually for this conference, when researchers in this room submitted their abstracts for the papers and presentations we're going to hear, they were subject to peer review. Now, I'm going to have you think about math a little bit of a mathematic calculation. You know, we started out with good intention that the staff of the Journal of Electronic Theses and Dissertations would be able to do this peer review. You know, there's roughly about 10 editors and associate editors to do this process. All right, so remember that number 10. And then, you know, maybe each person might reasonably be expected to do 5 reviews maybe. So if you multiply 5 by 10, you get about 50 reviews. But if each submission is going to get 2 reviews, that's only for about maybe 25 papers. And that's a problem because for this conference, do you know how many submissions we received? Actually, the official total is 145. 145. Now, if each one is going to get reviewed twice, we're going to have double-blinded peer review. How many reviews do we have to conduct? 290. Yeah. So, unfortunately, the staff of my journal would not be capable to do 290 reviews. So what actually happened was we, in a great moment of collaboration between NDLTD and the conference, we brought together and expanded the team to be about 25 people that were either on the board of directors of NDLTD or were part of the conference organizing committee here in India, or were other volunteers that said, I want to participate in the peer review. So I bet some of those people are in this room. If you participated in the peer review, can you stand up? Come on, don't be shy. Yeah, okay, let's really give a round of applause to these people. Only a few of them are standing up, but actually, the person who did the most peer reviews is Gabby. Are you here? No, she's not here. Okay. She did the most numerically. But actually, the goal of it was to really give every article 2 opportunities to pass a blind peer review by somebody in an academic profession. And this happened, and what we ended up with was a group of really excellent papers that got dual excellent reviews. Then there were some papers that maybe got 1 very positive review and 1 kind of maybe not such a great review. And at that point, I turned over the responsibility of how to select papers that kind of had that kind of mixed review to Manoj and his team. So that's sort of the big picture of what happened. So our goal is that the papers that received 2 very positive peer reviews from their abstracts will be probably the papers that will expected to be published earliest in the Journal of Electronic Theses and Dissertations. And those papers are being presented at the conference. Then there's also researchers here that are also presenting other papers because you were selected to present your papers, and also poster sessions for people that were selected to present a poster session. So there is always a potential for everyone to, on your own, without anybody else's help, submit an article, you know, for publication in the Journal of Electronic Theses and Dissertations. But we are really excited by the quality of the research that was identified through the peer review process, And I'm really excited and expecting to hear many of those papers presented here. Okay, so please talk to me during the conference if you have any additional questions. And that's all I want to say. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking address. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to invite our Honorable Director, Professor J.P. Singh Jurel, and the convener of the ETD 2023 for his address. Before inviting sir, I would request Roma to please introduce the audience about sir.
I would like to introduce our Honorable Director, Professor J.P. Singh Jurel. Professor J.P. Singh Jurel obtained his Master's in Statistics and PhD degree from the Institute of Social Sciences, Agra University, and his MPhil degree from Meerut University. He is a professor in the Department of Statistics at the University of Jammu. He is presently the director of the InfluBnet Center, Gandhinagar, Gujarat, and Autonomous Inter-University Center of UGC, New Delhi. He has supervised 25 PhD and MPhil students and has about 100 research papers published in referred and peer-reviewed journals of repute, book chapters, and presented at international national conferences. His research work has been recognized and covered in a book published by Springer based in the USA. He is a life member of various academic bodies, societies, and on the reviewer editorial board of journals of international reputes. He has vast exposure in working for national bodies dealing with the academic and educational growth of institutions of higher learning. He has served in various positions at Jammu University like HOD, OSD, Dean Faculty, Coordinator, Director, UGC HRDC, Convener, Departmental Research Committee, Convener, Board of Studies in Statistics, and shared the responsibility and contributed as a member in all the decision-making statutory bodies of the University of Jammu like University Council, Syndicate, Finance Committee, Planning and Monitoring Board, College Development Council, Academic Council, etc. He has widely traveled and visited the USA, Australia, Portugal, Thailand, Taiwan, and Malaysia for academic pursuit and participated in several international programs, seminars, conferences as chairperson of technical sessions, invited speakers and delegates. Now, I request our Honorable Director to address the gathering.
Thank you, Dr. Surbhi, Dr. Roma, Dr. Mitesh. Good morning, all of you. Namaskar, Vandanam, Swagatam, Abhinandan. Professor Deepak Srivastav ji, Honorable Vice Chairman, University Grants Commission, Professor God, Director, Library and Informations as Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts, New Delhi, Dr. Charles Greenberg, NDLTD board member, Dr. Manoj Kumar, Dr. Abhishek, other board members, Ms. Gabriela, Ms. Ankale, the galaxy of LIS professionals, Professor Vaisali, Professor Nosad, Professor K.P. Singh, Professor Jagdish Joshi, Professor Pranki Vyas, Dr. Navi Hassan, Dr. Jadhav, Dr. Manju Naika, Dr. Lalita, Professor Sanjay Singh, Dr. Sinha, Dr. Gopu Kumar, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Professor Meenal, Professor D.K. Gupta, many more professionals, my dear delegates from the countries starting from Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Nepal, UAE, France, Thailand, Germany, invited speakers, presenters, contributors, travel grant awardees, sponsors of this event, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I extend welcome to all of you on this occasion. I am extremely happy that today we are assembled here on this function on the 26th ETD conference, for which I convey my thanks in the presence of all of you to Dr. R.C. God that during the last week of October in 2019, I received a call from him that I should join the ETD at Portugal in the November 2019. So we are just only 15 days. I simply said, oh, neither I have applied nor I have invitation, how can I go there? So within 24 hours he managed the invitation letter as invited speakers, sessional chair. I approached my apex body, University Grant Commission. So UGC also sanctioned my participation in the conference. So we were there for 2 to 3 days. Then we did discuss the idea of organizing ETD at our this center. So we submitted the proposal just after returning from Portugal in 2020 early. Sanctioned for 2021, but due to pandemic situation, so this delayed 1 year. So thank you, Professor God and Professor Edward Fox, for giving the privilege to organize the conference at Influence Center, Gandhinagar, Bharat. Thank you. As Fox and God has already shared that this event being organized annually at different places globally for discussing the issues only related to ETD community, technology and tools only for that is the ETD. Friends, as we know that National Education Policy 2020 envisions a comprehensive approach for transforming the quality and quantity of research in Bharat. The research is a continuous activity in our education institutions, which is being mostly conducted by faculty members and young scholars. And the institutions are known by the research output and the citations of the research in the institutions. And also the findings, output and research of these faculty members and students mostly available in the form of theses and dissertations. And these theses and dissertations are being submitted in our libraries and kept there for ready reference. And these theses are the unique source of information. However, thesis and dissertations, although are the unique source of information, but do not find its way into various publication channels and remain untapped and underutilized asset, leading to unnecessary duplication and repetition. So, it is important to preserve and archive knowledge originated in the form of theses and dissertations for the future generations. Thus, electronic theses and dissertations are the best way to preserve and archive the thesis in the form of repositories. With the rapid changes in the knowledge landscape and advent of information communication technology, new tools and techniques have been developed to enhance search, browse, index and storage, and thus ETD repositories are increasing in formidable size all over the globe. The NDLTD is an international organization dedicated to promoting the adoption, creation, use, dissemination, and preservation of electronic theses and dissertations globally. So, keeping view of this, we decided the main theme of the ETD 23 as enriching ETDs and their reach. So, it is an important platform to discuss various prospects of managing ETDs. In the changing role of libraries for upkeeping ETDs, our LIS professionals are playing a pivotal role in managing the ETDs. So this event will provide a platform to the LIS professionals to peep into futuristic scholarly communication technologies and processes, to discuss and deliberate on tools and techniques to handle electronic publishing and open access in order to enhance the sharing of knowledge worldwide and universal access to ETGs. As far as this conference or the symposium, when we invited the proposals for the contributed papers, we received unprecedented response from the scholars, and we received more than 150 extended abstracts, out of which 45 abstracts with full text papers and 5 abstracts have been selected for presentation during the symposium after a rigorous double-blind review process. These 50 papers and extended abstracts are published in the form of symposium proceedings. The papers and extended abstracts published in the proceedings cover different topics under the theme and sub-theme of the convention. I am sure that the presentations and deliberations to be made during ETD 23 covering the topics like managing ETDs, ETD metadata lifecycle, ETD and open science, research data repositories, libraries beyond institutions, ETD meta-archive, analytics of ETDs, discoverability of ETDs, other related issues to ETDs like bibliometric analysis of findability, accessibility, interoperability, and reusability, that is fair. Case studies, best practices will help the ETD community to be more focused on contributing towards open knowledge, its preservation, sharing of ETDs, and adhering to the global technological advancement. I wish the ETD 23 symposium a great grand success, and also my best wishes to the entire team led by Mr. Manoj Kumar for a grand success of this event. One more thing I would like to share with the audience here, that as Manoj has already shared, that we are as of now having almost 500,000 full text thesis, that too starting from 2000, when we started somewhere in 2010, and it is increasing day by day. And also our UGC has played a pivotal role for managing the portal Shodhganga and supporting, and we request our Honorable Vice Chairman that once again we can advise and the universities to upload their, that is the backlog thesis that before the start of the Shodhganga on this portal with the centrally funded scheme from the UGC, because somewhere in the starting, somewhere in 2013 or 14, it was funded by the UGC. So I request you, sir, that once again you take up the issue with the UGC. Other thing, that nowadays in the era of this globalization, it's the time to work in association with the different bodies, work in tandem, so that common targets can be achieved and the resources, whatever the available, can be shared, and the ETDs can also be shared among all the, not only in, that the our this country, but among all the countries also. So I once again that the I request, because Professor God, he is not that is the member of ETD or whatever he is saying, LIS professor, this and that. I will only say, summarize, he is a part of our family. So I request Professor God that you take our issue at NDLTD board, because it's the right and high time for this influence center to be a part of the board of NDLTD. That will be done. Yeah, we have been requesting the last 1.5 years, because yeah, so because this is the, as you said, that the as of now somewhere 8 to 9 million records are available on the ETD, or that to the whole world, and we from here we are having the point, that is the 500,000. So we are increasing day by day. So please take this our matter. So with this, I end here. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking address. Now, I would request Honorable Vice Chairman, UGC, Professor Deepak Kumar Srivastava, sir, to please release our conference volume and souvenir. Seven. Thank you so much, sir, for releasing our conference volume and souvenir. We are honored and privileged to have Professor Deepak Kumar Srivastava, sir, Honorable Vice Chairman, University Grants Commission, New Delhi, as the chief guest of today's function. So I would now like to take this opportunity to welcome our chief guest, Honorable Vice Chairman, sir, for his address. And before inviting sir, I request Dr. Roma to please introduce about the sir to the audience.
I would like to introduce our Honorable Vice Chairman, UGC, Professor Deepak Kumar Srivastav. Professor Srivastav is currently Vice Chairman of University Grant Commission, UGC, New Delhi. He is also having additional charge of Chairman, ICSSR, New Delhi. He completed his graduation in the year 1979 and post-graduation with gold medal in commerce in the year 1981. From the University of Allahabad, he was awarded a doctorate in commerce in the year 1989. Later in the year 1992, he completed FDPM in management from IIM Ahmedabad. Professor Srivastav joined the Dayal Bagh Education Institute, Agra in the year 1984, and after 16 years of significant contribution in the institute, he joined Tata Institute of Social Science, Mumbai in January 2001. Professor Srivastav has also served as Deputy Director, Tata Institute of Social Science, Guwahati Campus, and Director, Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, New Delhi. As on date, he has more than 38 years of teaching and research experience. He has published more than 35 papers in national and international journals. He has supervised and guided several doctoral and master's dissertations at TIS Mumbai. He has been invited for talks in many prestigious institutes all over India and abroad. He has been visiting professor at IIM Lucknow and Atal Bihari Vajpayee School of Management and Entrepreneurship, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Now I request our Honorable Vice Chairman to address the gathering.
नमस्कार। आप सभी लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं। ये 26th कॉन्फ्रेंस इंटरनेशनल सिम्पोजियम ETD 2023, dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Director of InflipNet, Professor Jorel, Dr. Charles, Board Member of NDLTD, Professor Ramesh Gaurji, ETD Chair, Shri Manoj Kumarji, Organizing Secretary, ETD, dignitaries and scholars present in the audience, and those who have joined and seeing this program through social media different platforms. I'm very glad that I have been invited by Honorable Director Jorelji, who is a good friend of mine, and he has been several times requesting or maybe asking me to come for different conferences, but because of my busy schedule, I could not come, but this is good that I have come here. Friends, I recall my days 35 years back, about 35 years back, when I completed my thesis, and my challenge was to get it for submission, get it typed, because Microsoft was not there. And typing, manual typing through typewriter, it was not easy to make corrections, etc., etc. The only possibility was using fluid, white fluid. And another challenge was that if I have to make a multiple copies, photocopying method was there. Today, if I see we have reached to this era of electronic thesis and dissertation. electronic these things. I was very happy to see that in the post-COVID scenario, when universities started functioning, one of the greatest strength that I had at that time was access to the Sir Dorabji Tata Memorial Library, remote access. Sitting at my home, Zoom was my another friend through which I was delivering my lectures. But my challenge was that I cannot go to my office. And all my papers were logged in that room, and there was no method to go there. So I accessed through remote access. I downloaded several same articles because the references were with me, and I created a new kind of repository kind of thing, a new access, and I shared it through different methods, Moodle and several other methods to my students. Friends, it has been of great strength at a time when India was, or Bharat was trying to come out from these challenges. So this electronic thesis and dissertation, as Rameshji was saying, it is of significant importance. And I will, when I will read my this speech, probably I will highlight some of those things there. One Earth, one family, one future. And very recently, Honorable Prime Minister said on 77th Independence Day, perform, reform, and transform. Now we are reaching to a stage of transforming certain things. What was the, I completely agree with Professor Rameshji, is that repository knowledge creation is one thing, but knowledge retention and knowledge repository is very important. Conventionally, gurus were used to retrieve the knowledge, and it will carry forward from the disciples one and the other, and there was a risk of dilution. In Bharatiya Parampara knowledge system mein, you must be knowing that there were different kind of leaves where Bhrigu used to write something, or some other literature used to be preserved there on certain kind of leaves, and there is still they can be preserved there. But dissemination is very, very limited. Reading that particular language is very difficult. Today with ETD system, you can convert this one thesis, if I'm not wrong, I'm not expert, in different languages. What we at UGC are doing, that we are converting undergraduate books into different regional, different languages. Same book written in English. So knowledge repository, and what would be the method? How we transfer our knowledge to the others, that is more important, and this is how new knowledge can be created, because all of you may be knowing that literature review is survey of literature. Literature review is one of the backbone of creating knowledge. So what is so many of my research scholars are confused that what do we mean by literature review? So when many of them are confused and they copy and paste from one thesis to another thesis, literature review, they don't understand that literature review is the process of understanding the journey of creation of the knowledge. And you will, even if you want to be a doctor, a PhD, you have to create either new knowledge or reinvent the existing knowledge. But for that, you need to understand that what is the, where is the knowledge floating. So knowledge repository, you know, this in Egypt and other places, mummies were the system from which people used to preserve the bodies, dead bodies. ETD is one method where you can keep the repository or the thesis for a long, long time. Plagiarism check and other things are, but today's generation is very smart. They know how to crack plagiarism. My students, at least, they know how to crack plagiarism. How to make their I think one speaker was saying most of these Turnitin and others were developed in foreign context. I know what is the Indian context. My students have reduced from 40% to 5% by some syntax changes into that. So friends, this electronic thesis, now what is the purpose of these conferences? What is the value addition? What new thing you are going to carry from here apart from the social networking, exchanging that challenge we are facing in national education policy implementation also. Parallelly in Baroda, there is a Western Zone Conference happening today from 9:30 a.m. onwards, where all Vice Chancellors are exchanging their visiting cards. We have to see that how we can change the existing system, and it will not happen overnight. ABC, I'm slightly diverting that academic bank of credit is a big challenge. So there are many challenges that are happening there. We are bringing, very recently, it is UGC has taken an initiative of having minimum mandatory disclosure on the website of universities and colleges. Where Shodhganga, I have purposely mentioned there that one of the mandatory disclosure of university should be that how many theses you have produced and how many theses you have uploaded on Shodhganga. So UGC is trying to, day by day, we are trying to sanitize the system, and we are trying to bring a new system in the place. So how legacy can be from one guru to the other, my students and my students, their students, and like that. So electronic thesis and dissertation, you will have to see what is the value addition. And one value, I'm coming back to my earlier observation, is that when Rameshji said that during his tenure at JNU, he has developed a method of thesis tracking system. In TISS Mumbai also, we have a research scholar scanning system, research scholars track system, where you can easily know that when you have submitted your progress report, what is the status of that, and it will escalate, proposals will escalate, and so on and so forth. So online systems are making many things possible which were very difficult. All guides are badly exposed if they don't move their research scholars' progress report to the next stage. Exploitation is minimized because of these systems. So he has contributed, he has developed a system rather than going from desk to desk and like that. So the value addition, what values you will create here and what new thing you will take it from here. I was browsing through the program and I could see that there is a mention of one session on artificial intelligence. I wish that some of these techniques, artificial intelligence, and some of these techniques can also be added with this electronic thesis and like that. Those things, that time has come. We have to move out from plagiarism check. We have to bring that how thesis can be of great help to create a new knowledge. Electronic thesis and dissertation represent a significant part of academic publication across the globe. And I'm sharing you one information that is open DOAR, that source. It says that 1,790 out of 5,740 repository include thesis and dissertation as a content type, and major contributions come from Europe, that is about 43%, Asia 22%, North America 17.7%, South America 8.6%, Australasia 2.4%, Africa 4%, and Caribbean 0.6%. India is growing, friends, as a knowledge-driven economy with an impressive growth in the number of universities and the creation of National Institute of Higher Education and Research. The ITs are also increasing the emphasis on research and may modify their image as undergraduate institute of excellence. This would probably help them improve their global rankings, since research scholars are perceived to be the main creators of new knowledge. India's research output was not very good in 2013, where social sciences was ranked 11th, medicine also 11th, agriculture 6th, and engineering 6th. But it has changed drastically in 2022. According to Scopus source, India has improved to 4th position in social sciences, 5th in medicine, 3rd in agriculture, and 3rd in engineering. The first major initiative in India was the Vidya-mitra project undertaken by Mysore University with the financial support of ICSSR, which was started in 2002 to create, archive and access PhD thesis. However, as mentioned by one of the speakers, UGC's regulation 2009, it has changed the whole scenario, and it will change, and so as the InflibNet. So UGC can make rules, but there has to be someone to take care of those rules and regulations, implement it. And I must congratulate InflibNet Center, which was assigned the task of creating, hosting, maintaining, and making the digital repository of Indian electronic thesis and dissertation accessible to all institutions and universities. As on date, the data that I have, by October 7, 2023, InflibNet has uploaded 4,89,000 e-thesis from 734 universities. And there is a session where Professor Jorelji will tell the secret of how to make it multiplying this ETD 5 lakh. How much you are saying? Your ODC of this, what is that number? 5 lakh. According to AISHE data report 2021, that All India Survey on Higher Education data, I was just browsing through that in that year 2021, about 1,80,000 PhD scholars were enrolled, and this will increase year on year, and we have to see that how we can bring ETD, rope in ETD for the knowledge creation and dissemination. In the contemporary academic landscape, electronic thesis and dissertation data repositories play a pivotal role in preserving, disseminating, and promoting the accessibility of scholarly research. And some of the prominent government-maintained databases, including Shodhsiddhi, Shodhganga, INDCAT, InflibNet, SOL, and Vidya-mitra, Shodhgangotri, Vidwan. There are several such things, UGC MOOCs, Swayam Prabha, and there are several such initiatives which are making a great impact on this knowledge repository and all these things. Friends, we are saying that this ETD is very, very important for the next generation. Some of the important maybe things that ETD can provide, as many speakers have highlighted there, and Dr. Fox has also highlighted that. I would like to briefly tell you, and you are aware about that ETD repositories serve as invaluable resources in academic sphere, ensuring the effective archiving, accessibility, and determination of diverse scholarly works. This is my dream. I'm just thinking it is possible or not, that I don't know, that apart from the thesis, if somebody publishes a paper out of that, which was conventionally, when ETD was not there, we were doing that. We were publishing research papers, or even some universities or IITs desire that you should publish some paper, a scholar should publish some paper related to that, either pre-submission or post-submission also. I wish if some of those publications can also be part of my thesis, so that I should know, and my scholars and other scholars should know that my particular work, how it is maybe adding value from year on year and like that, rather than my work being scattered here or there. If my publication is also a part of some annexure or some of that kind of thing of my thesis, probably that would be a good idea. Global reach, as you know, 24/7 format is possible because of this ETD. Otherwise, some libraries function 24/7. One of that is Tata Institute of Social Sciences library is there. But many libraries don't have capacity and capability, but this ETD method can do that. One of the speaker mentioned, it will reduce the duplication, and it's economical. It also improves student learning experiences of digital libraries. I can recall my days where when you go to the library, I'm talking about 40 years back, libraries, first thing was written, please keep silence. Once you enter, it is written, please keep silence. So it is a place जहाँ हम लोग साधना करते थे, तपस्या करते थे. आज जो तपस्या बेडरूम में आ गया, ड्राइंग रूम में आ गया, आप ऑनलाइन एक्सेस कर सकते हैं, देख सकते हैं. Introspection was when I compare, I appreciate electronic version, but when I compare that, when you read a book or certain thing, you do lot of introspection. And in libraries, we used to use the bookmarks, कि कहाँ तक हमने पढ़ लिया है, या कोई बुक कहाँ तक रख ली, सबको पलट करके एक डेस्क पर रख करके लगा करके. और I have seen in several libraries where students very smartly keep their books in some other places which they know only. So you will get one book of management book in somewhere in geography, and geography book somewhere in some other section, and only you know that, because once you go after a day or two, you can easily take it. So those were the days. It very interesting. Introspection was possible. So my only concern is that in electronic thesis and dissertation, that it is a Maggie noodle. It was very difficult to search work. And during the search of the work, you search many other things. Your brain searches many other things, and you are smarter than the book. Once you reach to the book, you become half of the smart by that time by searching the book. Today, by this method, it will be very quick thing that you are relaxed. कभी भी ढूंढ लेंगे, कहीं भी सर्च करेंगे गूगल पर या library में, we'll search and we'll get it. My only concern is that creativity, innovation, introspection, retrospection should not be diluted by these faster techniques and faster methods. Research scholars create new knowledge. Research scholars carry certain legacy. So that should not be diluted by method of some copying, pasting, or maybe some of these things. That is very important. To conclude, I would like to say that electronic thesis and dissertation data repositories, including a multitude of government-maintained databases and renowned international platforms, play a vital role in the preservation, accessibility, and dissemination of academic research. While government databases emphasize accessibility and the promotion of indigenous research, international databases like Scopus, Web of Science, etc., they provide comprehensive research resources and advanced data analytics capabilities. Collaboration and integration between these diverse repositories can foster a more inclusive and comprehensive academic ecosystem, facilitating seamless dissemination of research and promoting the growth and advancement of the global academic community. Thank you very much for providing me opportunity. And if you can write only one sentence minutes of my talk, that would be the great achievement. That my teacher used to say, whatever you go and attend the lecture, if you can retain 5 sentences, I have seen several of my students, next day if you ask what was your paper last day in examination, they don't exactly remember. So retention, your mind is so smart that repository, so ETD would be a great help in retrieving the repository and using at a right time. I wish that this initiative of InflibNet and this global forum of preserving the electronic thesis and dissertation would further maybe change and would further improvise itself, and it will become a great boon for the research scholars. Thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insightful address. We are truly honored and grateful to you for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. Thank you for always guiding us in carrying out routine services and activities of the center. Now I would like to invite Dr. Abhishek Kumar, Scientist E, Computer Science, to propose a formal vote of thanks.
Before Abhishek, I would like to share one more thing, as Professor God also discussed and shared few concern, and Professor Srivastava also, that our team led by Dr. Abhishek Kumar had conceptualized the idea of having the complete cycle of the research scholars in each and every institution in a digitalized format. So the team developed a portal named as the Shodh Chakra. So this is the also launched, this platform was launched on 5th September 2022 by Honorable Chairman UGC, and as of now, some, I think, touching 200 institutions are using this platform. So it captures all the information, not only the research scholars, but also the university also, the guide also, the department also, and it provide lot of that is the support system to the PhD scholars. Having the progress report also by the each and every student, and also the comments of the guide also. So it is two-way, not only two-way, it is a multi-way communication system within the department, between the universities, between the scholars. So this is a good portal is there.
Thank you, sir. So, good morning to all of you. It is with a profound sense of gratitude and deep respect that I stand before you to deliver vote of thanks on behalf of InflibNet ETD 2023, an international gathering that brought together brilliant minds and visionaries from across the globe. First and foremost, our heartfelt thanks to Honorable Vice Chairman, University Grant Commission, Professor Deepak Kumar sir, who has taken time out of busy schedule to join us today. Your presence, sir, has elevated the prestige of this event, and your insightful words have left an indelible mark to on all of us. I would like to thanks Honorable Director, sir, Professor J.P. Singh Jurel, sir, for his constant guidance in organizing the convention. Your presence and active engagement have been driving force behind the success of this event. Your guidance and vision are invaluable to us, and we are grateful for your support, sir. A special thanks due to Professor Edward Fox, Chairman NDLTD, and Dr. Charles Greenberg, Board Member NDLTD, for their presence physically and virtually both, and the support. Our gratitude goes to Professor Ramesh Gohar, sir, ETD Chair, for encouraging an endorsement which added immense value to this occasion. I must express our thanks to Organizing Secretary Mr. Manoj Kumar K for their commitment and execution of this convention. A special thanks to core pillars of these conventions, including conference director, reporters, speakers, sessions chairs, technical and logistic teams. We would like to thank our sponsors for their generous support, especially this Platinum, ProQuest, Drillbit, Thomson Reuters, Gold Partners, Balani, ERJOV, CAS, Silver Partners, World Scientific, T&F, De Greville, Oxford University, and in bronze, EPW. We would like to thank, behind the scene, there are a dedicated team of InfluMnet officials who have worked tirelessly to ensure the smooth functioning of this program. I must express our thanks to all the distinguished guests across the globe. Without you, this event would not have been vibrant and engaging. Once again, I thanks our heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais, our esteemed guests, and everyone who has contributed to the success of this event. Your presence has been source of motivation and encouragement for all of us. Thanks a lot. Thanks to all.
Now I would request everyone to stand at their place for national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की भारत माता की वंदे।
Now I would request all the dignitaries to visit the publisher's stall. And then we'll be having a high tea.
Let us also put our hands together for the comb bearing team. They are none other than the scientists. We have not hired anybody. Can I have all of you here? Dr. Surbi, Roma, and Midesh. So dignitaries, after that followed by high tea, and generally it is for networking. So short your network and come back quickly to maintain the time. We can network in the lunch time. Okay. Please, sir. Please join with the dignitaries through stall to food area, which is arranged in the behind building. Thank you.
अरे ये कहाँ अतुल कहाँ है अतुल अतुल अलग अलग तू मत डालना कुछ भी आज के बाद अरे तूने कौन से फ्लेवर डाला था ये अरे यार वीएलसी में नहीं चलता है वाला फ्लेवर प्रोग्राम करता है तू वहाँ लफड़ा करता तू कोई मत डालना हाँ नहीं एमपी डाला पर वीएलसी सपोर्ट नहीं करता जल्दी
पीपीटी किसको शेयर करनी है हाँ सुनो
डाउनलोड कर दे डाउनलोड में डाल दे मोहित हां उस दिन सही से अटैच किया था जब ये चल रहा है तो सही चल रहा होगा ना ये हो ना वो बीच बीच बहुत सही चला इसमें चलाने वाला है इसमें सभी नीचे आ गए तो कोई बात नहीं शांति से
अरे ये पीछे से गिर गया
पहले बन गई ना क्यों फिलर वगैरह कुछ चला ना फिलर वगैरह चला अभी अभी तो नहीं बचा लोड करके रखो नहीं नहीं चलाए थे जो है ना वीडियो जो बना रखी है चलता रहे कंटिन्यू चला गया हां हां वो लूप में चलता रहेगा मैं थोड़ा हेल्पर एक दो हां नेक्स्ट हां हां सर तो सेकंड फ्लोर पे नवजीत तंग वो राजन भाई
अभी कल करेंगे ना पोस्टर तो अभी वहाँ तैयार नहीं है
नहीं नहीं वो 2 3 वाला ही है
नहीं नहीं इनका पब्लिशर का है
पब्लिशर नहीं है वो डेटा साइट वाला है
कल करेंगे ना तो
पूछ लेना उनसे एग्जैक्टली मोहित
कल करवाए ना पोस्टर नहीं उनका पोस्टर में भी डाला था हाँ पोस्टर में भी डाला था पेपर भी प्री कॉन्फ्रेंस भी था
चल रहा देख ले पहले
उनसे बोल टुमारो भी है क्या है
बंद हो गया देखिए सैलरी कौन कर रहा हाँ सही है ठीक है सुबह एक हमारा ये कौन सा है किसका
डायरेक्टर सर का सेकंड नहीं पता वो मतलब मैंने भी यही डाउनलोड किया
नंबरिंग कर लेते हैं नेक्स्ट रिकॉर्डिंग मैं बोल दूं बोला एक खाली पुराना वाला ना उसने मेरे में
ये डाउनलोड्स में कर दिया मैंने
एक लगा लेंगे नहीं मैं कह नया वाला उसे दे देंगे
डायरेक्टर लिखा हुआ है
प्रेजेंट करना है इन लोगों ने दिया है क्या इन लोगों ने कमर्शियल वाला दिया वो अपना खुद का नहीं नहीं हम उनसे ले लेते हैं उनसे कमर्शियल वाला से इसमें चलाएंगे जो चलाएंगे कल लफड़ा करते हैं यार मिल जाता है हाँ कॉल कर दिया चल जा देखो चाय वाय
मुँह तो गया मेरा, बोल मैं जा रही हूँ।
तुम्हारा क्या होगा?
तो ये इनका पीपीटी और चल जाए, बस मेरा काम ये हो रहा है। सही वाली पीपीटी है ना, दूसरी वाली तो नहीं आ रही फिर से।
बंद करवाना ऐसे ही, सही चल रहा है
क्या
ऐसे ही।
हाँ ठीक है हाँ तो खाली होगा ना तो चलेगा
होगा ना दुनिया ऐसे ही होगा। इतना ठंडा हो जाए फिर बंद करवाना कि चालू रखना है कंटिन्यूस।
थोड़ी देर में बंद कर दें।
ये ठंडी लगती है, एक बार ये देखना ठंडी लगती है, ठंडी लगी है यार। ये भी मैं हुआ इस तरह।
अरे ये हटवा रहे नहीं क्या ये यहाँ के लिए नया वाला अच्छा पीछे वाला नहीं सेल डाल अच्छा नया सेल डाले हुए ना हाँ सेल तो नया वो पीछे वाली लाइट
चंद्रयान कहाँ जा रहा है?
वो कौन से है ना पहले पीछे वाला नहीं
एक तो नहीं
दो बोल रहे हैं अच्छा
डाउनलोड्स में
पीछे वाली तो हम कर देंगे और
मोहित इसको उठा के
नहीं ये चल ये वाली नहीं ये चलने नहीं चलने दे बंद
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, ये वाली भी उठा के उसको भी रख
ठीक है
डायरेक्टर के नाम से है ना।
सर नमस्कार
ये है ना,
फोन करो देवन में ऐसे बंद कर।
ये प्रेजेंटेशन डायरेक्टर। हाँ अभी पोस्टर लगा लगा अभी पोस्टर यहाँ पे इनका पोस्टर में भी
नहीं अभी क्या कर रहा है? एक बार कॉपी लेके ले लो ना वहाँ पे डाउनलोड में रखी है, डाउनलोड से बाहर ले लो।
पीपीटी है ना
हाँ हेलो हाँ उत्कृष्ट थोड़ी देर के लिए ऐसे बंद कर दो ना, है ना जी। अच्छा इसको कोई मेंटेन नहीं कर सकते?
अच्छा
मतलब
ये नंबरिंग वाली है 1 2 वाली ये सब वही है तो उसको बाहर रहने देते फिर तुम्हें उनसे वाली बाहर रहने देते डाउनलोड वाली पहले ही चलेगी ना उसके बाद
रिमोट कहाँ है
उसका
स्क्रीन का
ये रहा
विजय ते पीली ली थी
अरे ओ पहले मेरी बात सुन लो पहले ये एड्रेस वाली मनोसर वाली डाउनलोड रहने देते हैं हम इसको
यार उसको उठा के नहीं रखेंगे?
नहीं बाहर चला देते हैं ना तो सुन तो ले
अच्छा ठीक है चल फिर
चल ले तू डाल लेता हूँ यहाँ डालना
हाँ एक ही जगह रहे बस
ठीक है अभी रुक जाओ।
0 नहीं क्या इसमें नहीं है
फिर मुँह कर लेते
हाँ हाँ भेज दे इन्हें फिर बाद में तुमको आना तुम लिया
ठीक है मोहित ये सब
चला के देख ले एक बार
देख लिया वो।
नहीं वो
चला देते ना
वहाँ चेंज हो रहा है कि नहीं
अरे हो जाए
नहीं है
मोहित ये फर्स्ट वाली जो लड़की का मैंने दिया ना उसका भी डाल दो।
कहाँ है वो पेन ड्राइव कहाँ है
दिया ना मैंने पेन ड्राइव।
पेन ड्राइव इसने ले लिया मुझसे
यार घूम मत
ये ना
वही तो यार
साइड में लगा देता ना
चलो
इधर लगा इसका जो ही लेना
नहीं ये तो ये चाहिए
वो चाहिए ना ये
है ना ये
हाँ ऑडियो हाँ वीडियो चलाने वाली
मोहित
हाँ
कंट्रोल कर वहीं
नहीं अब टेंशन नहीं है
अब टेंशन नहीं है।
अब मैं
अरे
जेल
नहीं,
लूँगा
पहले 2 लोगों को निकल जाने दीजिए, ये पहले 2 हो
अरे
जाए।
ये नहीं आएंगे ये तो ये नहीं अभी नहीं आएंगे ये नहीं आएंगे ये आएंगे खाली इनको देख लेंगे छोड़ने इनको इनको टेंशन नहीं है
ये एक बैग ना हाँ चल गलत हो गया।
अरे तू छोड़ना चल रही है
ये लगा दिया अब ये इसको
अरे चलेगी धर्म चलेगी ये तो नया है वैसे ही
बस ठीक है ऐसे कर।
सही है टच वाला ना देखा सूट नहीं मुझे टच नहीं इसको
अरे वो लेजर मोहित ये नई लड़की है।
इसका नंबर कौन सा है?
इसका नंबर लास्ट वाला है।
सरस्वती थर्ड डे है हाँ ठीक है चल जा हाँ
सर वो प्री कॉन्फ्रेंस
मिठाई कहाँ चलेगी
अरे इसको दे दो सुबह मिठाई दे दो मोहित को
नहीं खजूर है इसमें
कब से मिठाई कर रहा है
किसी मिठाई आ गई
हाँ
क्या था
ये मनु सेक्रेटरी के लिए
अरे रहने दो
बढ़िया हो जाए बोलते एक दिया आपको एक ले चलते हम कौन क्या कर रहा है दोनों में अगर बोला एक आप लेना एक मनु से लेंगे बस खत्म
मिला दे
अच्छा मिला दे अच्छा हाँ
विजय नको तो पहले बहने ईटीडी मोकली ली थी ना
अरे बहन ने ले
एक छोकरी आने में पेन ड्राइव
तेरा आप यहाँ
हाँ मैं पेन ड्राइव में डायरेक्ट ले ली।
और तुम साले कोई आए नहीं बहन जो
कहाँ नहीं
यहाँ पे वहाँ बैठ गया था
यहाँ कहाँ आना था?
यहाँ बहन इसे देखने के लिए मैं यहीं खड़ा हूँ अकेला
तो एक ही ठीक था ना ये बहुत लोग खड़े रहे अच्छा नहीं
अरे नहीं नहीं
ऐसा ही किया था कि आगे बैठे कुछ जरूरत होगी तो
पीछे चलेगी यहाँ पे
और यहाँ के क्या करेंगे चलो बांगड़ा कर
तुम इस सारे समझते हो
नहीं नहीं
क्या समझते हो
ये करते हो ये पता है
कुछ नहीं पता यार
क्या हुआ
वो ये पता नहीं क्या
अरे वो तुझे क्यों बुला रहे थे यहाँ फोटो मोबाइल अच्छा आपको
अरे नहीं नहीं मैसेज तुम कर दे मैंने मेरा नेट नहीं चल रहा क्या कह रहा है दोनों में अपडेट
मोहित अभी देखो
वो यूं कर रहे हैं पास भी
टॉप पे ले ले
ब्रीथ की भी समझ आती है।
ठीक है, अभी सुन रहे हैं। ये IP1, ठीक है,
नहीं ये वाला तो दूर से
बस ये हो गया फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड वाला प्रेजेंटेशन है क्या?
वो वाला जो है
थर्ड वाला नहीं, उसको छोड़ दे, अभी IP में चले
वो
गए।
बोलते हैं कि मुझे दूर से
ये इनवाइटेड है, IP मतलब इनवाइटेड,
वहाँ चला गया।
अब यहाँ से मेटा डेटा 1,
तू यही रहेगा ना?
वही है,
बस सही है।
लेकिन फिर भी तेरा लैपटॉप में कुछ नहीं चलेगा ना,
नहीं नहीं नहीं, दोनों सेम तो लैपटॉप है, उसमें क्या
सब
है?
ओपन करके देखनी है।
हैं? अरे सब ने ओपन कर लिया।
सब ओपन कर दिया।
ए इतने, अरे तू बोला तो एक काम हो गया खत्म, हमारा बहुत टाइम में खत्म।
यहाँ तक। अभी ये दोनों का मांगना है क्या?
वो कह रहा तुम रख लो, ये है ना, कोई लेके जाए तो लेके जाए।
ये सर देख
अब ये क्या?
कौन देगा?
अरे रोमन देखिए, वो उन्हें सेक्रेटरी देना है। सुबह तू भी तो हाफ तो है ना, तो हाफ इसमें लेना है।
हाँ आप एक रखो, एक मनोज सर को दे दो।
हाँ ऐसे करेंगे।
ऐसे करो।
हाँ रूम में खा लो तो। खो गया, खो गया,
सुबह
खो गया
इसको
तो
मत देना।
मोहित कह
खजूर है,
मोहित एक
खजूर मेरे
सेकंड,
फेवरेट है।
खजूर का कह रहे 2013 है ना ये?
हाँ, हाँ।
2013 को और बोलने का आई थिंक नहीं होगा, ठीक है, लेकिन एक बैकअप मेरे में 2007 में था ना, इससे
सबको एक्सपोर्ट करके PDF कर लेते हैं एक बार ऐसा।
अरे इसमें चल जाता है 16 वाला भी।
अरे मतलब चलो जब होगा तब
अरे अरे ये वाली लाइट बंद करनी पड़ेगी ना तो। भाई ऊपर ही भाई कहां चला गया? धर्मेश इससे गया नीचे उतर गया। ये लाइट वाला जो क्या लाइट क्या? ये लाइट बंद करनी पड़ेगी ना। गौरव
प्रॉब्लम नहीं आना चाहिए, फिर अगर आता है तो
कितने कितने लोग हैं अभी? 3 है बस। हाँ इतना ठीक है।
अभी मुकी दे, अब जगह का हो सकता है प्रॉब्लम हो या सिस्टम
कर लेनी है एक्सपोर्ट। क्लाउड लग रहा है
सोफा।
अब कोई टेंशन नहीं चलेगा, 2 मिनट लग जाएगा।
ठीक है, तो फिर मैं क्या बोल रहा
तो अपने लैपटॉप में करना है एक्सपोर्ट।
हूँ, लैपटॉप वहाँ पे लगा रखे रखा
उसको तो हटा देना उसको।
अरे वो नीचे वो करके रखा है वहाँ पे,
इनॉगरल सेशन लिख के आ रहा है ना सर।
अभी वहाँ पे टेक्निकल सेशन लग के आएगा।
हाँ टेक्निकल एक बंदा
समझे तो वो तो एंगेज रहेगा, तो फिर वो बोल रहा है एक्सपोर्ट कर कैसे करें?
यहाँ यहाँ ही यहीं आ जाएगा।
अच्छा कोई दूसरा लैपटॉप
नहीं
बैठ के करते हैं।
फिर ये ले लूँ, पेन ड्राइव से कर ले।
पेन को भी कर ली तूने? हाँ सारे PPT कर ले, वो PDF में कर ले।
नजदीक में
मेरा ही सिस्टम है
ये कूदते इसका जाए, यहाँ से कूद देगा वहाँ सामने।
सभी को एक्सपोर्ट करके
PDF में करके रखो। हाँ हाँ
ठीक है।
क्या?
हाँ आएगी आएगी, बाकी એમને ભાઈ એમનું લેપટોપ લગાવશે ના 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 આપણું જે તો પેન ડ્રાઈવ માં લઈ હોય જઈશ કે જે કે હલી જાય છે પાછાથી એટલે બેટર છે કે આપણે આ મંગાવી
हाँ एक ले ले। हाँ दोनों सर के ले।
अच्छा मोज सेकंड
अरे चल रहा नहीं क्या? क्या
चल तो रहा था अभी,
तुझे बोल रहा हूँ तो क्या नहीं, टेस्ट नया है पुराना है, छोड़ो ना, जो
चल रहा है वो चला।
चला।
ऐसा कुछ भी क्या? ये साले चलना चाहिए। तूने बंद कर दिया।
ऑडियो टेस्ट कर रहा था और म्यूट था, आवाज नहीं आ रहा।
अभी थोड़ी देर मेरा पेन ड्राइव हटाओ, ये हटाओ,
ये हटा तो यार एकदम
एक सेकंड अगर
अब चल गया ये।
अगर मगर नहीं
नहीं सुनना,
अब चल गया, छोड़ो।
इसमें ATD वाला लॉगिन करके रखो कि अगर कोई बोलता है मेरा PPT चेंज है, मैं वापस उसमें भेजने के लिए बोलता हूँ,
हाँ वो सही है।
तो सीधे तुम डाउनलोड करके
और
सिलेंगे।
पासवर्ड है,
पासवर्ड तो असद में अपनी पास है, ATD का पासवर्ड है ना।
मैं मेरे पे क्यों होगा?
ये बना ईमेल आईडी इसके पास। कौन सा? हमारे पास नहीं भाई।
कोई ETD लॉगिन करके रख सही में।
हाँ, वो
कोई अगर
सही बात
भेजते हैं ना वो तो सीधे डाउनलोड करके बार बार ये वो डालेंगे ना, उंगली करेंगे, बराबर नहीं?
विजय का सही रहता है।
ये आवाज कहाँ चली गई?
जो बोले
अरे वो रहा यहाँ, वो आया था अभी।
ऑरेंज वाला चलाना, ऑरेंज वाला, ऑरेंज वाला। ये दिया। हाँ? मुझे देख के रख। अरे कंटिन्यू क्यों चल रही है? तूने लिखा दी ऐसे? हाँ। ये वाली?
हेलो 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 हेलो
वरना मैं जो तेरी नहीं है ना, मैं तो किसमें जिसको मुझसे ले लेगा आगे।
नहीं वो पेन ड्राइव का इश्यू नहीं है भाई, अगर किसी ने बोला कि लाओ मुझे कॉपी करके दो, हाथ में पेन ड्राइव नहीं आ जाएगा।
हेलो 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 मोहित मोहित हेलो हेलो।
अरे यहाँ लगाते हैं।
लगाना तो मुझे भी पता है, लेकिन आता है कि नहीं
आता कैसे नहीं यार? इतनी आवाज आ रही है मेरी तेज तेज।
कहाँ से आ रहा है कि
नहीं इसको नहीं लगाएंगे, तो ऊपर लगाते हैं आवाज इससे। हेलो हेलो 1 2 3
नहीं आ रहा है?
नहीं आ रहा ना भैया, तो इससे मुंह मत लगाना दे। वो तो मोनो से बोलेंगे मेरे कान वाला कहाँ है। गौरव, हाँ आवाज तो आ रही है भी। हाँ नहीं तो हेलो हेलो हाँ अभी ठीक है ना? सही। ये कौन सा नंबर है? ए 3 नंबर है। A3 3 है। A3 क्या बोला?
तो बहुत ऊपर लगा दिया यहाँ। हेलो 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 हेलो। ठीक है डन दोनों।
हेलो हेलो हाँ ठीक है, आवाज़ बढ़िया है एकदम, क्या बोलो झकास। हेलो हेलो हाँ ठीक है, इतनी दूर से आवाज़ आनी चाहिए बस। हेलो हाँ ठीक है।
session to the first technical session. We have already 30-minute delay. So to channelize in the time, may I request all the chair and co-chair and the paper presenter of this session, please bear with us, because if we are late, then I think we are continue to be late. So I don't want that we should continue to be late. We have to complete the task within this. So myself, Professor K.P. Singh, I am a teacher activist, teacher, practicing librarian, professor in Delhi University. I am also, however, by designated as a director. So today I am a two directors. One is the conference director, other is the director of Gandhi Bhavan, which is a premier institution of University of Delhi. I am also the provost PG Men's Hostels. Take care of the 100+ students of Delhi University. I am also the president of Delhi Library Association, one of the oldest association of the India in 1939. So on behalf of the InfluNet and entire team, we are meeting on 26 October. This is also a 26 ETD. What a coincidence. I think ETD means enhance the talent, explore the talent through the dissertations, which is the byproduct, almost 3 years researcher and mentor collaborations. I was listening very carefully the chief guest of today's morning session, who is also a great academician and management guru, Professor Srivastav said, that I think we use the technology, but somehow technology making a handicap. It is hampering the creativity. Retention power is reducing. I think earlier we stored the entire gamut of the knowledge inside the upper malas. But I think today we depend on the entire technology. However, technology somehow is the boon, but some become also the obstacles. It also become the source of our happiness, source of our sorrow. I think today the social media, we put the social media in a post and we are just browsing how many comments we have received, and if something is wrong, I think we are going to wrong. So I think the machines are controlling our mind. We should control the machine. Machine should not control the mind. Otherwise, we will fail in the creativity. So now for the sessions, may I request all to today's session. We had very eminent session, Dr. Mahendra Jadhav, who is the librarian of IIT Madras, Chennai. May I request Dr. Jadhav and co-chair, my very close friends, younger Dr. Jeeves, Deputy Librarian, Punjab University. I also request the keynote presenter, a very versatile, dynamic director of these institutions who has, I think, set the milestones in terms of connectivity and creation of the content and access and affordability, Professor J.P. Singh Jurel ji. So may I request also please join. Please give a big clappings. एनर्जाइज होना चाहिए, एनर्जी के साथ में अगर हम काम करेंगे तो पता नहीं लगेगा. ये कॉन्फ्रेंस है टू कनेक्ट विद द कंटेंट, टू ऑल्सो कनेक्ट विद योर फ्रेंड्स, योर फॉलोअर्स, योर colleagues. So I think I will not take much time. Now I am handed over the entire show to the chair, and my request to the chair, please be with the time because we are already 30 minutes late. So the entire show with you, Mr. Chairman. We have also the 3 presentations. The other proceedings will be taken the chair. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. A.P. Singh. Thanks to actually InfluNet, Professor J.P. Singh Jurel, and Director, and Mr. Manoj, give me honor this to chair this session, and also NDLTD board members. InfluNet is organizing 26th International Symposium, ETD 2023, second time in India, and the theme of the ETD is enriching ETDs and their reach. Since morning also, Professor Srivastav, Dr. Ramesh Gaur, they told that ETD is not only thesis dissertations. When there was open access movement, and that time onwards actually almost 8 to 9 millions, they have 10 millions targeted there, but in India actually InfluNet, they did really wonderful job. and 500,000 thesis is going to be complete within a means few days. So I congratulate for that means our Professor J.P. Singh Jurel and Director and ETD and ETD 23 entire team for organizing this conference. This actually session we have two actually innovative talk actually, one from Influent Director and other is from Sister Rai Chaudhary. And there are 3 technical papers are there actually, and presenter I request actually they can stick with their time. They can just means focus on PowerPoint, not power text. So that I just want to request them. And after that we have 2 commercial presentation. One is from Procast and other is from Drillbit. So now India also coming with the plagiarism software. So that definitely actually it will means highlight all this about Drillbit. And I request actually Professor Jurel Singh to start actually this one talk, embarking on ODC, India's quest of 5 lakh thesis by Professor J.P. Jurel Singh and Manoj Kumar.
Is it starting here now?
Yeah. Thank you.
So good afternoon to all of you. We are happy that in our the first session, Professor Deepak Srivastava, Vice Chairman, UGC is here. So we are happy to be welcome you on this first our session. So I have to finish in the next 10 minutes of this Shodhganga, embarking on the Odyssey, India's quest for 500,000 thesis. So Shodhganga, we have taken this word in 2009. Shodh means discovery in a Sanskrit and Hindi, and Ganga, we have taken this, that is the word from river, holiest, largest and longest of all the rivers in Indian subcontinent. In the later slide we discuss you the different other projects also in the same series, say Shodh Sindhu, Shodh Gangotri, Shodh Siddhu, Shodh Ganga, Shodh Chakra. So these are the 5 verticals of this center. Now, as of now, we discuss this on the Shodhganga. Few days back we have 4,90,637 full text thesis. It was on I think 19th October. 12,668 synopsis, that is part of the Shodhgangotri. Now, as in the morning session, we have discussed that UGC in 2009 issued the mandatory regulations, and the major condition was that after submission and award of the PhD thesis, 1 copy must be submitted to Infinite Center for uploading on the Shodhganga portal, and this provide the open access of the thesis to all over the globe. After that, Influent Center started working on the development of this portal, and they have started in 2010. So, Shodhganga is an open access national repository of Indian thesis for worldwide access. Shodhganga uses D space, which is Unicode compliant. Therefore, the metadata of the thesis displayed in Shodhganga in the regional languages. Customized ingestion interface for ease of submission of thesis using D space. Integration of thesis database of Indicate with almost 500,000 bibliometric data. Its multilingual support for thesis hosted in the repository like Hindi, Gujarati, Tamil, Sanskrit, Malayalam, Urdu, Marathi are already enabled on this portal. Incorporates social media plugins. Users can easily share their thesis across more than 40 popular social channels including Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp and LinkedIn on one click. Provision of subject search platform, easy searching, browsing and to demonstrate the thesis records through state-wise, subject-wise, language-wise for easy searching and browsing, incorporating the BibTeX citation format for importing, downloading the citations for easy referring and citing the thesis records in Mendeley and Zotero, facilitates to download their citation in the common exchangeable standard format. Bulk metadata upload portal is designed to facilitate the institutes to upload the already created metadata for their repositories and submit them into Shodhganga with full text record. So, this feature we added last year, and I think on this topic Dr. Tamal Guha from IIT Guwahati have an independent paper on this, that is a case study. So, in the next session we will discuss this is this bulk uploading. Now, for the growth of this Shodhganga portal since 2010, so in the beginning that year we have only roughly 1000 theses, next year 2600, so on this growth is there, and as of now we have almost 5 lakh theses on this portal. So, this is the growth during last 13 years. Now, this is the annual growth of the thesis uploaded on the Shodhganga portal. So, that is the, we see here in the last year 22 there is a 23% almost hike. This is due to the, again that is the regulations from the Ministry of Higher Education regarding uploading the full text thesis on the Shodhganga portal for having this for ranking purpose. Now, we started in 2000 itself for signing the memorandum of understanding with the different universities for sharing this thesis in the open access. So, in the beginning in 2010 only 11 institutions signed the memorandum of understanding, the next year 38, then 52, 53, 39, 56, 65. As of now 840 institutions signed the memorandum of understanding. This data on 18th October. Now, you observe here that the highest number, that is in 2022, that is 117. This is due to the fact that we notice one thing here, that when we are curating the data for ranking and accreditation purpose, we observe that some of the universities they are claiming that the number of theses awarded by their institutions is much higher than as per the number of theses uploaded on Shodhganga portal. So, we approach the Ministry of Higher Education with the request to take a decision that not to ask for the data from the institutions about the PhD degree, go for the second, that is the agency for authentication. So, Ministry has decided from 2021 onwards that they will verify through second party from Shodhganga portal about the number of theses awarded. So, it was implemented last year. That is why here our in 2022 117 institutions signed the memorandum of understanding, and these are the mostly that is the CFTIs, IITs, IIMs, NITs, and other centrally funded institutions. Now, here we have this our portal that is the capable for the different languages also, that is the Hindi and other regional and foreign languages also. And as of now, when we go for the classification of the thesis on the portal, we find that 14,000 theses in Hindi, 7,600 in Sanskrit, 5,252 in Tamil, and Bengali, Marathi, Telugu, Urdu, Kannada, Gujarati, Pali, this is good number 556, Manipuri, Assami, Malayalam. So almost all the regional languages of India are already on this number theses on the portal, and the foreign languages also we have the that is the Arabic 643, French 76, German 34, Japanese 2. So we are also that is having this thesis in the foreign languages also. Now, when we talk about the top contributors on this Shodhganga portal, so we identified 10 institutions of the country, the top 10 institutions on this Shodhganga portal. So these institutions are, when we say, number one, I think that is the Anna Malai University, having almost 15,000 full text thesis. Second is Anna University. The first one is Anna University. Yeah, first is Anna University. Second is University of Madras. So number is, I think, quite very difference is very less. And third is University of Calcutta. I think first, second, three margin very, so all are I can say equal. Fourth is that the Savitri Phule Pune University. Fifth is Chhatrapati Sahuji Maharaj University Kanpur. Sixth is AMU Aligarh. Seventh is Baba Sahib Bhimrao Ambedkar University Bihar, I think it is in Aurangabad. Eighth is Andhra University Hyderabad. Ninth Punjab University Chandigarh. And 10th is Bir Bahadur Singh Purvanchal University, I think it is in Jaunpur. So these are the top 10 institutions. Now, as we are discussing these 5 names, so generally we started when we thought the thought process like that. The center is providing the access to the electronic journals and magazines and other things. So the name is E. Sodh Sindhu. So purpose of this name is that the persons, scholars will read the articles, research papers, then they will have some idea for working, so they will prepare the synopsis. So synopsis will go to Shodh-Gangotri. Synopsis will go to Shodh-Gangotri, and from Shodh-Gangotri, that is the Ganga originates from Shodh-Gangotri. So after submitting the synopsis, persons will do research and they will compile their findings, and before submitting and publications, they will go for the checking of the plagiarism. So before Shodhganga, we put another, that is our project, you can see our vertical, that is the plagiarism detection software, that is Shodh Shuddhi. So that is the purification of the research. So that is our Shodh Shuddhi. Then after Shodh Shuddhi, we have our Shodhganga. Shodhganga is the repository of full text thesis. And one more thing, that is our Shodh Chakra. So it is a complete life cycle of research scholars, faculty, institutions, and this is a two-way process. Here a student can register his or her complete details with the keywords, title, subject, and this platform will provide whatever the material available on the open access globally on this portal. A student may create their own library up to the facility of that I think 10 GB data they can store, and they can interact either with the faculty member, means their guide, or the other student working in the same field in any university, and they can submit their progress. Guide will give the comments on the portal itself, and it will also provide a dashboard system for the university, for the ministry, for the UGC. They can, even from the UGC level, they can search the progress of the student on this portal. Now this is our, that is the, when you see the that is the progress from, for this, that is monthly for April 22 to April 23. So that is the number of thesis being uploaded on the portal, and right side that is the number showing for the different languages. This side is the subject wise, that is the language wise. So this is the home page of our Sodh. Now it is Sodh Chakra, we have discussed this. So here this Sodh Chakra have the, here we are showing the three verticals: researchers, guides and universities, and dashboard system, that is the, here that is the for the administration purpose, maybe at the head of the department level, maybe the university level, maybe at the UGC level or ministry level or at influence center also. So these are the feature of this Sodh Chakra. So this we have already discussed this Sodh bird, that is Sodh Gangotri, Sodh Sindhu, Sodh Ganga, Sodh Chakra, everything, and we are hoping to achieve the 500 half billion mark in the, I think so, very near future, in I think the first week of November. We will once again start the requesting the universities in one way or other way to upload their backlog thesis on this portal, so that number on the full text thesis on this portal can be increased. Now with the beginning, the first thesis is submitted in May, 20th May 2010, and this is the 111 thesis uploaded by then Chairman Professor Thorat on 27th December 2010, and then 10,000 thesis uploaded by Chairman Informatics on 23rd October 2013. Then 2015 October 21st, that is the 50,000 thesis uploaded by then Chairman UGC Professor Ved Prakash, and 5 October 2016, that is the first 1 lakh thesis uploaded by Professor Anamika Saha, the Vice Chancellor Gujarat Vidya-mitra, on 31st August 2018, that is 2 lakh thesis submitted on this date, and 9th April 2021, the 3rd lakh thesis uploaded by Professor Rajnish Jain, the Secretary UGC, and in the 22 on 8th December, that is the 4 lakh thesis uploaded on Shodhganga portal, and April 23, the 4 lakh 50,000 thesis. On 18th October, this is 4 lakh 90,000 thesis. So this is the history of Shodhganga. These are the recognition awards for Shodhganga portal. So first, that is the E-India Jury Choice Award, was given to Shodhganga portal by then MHRD Minister Srimati Irani. Then NDLTD Leadership Award 2017, EduSign Excellence Award in 2019 by then Minister Suresh Prabhu. So we are still on the march for having more number of theses on this portal, and our aim is to have each and every thesis on this portal and also we will try to have the association with the NDLTD board for having the tie-up and sharing the metadata at least, that in the two-way process, whatever the data is available with us, we can share with the NDLTD, and whatever the data is available with the NDLTD, we can also share the metadata on this, our Shodhganga portal. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Very nice presentation, journey of Shodhganga. Now I request actually second presenter, Dr. Shristha Ray Chaudhary.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. We are short of time today, and as as I've been instructed, we shall try to stick to our time limit. But in order for me to do that, I need all your energies. So please join me and let's put on our creative hats as we try to reimagine ETD with AI, right? The way I wanted to do this was, wanted to do a quick introduction and then take you through how the similar knowledge life cycle plays through in Thomson Reuters. And in particular, I wanted to spotlight where we use AI, right, as we handle the content. And then I have a small game. If time permits, we'll play that game, and hopefully that will let you realize the power that AI is, right? And then I will try to draw a parallel with that knowledge discovery cycle that we have in Thomson Reuters and the way we apply AI, and try to draw a parallel with how that might be done with ETD, right? And then sort of merge the two paths to see is there a confluence possible of AI with ETD? And in order for me to conclude and in order for me to reimagine this, I need all your support, right? So with that said, let's proceed. Let's not spend too much time on this. I'm Shirsha. I work at Thomson Reuters. In particular, I work in Thomson Reuters Labs, where we are doing a lot of research, bringing in AI into our products. Very similar to the quintuple Jurel sir took us through just now, the content is handled very similarly in Thomson Reuters. Thomson Reuters, as you may have heard at our stall, is all about legal research solutions, and similarly audit, compliance, and other research as well, right? So what I did is similar to the knowledge life cycle that you have, I've drawn, if you see, it's the same quintuple here as well. There's a similar life cycle to the content in Thomson Reuters, but AI in each block, right? In the very first step where we are acquiring the content, our content is coming from numerous public websites, laws, sometimes even acquired from our competitors. So there is a lot of AI applied in order to automate that flow and make it meaningful. In the second quintuple, where we are extracting metadata, where we are extracting information from that content which has been acquired, we apply a lot of natural language processing algorithms, right? We extract, let's say, court names, jurisdictions, dates, timelines, which jurisdiction is which bill applicable, and things like that. And so if you see, this allows us to extract several forms of information and metadata from the content which we had acquired. In the third quintuple, after we've extracted and scrubbed the information that we've acquired, we then proceed to store it and index it in a meaningful way. There are a lot of mathematical algorithms here as well, as you can imagine. And finally, in our fourth quadruple, we are looking at knowledge, enabling that knowledge discovery to our customers, right? Here too, I think we want to customize that search. We want to make it meaningful. We want to make it more intuitive to what the customer wants. So this is that, very similar cycle of knowledge life cycle that we have in Thomson Reuters. Now let's shift gears a little bit. Let's look at why should we use AI, right? In TR, we largely use AI to simplify the process. You can imagine that whole 4-quadrant cycle that we saw could imply a lot of heavy lifting, a lot of manual reviews. AI helps to simplify that process to a great deal, right? Very similar to, I think, the several forms of literature review process that the different professors took us through earlier today. AI also helps us to do a lot of quality control. Think of AI as that extra pair of eyes doing the review, right? It also helps bring up, sometimes maybe they are false alarms, but it definitely helps us to spotlight, are there any very glaring discrepancies, right? It makes us double down and review the content more closely. And definitely in doing so, speed and efficiency is what we tick off. The world is really fast-paced. Some of our customers pay extra just to have the content almost real time. And in order to enable that, I think speed is our mandate here. I will not go too detailed into this. Suffice it to say that we are very, very particular about doing only responsible AI. AI ethics is taken very seriously in Thomson Reuters, and we do not implement any algorithms or practices where this is misguided. I could spend some time on this to say, what exactly has fueled AI today. And of course, it's the huge amount of research which is happening in different universities around the world, India no less. But then I think it's also the coming together of what IT systems can do today. There's data, there is new forms of data which is getting generated every day. And of course, I think everybody is applying a very multidisciplinary approach, right? You are more aware of what other fields of science can do for you. And so it's the coming together of different skill sets. It's the coming together of IT, technology, data, and decisions that need to be made, right? Now let's play that game. Hopefully, this will tell you the power of AI. What I will need you to do is look at these pairs of pictures, and I want you to tell me, let's take the first one, right? Can you tell me which is AI generated and which is the real picture? One answer. B is real? B is AI? Okay, let's see if B is AI. A is AI. Okay, let's try this with a plate of spaghetti. A is AI? A is real? Hold on to that. Hold on to that guess. Let's see which is right. B is AI, right? One more chance. Here's a picture. Here's a scenery, right? This should be easier. B is real? B is AI. So, I just wanted to play this game to show you this is how powerful AI is, right? This is what it can do to us, that it can generate pictures which is almost, so real-like. In the interest of time, I'll skip over this, but here you will find on internet that there's music generated by AI, which is just as cool as AI, music generated by human beings, and it's much more enjoyable. You will get the music that you're seeking. But let's do the picture game again. This time with the baby's picture. A is real. No, A is not. Let's try with the sunset. A is real? You're right. Okay, I think we're getting better. Now with the roses. A is real? B is real? Sorry, A is real. Right? So let's do with something which is more, meaningful to our world with content. So here are examples of summaries, right? One is written by a human reviewer and another written by an algorithm. Any guesses? A is by a human. B is by a lawyer. A is by an algorithm. Let's try another example. And these are case summaries similar to what you would find in our products, but one is AI generated and one is by a human. I hear B is by a lawyer. No, sir. I think by now you may have gotten a hint of what that pattern looks like. Let's see if you get the third one right. B is real? B is AI? Is that right? I did tell you you'd get the pattern by now. So yeah, it's indeed this last one by an algorithm and the first one by a human. So that's the power of AI. And now what I want to do is to, bring it into our ETD and see what it can do, right? We've been hearing what ETD is all about. I will not go into this. And, we've heard all academicians and researchers here. I'm, really bowing my head in the kind of knowledge all of you represent. So I will quickly skip to this year's theme, which is about enriching ETDs and their reach, right? And how could AI possibly do that, right? What I've tried to reimagine here is based out of the kind of algorithms we use today in TR, and would it really benefit ETD? I think one of the professors earlier today spoke about the literature review. We feel that using AI to enable automated literature review could definitely make that process much more fast-paced. It definitely enables better search, annotation, as well as reference checks. It could also benefit theses by making it more interactive, maybe intelligent search. It could also make the whole search more intuitive, right? When you're trying to hunt for relevant content. AI will also enable you to do your data analysis much faster, thereby enabling the research process happen much faster as well. I want to hear from all of you, but here are just a few more ideas, right? Maybe generative content in the field of theses. It's a time bomb, I know, but I want to hear all of your thoughts on that. And of course, I think Edward Fox was talking about how different formats of data could be used. So multimodal research, for sure, I think has a role to play in the years to come. And definitely collaborative research, discovering what the other person is doing. I won't necessarily call it duplicate, but perhaps coming together, right? That could be discovered much faster. But I'm sure AI is not new to any of you, so I'm wondering if any of you have thought of how AI could have enabled ETD differently, and I would love to hear your ideas. Maybe some of these ideas are things that I could take back to TR as well, but definitely keen to know your ideas. Few more advantages of AI. It's a dynamic world out there, so different people, different pockets of the world, different kinds of researches ongoing. So I'm sure AI will enable a much more global access with translation, right? And plus this whole dynamic updating of the content. Customized learning is also something that AI could enable. We are exploring, discussing with a few edutech companies how AI could personalize that learning. What are those gaps one student experiences versus the other, and how could AI be used? So it's not just for ETD, but also for our education platforms. AI can also enable an interdisciplinary collaboration. I said it's a new world. It's a new world where different disciplines are going to come together. So much of this progress in AI, but I'm sure all of it starts in maths and biology, right? So it's the coming together of different technologies and different disciplines that can enable a progressive situation for all of us, and hence I think this is another of those advantages which AI can enable. But I would love to hear your thoughts, so keep those creative ideas. And no talk on AI is complete without going into those challenges and areas of concerns with AI. Professor Srivastav mentioned, we may become too reliant on technology and not enough introspective, not enough creative or retrospective, and hence that is the first challenge that I listed as well. over-reliance on technology will definitely cause us to devalue human analytical skills, but perhaps this is something that we have to guard against, but nonetheless not use the technology. Data privacy is a concern, and hence whenever we are using technology which is powered by AI, we must be mindful of that. Ethical considerations. What happens if you have AI-generated content and it is wrong? Who is responsible? The laws in India are somewhat clear around this, but nonetheless, it's important that we are all aware about it. Quality control, how do you guard against authenticity? I know we have plagiarism software, but will it take into account AI-generated content as well? And of course, there is a skill gap, right? Skill gap between what AI can do for us and where we would like to be. With that, I'm going to humbly present to respected professors, academicians, scientists, researchers, the organizing committee, and all the other invitees. Here are two ideas from me. What we could do to consider AI in ETD, perhaps focus case studies which help us to envision the future, assess risks, and accelerate with the advantages, right? Double down on our efforts here. And the second thing is maybe take the lead here and establish protocols for AI-assisted content, continuously enable training for different participants in ETD, and enable academic institutions as well, right, to leverage the technology but establish those standards and protocols at the start, right? So these are two ideas of mine, and like I said, I'm happy to hear your ideas and suggestions. On that note, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Shirsha. Very nice presentation. You shown power of AI, and everybody enjoy with game actually. They like that. So now we are just going to another session for participants. So we have 3 papers are there. So I will request all of you to be ready. So first is Aditi Roy and Saptarshi Ghosh. Aditi, 7 minutes.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Myself, Aditi Roy, Senior Research Fellow at the Department of Library and Information Science, University of North Bengal, and the co-author of this paper is Professor Saptarshi Ghosh. My paper entitled Metadata Quality Benchmarks of ETDs in International Institutional Repositories and Automated Appraisal. As we know, metadata is defined as data about data. A good quality metadata makes a record more discoverable, facilitating search and retrieval. Thus, the quality of a repository is often evaluated based on its metadata quality. In 2004, Guy, Powell, and Day, in their study, described metadata quality in terms of functional requirements or fitness for purpose. Thus, the evaluation criteria directly relates to the functional metadata quality perspective. According to Perk's study in 2009, consistency, correctness, and completeness are the most critical factors in determining metadata quality. This study provides a brief comparative account of electronic thesis and dissertation metadata structure of international institutional repositories and international libraries, highlighting comprehensive analysis of metadata quality issues from various perspectives and approaches. These are the objectives of the study: to identify primary criteria that can be used to measure the metadata quality, to measure the metadata quality of ETDs in selected international institutional repositories as well as libraries, to recognize the significant issues encountered in ensuring metadata quality, and lastly, to find out the primary mechanisms that can be used to improve the metadata quality. This is the methodology we followed. The first one is a sample selection, for which we selected 2 types of population. The first one is the international institutional repositories. The samples are selected from Open Door. And the second one is the international libraries. Next, for data harvesting, we use the MarkEdit 7.6.3 tool to harvest the data. For institutional repositories, we use the OAI PMH Harvester plugins, and to retrieve the metadata from international libraries, we use the Z39.50 SRU client plugin. Next, the data are analyzed, then validated. The metadata errors are identified, and lastly, the suggestions for quality improvements are given. So for data analysis, we used 3 methods. First, we use the MarkEdit tool to convert the DC XML data to Mark 21 format, and then using the Mark report, we used the utility plugin and verify a Mark file and Mark analysis. The second one is metadata analyzer. Metadata analyzer is developed for this study to calculate the automated score of each institutional repositories and libraries depending on the weightage score distribution as prescribed on metadata quality assessment provided by the consortium of data.europa.eu in July 2023. At first, we converted the XML to CSV files using OpenRefine. Then we imported those CSVs into a relational database management system. And lastly, the score was calculated using database query analysis based on the field count and present percentage. And lastly, we used a Java-based precompiled program by Peter Kaireli, available at GitHub on the name of Metadata Quality Analysis Mark. And the Thomson train completeness and functional analysis is calculated for interpretive content analysis. So this is the interface of MarkEdit. At the right-hand side, we can see the interface, and we can see the plugins of Harvest OAI records and Z39.50 SRU client that is used in this study to harvest the records. And the right-hand side is the Mark tools that is being used to convert the Dublin core metadata to Mark 21 format. This is the interface of Mark record, and the utility plugin, we use the verifier Mark file and Mark analysis to analyze the data. This is the report of Mark verify. So as we can see here, it reported that 0 records marked as having UTF-8 encoding, that is Unicode compatibility is absent. And the second thing is identified as 0 records indicate the use of RDA description rules. This is the Mark analysis report that represents the record counts, average record length, total number of tags present, tags absent, average tags per record, etc. This is in the tabular form of the libraries and institutional repositories. So we identified that University of Virginia is with the highest number of tags among the libraries, and the Brock Institutional Repository is with the highest number of tags among the institutional repositories. So the pitfalls we identified are the 040 subfield E tag, that is RDA, is absent in all the records of the International Institutional Repositories metadata. Only 008, that is a fixed length data elements, the dates, and 245 title statement are present in each library record, but the publication statement 260 is absent, which deals with the publisher, that is the higher education institution from which the thesis is being published, which is a mandatory field but absent in the record of the libraries. And lastly, we identified that the record structure varies in case of the libraries, but it's almost same in the case of institutional repositories. This is the match key analysis of LCCN, ISBN, ISSN, and OCLC number, which are absent in case of the institutional repositories metadata, but present in case of the libraries, as we can see here. Although, in case of thesis and dissertations, the match keys are not supposed to be present, as thesis and dissertations are neither books nor serials to have ISBN or ISSN numbers. So this is the Thomson train completeness measure using the metadata quality analysis mark by Peter Kaireli. So completeness is determined by evaluating files of mark records from variable sources that checks for the presence and absence of several elements and assigns weighted numeric values to each element. These values are added to arrive at a total record score for each record. This is the Thomson Trail completeness of the Library of Congress metadata record, where the x-axis is for the record identifier and y-axis for the score distribution, which shows that the score is much higher in case of Library of Congress, while the other libraries' score is given in the full paper. You can go through that one. This is the functional analysis. Functional requirements for bibliographic records, FRBR. Document's main part defines the primary and secondary entities which became famous as FRBR model. Years later, Tom Delsey created a mapping between the 12 functions of FRBR and the individual mark elements. As we can see here, the function count, score, and count of British Library's functional analysis, which shows that the score is near to 0. That shows a low support of a function with the mark fields. Functional analysis considers mechanisms for enriching metadata such as annotations, user-generated tags, and linked data connections to enhance resource descriptions and discoverability. All the other functional analysis of all the libraries are given in the paper. So this is the tool we developed for calculating the score, the metadata analyzer. It is based on the 5 parameters as prescribed by European Commission. Depending on the 5 parameters are findability with the score of 100, accessibility with 100, interoperability with 110, then reusability with 75, and contextuality 20 with the total score of 405. And for the scores were calculated for each of the repositories. At the right hand side, we can see the load database, where we loaded the database, the repositories as well as the libraries. Then we calculated each of the parameters, and the total score is represented here. This is the total score of all the repositories, where we can see that Library of Congress is with the highest score, that is 395, and the rating of excellent. And University of Maryland with the lowest score with the rating of bad, and all the other are either sufficient or in good parameters. So precisely, this metadata quality analysis underscored the importance of robust metadata management for effective data utilization. Repository managers can use this evaluation as a roadmap to enhance metadata quality, improve discoverability, ensure accurate interpretation, and foster more informed decision-making processes. It also emphasizes the need to continuously monitor and refine metadata practices to adapt to evolving data needs and technological advancements. So in conclusion, by maintaining a robust metadata quality, organizations can mitigate the risk of erroneous interpretation and foster greater trust in data-driven initiatives. Metadata quality is itself an illusory concept. Lot of proponents exemplified metadata quality in their own ways, and this work is a showcase of such representations with a twist in metadata quality assessment scores prescribed by the European Commission. As an automated analysis, this study portrays the output received by automation. True outcome can only be assumed with the empirical study done on the basis of user search query analysis. The assessment can serve as a foundation for targeted improvements in metadata management practices, ultimately contributing to more effective data-driven operations and decision-making. These are the references we used in the study. Thank you.
Thank you, and I request another speaker, Nilanjana Purkastia and Manoj Kumar Sinha. For the paper mapping, mapping the contributions of ETDs to Shodhganga by the Northeast Universities ALIS research. Sir, 7 minutes only.
A very good afternoon to all of you, Honorable Chairman.
Sir, maximum 5 minutes,
Co-chairman and all the dignitaries. So, this is our jointly written paper with my scholar Nilanjana Purkastha and Professor Manoj Kumar Verma The title is Mapping the Contribution of ETDs to Shodhganga by the Northeast Universities in LIS Research. So this study is basically conducted in two parts. One is on the basis of data available on Shodhganga, and another is a small survey of our research scholar to understand the level of awareness and use of ETD. So I will skip some of the, so the major, our director sir has already described the many part of Shodhganga, so I will skip all this. And a few literature review have been conducted. This is our, these are some objectives. So these are the universities of Northeast State University and Central Universities. So 11 central universities, out of that 9 universities are contributing ETDs in Shodhganga, and out of 26 any state university, only 9 universities are contributing. So this is the university-wise status of contributing ETD. New universities are, I think they have not contributed, and this is showing the faculty strength of university offering library science courses. Number of theses contributed maximum by Guwahati University, followed by NEHU. Then if you see the supervisor, Professor Narendra Lakar contributed maximum 20, followed by Professor Narendranath Sharma. This is awareness and usage of ETD by our scholars, and they used to visit the ETD site frequently, and this is the satisfaction level and some problem faced by them while downloading the thesis, slow speed, less searching option, insufficient terminal. This is on the university level. Conclusion. So from this study, it is revealed that some of the universities have not started contributing. So there should be awareness program for them to contribute thesis to the Shodhganga. Thank you so much.
Now I request another speaker, Elora Brahman, and or yes, Ravi Kumar.
अच्छा आपने बाद में दिया है
It's 5 minutes only. Just 5 minutes. Just keep introduction.
Hello. Well, a very good morning to everyone. I think it's good afternoon. Sorry. To everybody on the dais and off the dais. I am Elora Burman, and I am the research scholar in NEHU, Northeastern University, Shillong. So this paper has been contributed by another co-fellow of my research scholar. This is Bijut Bikyas Bura, and under the supervision of our supervisor, Dr. S. Ravi Kumar. The title of my study is Growth and Utilization of Shodhganga. So here, no need to say what is ETD. Everybody is aware of it because it's about ETD only. So still, I would like to say electronic thesis and dissertation rather than in print. This is called ETD. So next, Shodhganga, as almost sir, our director sir has already described what is Shodhganga. Shodhganga is the Indian thesis reservoir where all the theses and dissertations are being deposited by the universities and colleges of India. So here, the objective of the study, or my study, is to know the Shodhganga uses pattern since its inception, like it's from 2009, I think, and then to know what are the reasons in the world and locally it's involved, like who is been using this, and to know the yearly update and of the thesis and dissertation. And apart from that, the text analysis of the titles to understand the growth of the topics, topic modeling of the documents, and publication proportion. So here, significance of the study, we can say this will let us know the academic advancement, how academic has been advancing and how can we collaborate if we know the uses pattern. So how it's been impacting the global research and platform and digital, how digitally the research is being transformed. Then how can we do the efficient information retrieval, and the plagiarism detection software of this Shodhganga is there in our Shodhganga that clarifies what there should not be any duplicacy. So contribution to the academic literature, how it has been done, so we can know that, and the future research and collaboration, how we can make, after this study we will know. So scope is almost like similar, apart from that policy implication, like policymakers can also get a benefit from here, how they should go for which kind of policies to get the most benefits. So here the methodology, what I applied, like Google Trends for the Shodhganga. We all know very famous like this Google Chrome or Google search engine. There is another feature like Google Trend. If we put that search term, okay, Shodhganga, it shows us what are the users. Sir? Okay, sir. Findings. Then this is the this was Shodhganga uses pattern since its inception. We can see its peaks in 2019 onwards. So it started from 2009. So after that, we know the reason why this is global. Global-wise, India, as we are the developer, so India is the mostly used country, followed by Nepal and Pakistan. Then regional interest, we can see it's from Google Trends actually, the Sikkim and Nagaland, followed by Nagaland and Arunachal Pradesh. These are the results. And these early update of thesis and dissertations, sir has already said, so no need to say, we have done that one. These are the, this one is done by this latent direct allocation method, LDM method of text mining I have used, and here the K value we got as almost 10 for this study, with this matrix of Sichuan and Divert. So these, after doing the topic modeling, we have come across these are the 10 topics which are mostly affecting the Shodhganga repository. And this topic modeling shows how the probability of the words in these random 3 documents, we have done the LDA method, and then we got these kind of pictures. These derived topics from topic modeling, there are these 10 topics, mostly women empowerment and rural development, study to the South Indian states, then inorganic chemistry, then followed by education technology, library information science, agriculture, botany and literature, followed by the medical science. So publication proportion of the topics from 2010 till 2023, after the using this LDA method, we got this bar block diagram, where we can see the publication of inorganic chemistry is slightly dominated over the other topics. It was a decade-wise, like 2012, 16, 20, and 24. And these are the topics we got. So from 20 onwards, a significant growth of publication in literature-related ETD also is there. So this discussion about these findings, what we can say, users pattern and online research, we can see from here. Then global and regional engagement. Now people can go for collaboration if we know these are the reasons they are using. And even what we have seen, even from US and US and this UK people are also using, apart from our countries, that we have seen in our regional engagement. Then digital transformation of updating trends, we can see through our graph, what I have seen. Then thematic evolution also, we can see through that topic modeling. Then future research and technological integration we can do after knowing these, as policymakers can get the help of this study to know what need to be done. So after this, that we have a limitation, like it's because it's heavily dependent on Google Trends. So we have a little bit biasness also there. So after that, it has what I would like to say, Shodhganga is having a tremendous potential. As Sir said, it can be a one-stop solution to Indian research in a global platform. If we incorporate, as right now we are incorporating only the universities, but here I would like to appeal our higher authorities. Please incorporate the special libraries and other things also, like medical, then traditional medicine, everything. If we can put it together in this platform, definitely that will be a one-stop solution, even for the global platform, even for the India. Then what would I like to say? This there are one line, Viva la Shodhganga, like long live Shodhganga. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah. So I request a little bit. Yeah. Please finish within 5 minutes. Okay.
Is there. Actually, we have to maintain the time, lunch time also. 2 to 3 it is given. So stick to the time, sir. Please be.
Sir, please go to features only. Okay. Don't elaborate other things. Okay. Yeah.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all of you. I am Jayana Belwadi from Drillbit, and plagiarism software. It's a very interesting topic, and this is very important for the researchers as well as the thesis and dissertations. And Drillbit is a Make in India product developed by a startup, Bangalore-based startup company, and we have started in the company in 2016, and we are working from last 6-7 years for only plagiarism tool, and we wanted to give a good plagiarism tool from India to our universities and global institutions. And we are ISO certified company as well as SOC 2 and GDPR compliant, so that we maintain international standards in terms of product quality. And I think we are all aware about plagiarism concept. I will not spend more time. And coming to the Drillbit part, it's a cloud-based application, and it can be used by the students, researchers, and faculties. And we are also using AI technologies in Drillbit in terms of development, algorithm developments. We are using AI and machine learning technologies to detect the similarities as well as the manipulation in the documents. And we proud to announce that Drillbit has been evaluated by AICT team. There was a AICT NEET program. We were participated in the NEET program in 2023, and we are empaneled with the AICT NEET 3.0. And our product has been published on the AICT website. All AICT recognized institutions can purchase from the AICT website also. There is option to purchase on the AICT website as well for the AICT approved institutions. And these are the compliances. And content coverage, this is very important for the plagiarism tool. When we talk about plagiarism tool, the majority weightage goes to the content coverage, what data we have covered in plagiarism tool. And majorly we cover internet content and publishers and journals and repositories and databases. These are the major content coverage we do. And we do update on daily basis, because every day more than 10,000 articles are getting published worldwide. So we try to cover them on daily basis. And key features of the Drillbit, we have taken the feedback from all the libraries and universities, and we have included all the features required for the users. And we are following strictly UGC guidelines in the development of our plagiarism tool. We are following publishers guidelines as well as the UGC guidelines. So we included all the exclusions. These are very important for the researchers. What are the content to be excluded? Not every content to be checked in plagiarism tool when they write any article or thesis or dissertations. So these are the common exclusions which are available in our tool. And Drillbit supports multi-language, not only English, we support regional language. This is very important for our universities. More than 200 plus universities are offering regional languages courses. So Drillbit is providing more than 15 regional languages support. We have covered all Shodhganga theses. There are more than 4 lakh theses in Shodhganga, and there are 50,000 plus in regional language thesis. So we have done OCR and we have indexed in Drillbit database. And I think new trend is like ChatGPT. We heard about ChatGPT. Most of the researchers, students are using AI tools in preparing their thesis and dissertation. So Drillbit is also integrated AI detection. So this is very accurate one. We have tested the tool and it is evaluated by few institutions. Accuracy is about more than 90%. And we offer free trial access to the institutions where they can verify it. And we have included Microsoft Word add-in support where researchers can submit the document from Microsoft Word itself while writing it. And we have plagiarism check via email submissions. These are some of the features. And we support more than 15 Indian regional languages. And these are the file formats. We get many questions related to what are the fonts, what are the Unicodes are supported in regional languages. But we are using OCR technology where all fonts are supported. There is no restriction of or limitation on the fonts. And the file formats as well. You can submit, the documents can be submitted in scanned PDF, images, or text file or Word files. And these are the top languages. Assamese, Hindi, Oriya, Punjabi, Sanskrit, Tamil, Telugu, Urdu, Malayalam, Bengali, Gujarati, Marathi, Kannada, Sindhi, Santali, and we are adding few more. We are adding Manipuri. We got a request to add Manipuri language. We are adding it. And content coverage in regional languages, we have very limited content coverage because of the Unicode and the font related issues. Even in the internet also, we find very less content in regional languages. But still, we covered all Shodhganga theses. And there are 25 plus journals in regional languages we have covered it, and internet content. So these are the major category of content coverage for regional languages. And these are the customers. We have customers in 9 countries, including India. We have customers from Philippines, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, Colombia, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and UAE. And this is our Drillbit team, available in different regions for any training and workshops we conduct for the universities. And recently we are evaluated by the Ministry of Education in Flipnet team, and we are providing services to 1100 institutions in India under the Shodh Shuddhi project. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I request Prakash. Yeah. There are only 5 minutes, okay? Just.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, sir. So very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting us to be a part of this program. Myself, Sanjay Rajan, alumni of the CSR and SCARE, and currently working as a senior customer education trainer at Asia Pacific level. If we talk about the research, I think this is the heart of all the academic institutions. It is very, very important for that because you are investing a lot for creating the research excellence. And if you think from the research exposure perspective, then one of the most important research output that is in the terms of the dissertation thesis. We have listened to so many experts in this particular session, and everyone has highlighted somehow they are hosting their thesis on the Shodhganga and other platform. But certain important questions can be very, very important for all the key decisions makers who are here. Are you able to identify in which subject area you are performing more better than any other in any other universities? Are you able to track the usage stat, not only the locally, but also at the global level? And who are the universities who are downloading your thesis? In which country? That can be the important questions for everyone. And how? So we need a certain kind of a tool which can not only help in accelerating the uses of your dissertation and thesis collection, but also that can help you in connecting with some of the opportunity for the funding, grants, and the royalty also. At this point of time, around $142 billion funding opportunity are available for the research scholars. How much of the percentage you are grabbing with the help of your dissertation thesis collection? So we have a tool, Process ETD platform, that can be helpful for in answering all the questions and connecting with all the best opportunity that is available for your dissertation thesis. We have started this project in 1939. We have 84 years of the expertise in this dissertation thesis collections, and we are working with all the different countries, and we are hosting the thesis for all the different countries from around the globe. And at this point of time, we have around 5.7 million dissertation theses, which has a coverage from 1637 to 2023 from more than 4,100 universities and institutions around the globe from more than 65 plus countries. I'm very proud to say that the thesis which we hosted in 1972, this lady has got the Nobel Prize in 2023. The thesis which we hosted in 1987, this particular person has got the Nobel Prize in 2023. This is a glorious phase of any scholars, PhD researcher scholars, for which we have hosted the thesis on our Process platform. This year, in 2023, we have also integrated Web of Science platform with the Process Dissertation Thesis Global. Now we are able to give you more value propositions for your dissertation thesis. Now if you are publishing your thesis on the Process platform, you have a global exposure of among the 19 million research scholars in more than 100 plus countries and more than around 13,000 plus institutions around the globe. What can you benefit you can get, what the other top universities are getting the benefit from this program? Your discoverability can be on the higher scale. You can create some global impact for your research collections which you have just got, and also you can get a compliment for your institutional repository which you are managing at this point of time. One very important thing is that most of the university library teams are struggling to curating the metadata of the dissertation thesis. Our expert team, our expert technologies can help you in curating your metadata, enriching your metadata, and ensure that one of the highest refined way for the discovery of your dissertation thesis. If your thesis will be on the Process platform, then we can, by default, connect your thesis and dissertation with almost all the important subject indexing tool. If your thesis from the psychology, we can index in the APA. If your thesis from the mathematics, we can by default index with the math SciNet, which can also give another level of the advantage to all your dissertation thesis. Another thing is that we can also create a special site for you where you can be able to discover all the dissertation thesis which has been your as an institutional repository for all the users within your institution, and this can be one additional benefit for you. Also, we are promoting your institutional repository by giving a link to with every record which you are getting to go to the library record, and also this can help you in promoting that. Many times from the Indian thesis, we are a country for the different languages. Many of our scholars are writing their thesis in the regional languages, and it is quite difficult for have a global exposure for them. Now, from the 2023, we are having started to translate your dissertation thesis in the English languages so that you can have a access around the globe for your thesis. This year, last year we have also launched the Citation Connections tool. This is one of the most innovative things which we have done for the dissertation thesis. Now it is possible for your dissertation thesis to connect with this Citation Connections tool if that will be a part of the Process ETD platform. Also, with this particular technology, we are able to display the similar dissertation that can be a great help for all the new research scholars who are going to do some kind of the important things for them. We are also adding the analytics tool for the dissertation thesis collection ETD dashboard. If you are a part of this ETD program, then we are going to give you free of cost to the ETD dashboard software, which can help you in creating 6 different kinds of the visual analytics tool that can be helpful for the another level of the explanations for your dissertation thesis. How can you join? You can join with the 2 different modes. We can just sign an agreement. You can just give us a agreement copy, and we can allow you to give this ETD dashboard software. If you are lacking for the manpower, then we can give you the ARC mode where we can harvest your all the content. This is a real case study for one of the Indian to ensure how the users has been transformed for that both the university. That is a glorious thing for them. I hope so. I invited to all of you to join this Process ETD program, and like we have helped this millions of the research scholars, Nobel laureates, surely this can be helpful for you too in expanding the reach of your thesis around the globe, connecting your authors with the global research network, maximizing the return of investment for your research collections. And if you have some more questions, then always feel free to write to us academic.relations@theclearway.com. And also, we are on this particular site. Please visit our booth and connect with us for the more detailed discussion. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Have a
Thank
good
you,
day.
Sanjay.
Take care.
So, due to short of time, we will take 1 or 2 questions. Anybody have questions? No, 1 or 2 will take, and then during lunch they can do. Yeah. So, can you give the mic?
Sir, my question is to the previous Dr. Shrishta Ray Chaudhary. Is she there? The AI lady.
Shirsha, yeah.
Yeah. Madam, in one of your slides, Madam, in one of your slides, almost the fourth before you finished the race, you were suggesting that if AI is used for helping you to do literature review, you seem to be saying that it's good to go. Why should a research scholar not be using his own mind, brain to decide? Why should AI come into it at all?
So let me...
Is it due to commercial reasons? No. Yeah.
So I think, sir, I will tell you what we do in TR, okay? So we get lot of cases from which metadata needs to be extracted, summaries need to be generated. So what we let the AI do is take a first pass at it. Highlight the classification like what the ProQuest person also showed, right? These are the topics, these are the practice areas, these are the keywords, this is a summary, these are the dates, these are the jurisdictions. So you let the AI run its algorithms on the content and highlight this. What the human reviewer then does is agrees or disagrees with it. So the human is analyzing, but it goes much faster because you are then, so this is the date, and and the algorithm is saying this is the date because of this text. So you are able to agree, disagree with something that somebody else is suggesting, hence the process goes faster.
So you said, it's what somebody else is suggesting. So you're, in the beginning itself, as a human being, you are not allowing your mind to work.
No. So the algorithm has been trained, right? The algorithm has been trained on, again, work that has been done in the past, right? So how are our, models detecting these
Further
patterns?
discussion can be on the...
Yes, it will be. Thanks. It will be. I'll come to you.
Remaining, yeah.
One more question, please. Yes. One more. Last question. Another questions will be on the lunch.
I really don't know whether it's a question or an apprehension of mine. Basically, the metric that is used for measuring the performance of universities in the submission of thesis, whatever is shown here, I have some doubts about it. For example, a university having around 100,000 theses awarded, and they are uploading 15,000 theses into the repository, and they say they are on the top. On the other hand, there is a university having 2,500 theses awarded, and all of the theses are uploaded. Who is the best one? So in the first one, actually 85 theses are hidden.
Yeah.
So when you say maximum downloaded, is it the best university? I don't think so. So you have to take up the percentage of uploads and then show that these are the highest performing universities. That is my apprehension.
Yeah,
am I right?
Actually. Yeah, thank you. Actually, I request my co-chair, Dr. Bansal, to summarize. Okay.
Thank you to all the InfluBNet persons for giving me an opportunity to be part of this ETD conference. And the first paper is by Professor Jurel, Director in InfluBNet, and he highlighted that how two regulations of UGC of 2009 and 18 make possible to have 500,000 mark ETDs on the Shodhganga, and he has a very well presentation how InfluBNet is contributing through various programs, Shodh Suddhi, Shodhganga, Shodhgangotri, etc., into making this our knowledge world a much wider. And the second paper is by Thomson writers, how AI is being used to create the good content through artificial intelligence in the Thomson writer. And I will say that softwares are softwares, and Professor Sinha also told in our inaugural session that how his students become master in handling the Turnitin software within weeks. So human intelligence cannot be matched with artificial intelligence. My remarks will be that. And another paper is on the metadata quality and what are the different programs, what are the softwares, mark edit, mark verify, etc. And she very well compared the metadata contents of libraries and institutional repositories. It is a very good paper. And another paper is on the mapping the contribution of ETDs by Manoj Kumar Sinha, and he highlighted how
nine universities are contributing and Guwahati University is on the number 1. But the Sina Sahab and our Sanjay Kumar Singh ji, here you are the boss of Northeast India. How you have to motivate the other universities to contribute in the Shodhganga so that they can cross the 1 million mark very early. So it is your responsibility, sir. And now is by growth and utilization. I think that paper is also very interesting by this Alora Burman, and she used the topical modeling, which is very common these days. How topical model, this is a very recent topic, and I think it is a very good paper, and she has done a very, and topical modeling used, and there are very good presentation, and Drill Bit is now our Shodh Suddhi software, and we have to evaluate it and more training, how we can make this Indian product more useful and more useful for plagiarism detection. So this is, and the ProQuest, they are the masters in all in this ETD, and perhaps this ETD by University Microfilm International was, they are the first one to start the ETDs, and their role will remain enormous, and in Punjab University also. And we have done our retrospective conversion of this thesis through ProQuest, and one more highlight is that when Professor Jurel was presenting that when I top 10 universities, and among top 10 universities, I was noting that there are 3 universities which are the oldest universities in the top 10, that is University of Madras, and it is also called Ranganathan's laboratory, also University of Calcutta and Punjab University. These among these 10, the 3 are the top, the first which are started in the pre-independence India, University of Madras and University of Calcutta, and I think this is a very well, and all the presenters were present. This is very, thank you, sir. Thank you for.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I request actually one thing, like NDLTD giving award for best thesis. Like Infinite also can start Shodhganga, means best thesis award.
Sir, Director Sahab.
Yeah, that's
thank you very much. I know you are running out of time. I'm standing between your lunch and this. Only one more privilege. We have to honor their hard work. Otherwise, I should have dispersed it. So I quickly call all the speakers together on the stage to receive a token of our appreciation, along with sir, my chairman sir. I think, sir, these 300 people are blessed. The speakers are blessed with your presence. I don't know why chairman has sit for a technical session for that. Give him big hand, and I invite you, sir, to the stage before the lunch to distribute. This is a special honor. Sir, idhar se karna, sir. Please, sir. Please come, sir. And it's a good day for all the speakers. You are going to, sir, Director Sahab, can I ask you to join him? Sir, Director Sahab also deserve a memento as a speaker, the keynote speaker. But probably, and other speakers, please quickly come one by one. I will not call out the name now. We don't have time. And big appreciation to Jadhav Sahab, Dr. Jadhav, IIT Madras. Many of our tools are being texted by him, and also Bhivesh Ji, please come, please come. And first to the first chair के लिए देना है. So chair देना है. So first we honor the chairman of the session, sir. आप दीजिए sir to Dr. Mahendra Yadav from IIT Delhi for chairing. And also IIT Madras, sorry, and for chairing it and keeping the time, sir. Next. Jivesh Ji, please receive it. Co-chairman, okay. Now to all the speakers. Director Sahab already received it. No? So, quickly, please come. I will not tell the names to put it up. Aditi, put your hands, man, the wonderful work they have done. We are honoring. And we'll also give a proceedings along with that. Proceedings some moment together. So receive kar dijiye proceedings bhi. And Manoj Kumar Sinha. Manoj Kumar Sinha with the proceedings. Mr. Sanjay Rajan. and today's artificial intelligent women. And from industry, please, moment, book. One book. Proceedings, sorry. Rather than memento, we treasure the proceedings as the gift from our center, from the organization. Proceedings to the speakers. All of the presenter will get the proceedings and delegate will get the proceedings. So thank you very much, sir. Sir, you want to, one more. 2 publishers, yes, please. Drill bit. You kept the time, thank you, Jayanna. And many of you are using it. About 500 people have started trial access from InfluMnet. Thank you. Next one more person, Tom's Procost. Ho gaya? Okay. So one word, sir, from you.
I'm very happy with these presentations, and I think there was a complete joy in the audience. So thank you very much. These things, you know, overnight you cannot change, but coming together is a change. That is coming together, appreciating, learning from each other, that is a change. That is an opportunity which normally we don't get through AI. Okay, thank you.
Sir, thank you so much for your valuable presence on the first day. And again, Ramesh Gorsab, this will be the highest filled audience for any session in the history of ETD. 300 people sitting for listening to the paper. Thank you, and let us break for the lunch. And evening there is a cultural program at 6 o'clock. Before that we have to see time. So how much time you need to eat? So 3:20 is fixed now. Okay, please come back without announcement. And Kevadia, those who are going, please mark some of you have already filled. If anybody is not going, also mark it so that we get exact number. On 28th, time start at 6 o'clock morning in 28th.
नहीं जा रहे हैं इसमें कभी क्यों ऐसे होता है ये कमेंट करते हैं हाँ देख ऑटोमेटिक है कभी कभी चलती रहे कभी कभी मोबाइल इंटरफेरेंस से आती है मैसेजेस या बताओ उससे एक मिनट हाँ
बंद कर दिया ना
1 मिनट मोबाइल करूँ
हाँ
कौन करो अच्छा वही बोल
हाँ हाँ अच्छा शाम को आप क्या ये लगा लेता हूँ नहीं पी वाली पीटी
नहीं एक मिनट रुक जा यहाँ पे पीपीटीज कहाँ है
ये
नहीं उसने कुछ अलग बना के रखा है ना इन लोगों ने
किसने
नहीं डेस्कटॉप पे ही था ना
अरे ना पूरा
हाँ डेस्कटॉप पे डाले
तुझे अभी से तुझे आइडिया आएगा कि क्या हो रहा है नहीं तू देख ले मेरा पॉइंट क्या ना तुझे अभी समझ में आ जाएगा
अब ये खोल लेंगे खाली बाकी सब बंद कर देंगे
ठीक है
निकालो
अब निकालो ये निकालो वही
हो गया हाँ निकाल ले
ठीक है अभी देख इसको बंद कर
ठीक है बच्चा
अभी इंटर कहाँ खत्म हो गया
सेशन 3 है आपका ये खत्म हो गया इसमें कितनी 4 थे इसमें प्रोग्रेस नहीं था सेशन वो तू टिक कर रहा था
क्या
कौन सा वाला मैंने आपको कोना प्रेजेंटेशन करके टिक करे
आज आमा બધા જ
मैंने કર્યું એને ટિક
very good afternoon to all. Welcome to a very good afternoon to all. Welcome to third technical session, second technical session after the inaugural. We had with us Professor Vaishali ji, who is the Professor of Library Information Science, Amravati University. She is also the Dean of Interdisciplinary Study. She is a well-known professor, teacher, researcher in library science who authored 100 plus publications and guided more than 50 research PhD and MPhil. Madam, we welcome you for this technical session as a chair. Please welcome Professor Vaishali ji. We had a person from mathematics, a professor of mathematics, who is the director of library, Anna University. He is looking after the activities of entire reservoir of knowledge in a university system. I believe Anna is one of the very oldest university and very popular university of Tamil Nadu. He is a man of mathematics, as I told you. And even our forefather, the father of library science, Professor Ranganathan, was also a mathematician. So we have a very close association of mathematics. And somebody says a person of mathematics can only produce the mathematician. A person of computer science can produce only a computer engineer. A chemistry person can only produce a chemistry professional. Or a literature person can produce only literarian, but a library professional can produce all category of persons. So that is the power of library professionals. And I always, because when we are talking about the ETD, to create the knowledge is not a big task, but to manage that intellectual scientifically is a big task. That's why we have a great respect in our Indian myth, not Yashoda, not Devaki, but for Yashoda. So as a library professionals, we have to play many roles. So on behalf of InfilmNet and entire team, we welcome today chair and co-chair. We had the 5 paper presenters, and may I request once again, क्योंकि मेरे को टास्क ऐसा दिया गया है कि हर किसी की नज़रों में मैं नेक नहीं हो सकता और हर किसी के दिल में मैं एक नहीं हो सकता। बुझ जाते हैं कभी चिराग तेल की कमी से, हर बार कसूर हवा का नहीं होता। तो हर बार कसूर किसी डायरेक्टर का भी नहीं है। तो आज के पास आपके पास टाइम है मैडम, विद ए हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट दैट गिव ए टाइम to the presenters and focusing the major findings and research rather than reciting the literature review and introduction parts. So over to you, Professor Vaishali ji. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful words. And good afternoon, one and all. Honorable Director, Dr. Zurel sir, all the dignitaries from all over the globe. In this second technical session, we have invited speaker Dr. Tamal Kumar Guha, all the dignitaries of the dais. To start with the business of this technical session, second technical session, firstly, I invite the speaker of this second technical session, Dr. Tamal Kumar Guha. He will deliver on challenges of current and retrospective digital archiving, a guide to best practices of ETDs. So please, Dr. Tamal Kumar Guha.
A very good afternoon. I'm sure all of you are already having lunch, and then after this session, probably you are already feeling tired and then sleepy. But pardon me, I have been given this particular task to deliver you the challenges than the solutions. Now, you see, before I begin my small piece, and sorry that I'll not be able to maintain the timeline given probably, I have to convey my thanks to few of the people who are working here right now. One is Mr. Rajan. One is, who are the two? Dr. Shurvi and Mr. Manoj, as well as Professor Jurel. Say, I wouldn't have been here had they not really helped me on day-to-day basis. Now, how it started actually, in 2014 in IIT Guwahati, we started our own humble one small repository, and we were doing it. We were doing it very regular basis. We had a couple of thousands of theses on our portal, and then that's it. So 2021, 22, we came to know that we now need to put all those data as well as the full text thesis onto Shodhganga portal. Now, this suddenly became a challenge because we have certain internal dynamics, and which I think would be also equally challenging for all of you when we go ahead with our discussion. So when Shodhganga came, we started first going ahead with our whatever legal procedures are there, we finished that, and then came the issue that how do we transfer the 2,000 odd metadata set along with the thesis to Shodhganga in a very limited period of time. Now, how limited is this time period? I'll tell you. It was roughly around 3 months. Now, it is really possible that somebody sit together and do the same task again and again and again, or it was possible that we ask a kind of help from InflipNet Center to give us a platform where we go ahead, bulk upload the entire metadata set, and also map our full text thesis along with the metadata. Now, what has to be done? So there was a kind of, total confusion, at least in my mind, and I was trying to contact InflipNet team, Dr. Shurvi, Mr. Rajan, and Manoj, and Professor Jurel. In fact, it happened so I remember that once, probably around 7:30 in the evening while going back home, I was calling Professor Jurel. Professor Jurel, how am I going to transfer this entire metadata, full text thesis from my server to your server? So he said that possibly you can give it in a pen drive, or you can give it in a, you can give it in a CD disk or something like that. No, I don't want to. So at that time, we thought we have certain local constraints. Let us look at that, and really is that simple that we just transfer it. Now there the challenges started. Now what was that? Like, we were doing it, and every one of us probably are doing it, or many of us we are really doing it. So we thought that introduction I have already covered. So let us try to create a workflow, and that workflow should be something that we can follow on day-to-day basis, and many of you also could follow that same workflow. And I just draw a couple of slides over there. You will see it down the line. Then we splitted the workflow in 2 parts. Now, the first part is that without embargo. What is that embargo thing? I'll explain a little bit. And this is with embargo. Now, let us see what are the importance of archiving. I mean, I don't, this bunch of librarians, and then all the delegates over here, I don't need to explain what is the importance of digital archiving, but what I thought is very important is the showcasing our knowledge heritage. And probably that is something which none of us can miss. There are technical challenges like I work in a very rural setup, and I also try to coordinate with National Digital Library. National Digital Library of India is a kind of platform which is more like a federated situation. They only have their search engine on front, and they have their full text contents are distributed across the globe. So what happened is that we have been given the charge of this Northeast regional activities of National Digital Library. We started to bring some of the libraries on board, and then we realized the challenges even up to how to put up a server, how do I buy a server, or whether I have enough bandwidth, or whether I have consistent power supply. Even, difficult physical, terrain would have issues related to the flood, related with, sudden electricity fall, and the servers will be down. So whether those are the challenges, we cannot really dictate, but you as a librarians probably will be having your own knowledge of your locality, of your administrative, of your technical challenges. There are administrative issues, like how administrative? Bring the stakeholders. Like in this case, what I was mentioning, bring InfluentNet on board with the way we wanted. So we wanted to do bulk uploading. That mechanism did not exist. It was they have a situation like, you can go ahead and add one thesis after another. But they did not think of that line because there was no necessity. So bring all the stakeholders, including my academic board, like our Senate, etc., on board, and have one collective decision which will help us to deliver, as well as legal challenges related to copyright. In our IIT, and I'm sure all the IITs, they believe in this, that copyright belongs to the authors. Now what happens is that, how do we mitigate it? Is it a concept or is it a written document? And if it is a written document, at what stage of the written document that we obtain that legal permission to host but not to have the copyright? So these are the issues which probably has to be worked out. Then I have already mentioned about the laying out the workflow. Then working out the best solution out of it. Now addressing the copyright issues, as I mentioned already, we always thought that copyright has to belong to the authors, but when they're coming to submit a thesis, probably it is our responsibility to obtain a candid, clear mandate about that we are going to host your thesis, is a non-exclusive right to host it. And until unless you do it, what happens is that tomorrow somebody go to publish an article, the publishers ask us back, well, do you have the copyright? Because your thesis is already visible on the repository, or on Shodhganga or your own institutional repository. Do you have the copyright? Give us the copyright statement. So that statement is extremely essential when research in progress articles comes into publication house. So similar challenges comes, and this is what has made us so very rigorous in our process, is that our student has submitted 3 articles out of their research activities, and these are in the editorial process. At the parallel time, the theses are also submitted and degree are being awarded. Degree got awarded, we got the thesis and we uploaded. It reached to our portal, it reached to Shodhganga portal. Now, publisher down the line, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, they actually ran the plagiarism check, and then they found that contents are identical in 2 portals. Shodhganga, your own repository. What has happened? So give a protection to these authors. Give a protection to the copyright holders. How do we do it? So there we brought in this issue of embargo. What is this issue of embargo? Is that we give a privilege to the authors or the copyright holders in this case, that you can have a privilege of protecting your contents 18 months maximum from the date of submission of the thesis. So the day the thesis got submitted, from that day you can take a privilege of up to 18 months. Depending on their research publication progress, they may opt for 12 months, 6 months, 3 months, it's up to them. But 18 months is the max. After 18 months, we will release the thesis with the full text, with the full metadata to the public domain. So this is how one issue is to be mitigated. The next issue is regarding the intellectual property right. You can understand that copy and paste. I don't have to explain it. But how do we stop it? So one way is to watermark the entire content in such a bold manner that anybody try to produce it from there will get caught in anyhow. Another issue is that you don't allow to replicate it like through paint or through any other means. So protect the PDF. And then, of course, you have the issues of retro-converting when you have huge number of collection. Somebody was rightly mentioning, I don't remember who, but somebody, I think you mentioned that, you have 1,20,000 theses, you could only upload only 14,000. It's a challenge. And it's a challenge. Why it is a challenge? Every one of us, we know. But, that's again another domain. So let us come to the workflow that we actually are following, and I drew these lines with my pen and pencil, basically. So if you receive a printed thesis, first scan it through OCR, very simple thing, and now you have the thesis ready in your soft copy, right? Now at this stage, follow 2 steps, ascertain embargo, and ensure the copyright and license issues. Once you are ready, create your abstract, keep your metadata, keyword, and etc., which probably you have already obtained from your researcher. Now you have your keywords and everything ready. You go for your watermarking and encryption invariably for all the contents that you are going to upload. Why? To protect the intellectual property. Then your full text thesis is ready for hosting now or ready for releasing, but only that how do you and what level you are releasing. This is only for the thesis at the initial stage. Now, suppose a case of without embargo. So somebody said, all my articles got published by now, all my thesis, everything is ready. I now want to release my thesis, I'm submitting it. You are free to go and upload it and make it available globally. Well, good. So your thesis is ready, embargo status is verified, and your embargo status, no, it has no status, requirement of having it on embargo. So your full day metadata is ready. Simply upload and transfer the full text metadata, full text and metadata along with whichever portal you are assigned to, like your local or your global or whatever way. And this is a very straight-cut forward situation. Let us come to the workflow for where there is a multiple flow working, like you have embargo. So same, assess your embargo status, and after you assess your embargo status, prepare your mask metadata. Now what is this mask metadata? It's very simple. We are not disclosing the title. Now very simple question, why not the title? What harms title do? Like you have a simple title. Can't you even disclose your title? Answer is no. Because many times, technical literature, the title itself contains certain information which can hamper their patenting ability. Okay? So we cannot disclose even the title. Now, abstract. So only the name of the author and and basically which institution, which department, which subject area it is coming from. That is the metadata stage that we prepare with the mask metadata, that's what I call it. Now hold the full text thesis in such a fashion that you put a timer or a kind of scheduler where you actually able to test that day-to-day basis which thesis is to be released by today and which thesis is to be, is still to be on hold. So you assign that this particular thesis is to be kept on hold for, say, 260 days. And the scheduler will maintain the date of release automatically. You go ahead and do the iteration process and follow that process. And the day it is ready to be released, you pass it to the repository. And meanwhile, before you release the thesis, at least release the mask metadata to the platforms, whatever platforms you are talking here. When you have all the one particular thesis, say, got the mask metadata released and waiting on the portal, well, it has only limited information available after 20 days, the thesis is to be released. So merge the metadata after the expiry of the, the embargo period. And once it is merged, all the metadata as well as the thesis you can unlock for the public consumption. And exactly and precisely that's what we did in case of Shodhganga. Because when we were holding on our own portal, we were actually not even releasing the metadata. We were just keeping it on a hold onto us. When we came to Shodhganga, we said, no, we'll disclose the masked metadata. We'll also give them the full text thesis with a request that please keep it on hold until unless we come back to you and request you to release. And that is where Shurvi, Manoj, Rajan come in picture. On monthly basis, we release. And believe me or not, today's date, every thesis that we have, except the 3 theses that I have received in last 20-25 days, are actually available on Shodhganga portal. And then, yeah, that's it. You follow this. This is the entire workflow that I have described till now. So all those 4 workflow are together in this. So if you wanted to have a kind of thumbnail thing, you probably could refer to this. So what are the take back thing? Plan meticulously. Draw your workflow very seriously, thinking your own unique situation. This is my situation. I think this is a kind of broader way that you could look at it, but definitely, you would have your own dynamics which may deviate from this present situation or the way that I have drawn it. So, draw your own workflow probably. Protect the rights of the authors. See that your entirety of the technical processing, whether it's metadata or the uploading process, or everything comes in picture, are actually correct. Follow all the subroutines. I have actually mentioned 3 subroutines in between. So all the subroutines, and monitor constantly. And this is where the number will come in play. I don't know. Okay. So, yeah. So, somebody was saying 100% thesis. Yes, we do have 100%. Why only 3 missing? Because those 3 came with embargo request in this month. We will be releasing these theses by 3rd or 4th or the first working day of next month. So, and we will be chasing to Rajan and a copy to Shodhganga team that we have now handed over this, please release this with embargo. And please release this set of theses which are under embargo, but release it now in the public domain. To 2 separate set of activities every month beginning that we are doing. Thank you. This presentation is available, and this is the QR code. You can use it for your own purposes. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for discussing all regarding to the challenges of current and retrospective digital archiving. He has well explained regarding to the workflow for thesis with and without embargo, and all the technical challenges what we face while digitizing. Universities face very much difficulties regarding to the digitization of old, that is retrospective version. UGC has funded us, but again more number of theses has been remained of digitizing this old thesis, and again we face difficult regarding to the there is no mechanism of checking this plagiarism in given format while submitting the thesis chapters from the researchers. And one thing, there is no policy document regarding to this plagiarism checking. So we face these problems also in our universities. Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. Now there are 5 presenters. I will read the name of the presenters and request to them to be ready. VM Bankapoor and Manjunath Hadimani, Manmit Kaur and Rajaram Bhatt, Vijay Kumar P and Vijay Kumar M, Sheikh Shuaib, Samir Gul and Abid Hussain, and a 5th presenter Pallab Pradhan and Lauji N. Zhala. So I request first presenter to be present here, VM Bankapoor and Manjunath Hadimani. His presentation is regarding to the Krushi Kosh, Digital Repository of National Agriculture Research and Education System, an analytical study.
This one?
Yeah, you will be given 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks a lot. Maybe I'll take 4.5 minutes. Thank you. This is another product like Shodhganga. Krishi Kosh has a digital repository, a national initiative on agriculture research and repository of that. Particularly, in fact, as we were counting the numbers, it has also numbers of 2.66. Thesis has been uploaded already. Anyway, this is related to agriculture research and education. So Krishi Kosh is another such repository where it's trying to play a very important role in disseminating the content of theses and dissertations. In fact, it is a very user-friendly platform for useful to researchers and all faculty members. Okay, as of now, it has around 266 documents. Till date, it has crossed 3 lakhs. It was just 2 months back data. In fact, which has books, journals, and project reports contributing from almost around 106 libraries affiliated from all the universities and ICR institutions. Okay, this is in fact well supported by NARES. So I have just taken this for a study. Our objective is to know to have awareness of resources available under agriculture repositories, which is how agriculture university has been contributing to this Krishi Kosh repositories, and type of content and documents within this repository, and repository collections of electronic thesis and dissertation, and try to know the information and document distributed within this. And we are trying to investigate, and we have been trying to look into how this digital repository is trying to help us. So this data, as I said, to June 2023, which is exceeded to 3 lakhs now. As of now, almost around 1.3 lakh theses have been uploaded on this. And the documents found their place in the repository from around 106 state universities and ICR institutions. Though we have made an analysis using Excels and Excel sheet, and this is the result. Almost the contribution is from Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Science University. Somewhere around 25,000 theses have been uploaded. University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore stands second, and Indian Agriculture Research Institution stands third. So out of this type of content, what we have is thesis around 77%, rest in journals and others which are being shown here. So most contribution is in the type of document is thesis and dissertation. So this is how is the percentage where I have already, the previous slide I have reported that. So types of ETD comes from various, one is from MSc, PhD, MTech, MBA, likewise. The course dissertations have been uploaded there. So UA still tops in some cases. So major subject category which is agronomy is trying to have almost around 10%. So here this is one who is accessing this. Almost geolocation, country-wise accessibility to this content. In fact, India has around 69% and United States is around 15%. Rest of the Netherlands around 6% and Singapore around. So this is how is the 10 trending geolocation country-wise positions, how they try to get access to this. So thesis almost around 84, this is number of hits, so what we try to get around 84%. So in conclusion, like any other repositories, Krishi Kosha, we know that agriculture is the backbone of any nation. So there is a lot of research have been happening, and Krishi Kosha is trying to support, it is trying to disseminate information of all the work which have been done. Somewhere around 266 materials are available. And these top contributors is Chennai and Bangalore and New Delhi. So Krishi Kosha is globally recognized with a higher user view from India and United States. The focus is on agronomy, making valuable resource for agriculture research, which is useful for students and all professionals in agriculture. Thanks a lot for giving me a time.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for focusing on the status of Krishi Kosh Digital Repository Database. Next, I call upon next presenter, Manmeet Kaur and Rajaram Bhatt. Manmeet Kaur is presenting on measuring central universities' research contribution to the nation and assessment of ETDs, that is Shodhganga.
Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Miss Manmeet Kaur, Assistant Librarian from Uttarakhand Sanskrit University, Haridwar. And my topic is measuring central universities' research contribution to the nation India and assessment of ETD Shodhganga.
So within 5 minutes, you have to complete your presentation.
The main objectives of my study. These are categorized the thesis and assessing language distribution, analyze the data, and compare the central universities' ETDs. The methodology of my paper. The methodology for gathering information about electronic theses and dissertations from central universities involved through searching on Shodhganga, organizing the data into an Excel spreadsheet, and selecting specific universities to ensure accurate representation. To avoid having the same data twice, the researchers choose universities unique in their states. It is important to note that some newer central universities may not have uploaded their ETDs yet on Shodhganga, as they are still in the early stages of development. The data was organized and carefully selected to avoid duplicates. This table is showing the universities with electronic theses and dissertations available on the Shodhganga platform, with all universities having yes status, indicating their ETDs are accessible. And this second table is showing not uploaded status for electronic thesis and dissertation availability on the Shodhganga platform, indicating that these ETDs are not accessible. And this table is showing the number of ETDs. This table is showing the central universities by state, establishment year, centralized status, and ETDs available, totaling 940 ETDs across these universities. This table is comprehensive overview of the linguistic distribution of ETDs. The result is the table provides a comprehensive overview of the linguistic distribution of 940 to 40 ETDs across various languages. The table presents the number of electronic theses and registration in various languages. And English is the most dominant language with 793 ETDs. Hindi has 84 ETDs, while Sanskrit has 27, Nepali language has 7 ETDs, and Odia has 3 ETDs. This table is also showing the same. This table is showing the distribution of departments across academic disciplines. This table displays the distribution of departments across 3 academic fields in central universities across India, with the majority of ETDs from arts and humanities departments. These are the results. Central universities have varying degrees of establishment, with most having a centralized status since their inception. The number of ETDs on Shodhganga indicates research activity, with Manipur and Mizoram being notable for their substantial number. The data also highlights the linguistic and regional diversity of research conducted in central universities, with various languages and disciplines represented. The conclusion. Electronic thesis and dissertations on Shodhganga in 2022 reveals English as a predominant language, and this is the way, because this is repeating.
Okay, thank you, Manmeet.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
For your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, I call upon Vijay Kumar P and Vijay Kumar M. Who?
No Vijay Kumar, Mohit. Vijay Kumar.
Okay, absent. Okay, we'll proceed further. I call upon Sheikh Sueb, Sumir Gul, and Abid Hussain. Yes.
Yes, Vijay Kumar is not there. Next presenters, please.
सेकंड प्रेजेंटेशन फॉरवर्ड की थी वही है इसमें एक मिनट हाँ ठीक है Well, respected chair and co-chair and audience of the dais, a very good afternoon to all of you. The topic of my presentation is about tracing the flow of Shodh from the valley of Himalayas, Shodhganga in context. As we know, the valley of Himalayas, particularly I'm from the Kashmir, I talk in that context, is one of the leading states as far as the literary contribution is concerned. So this presentation has been taken into that consideration, and it aims to highlight what has been the contribution from the institutions with respect to Kashmir towards the Shodhganga. As we know that the thesis and the dissertations are important as a research output as far as a nation or institution is concerned. They showcase the research productivity of a nation or an institution. And if that research output is being subjected to certain analysis, a number of observations, number of insights can be deduced from that. And one of the insights that can be deduced from that is that research trends. What are the research trends in a particular country or a particular institution? So but unfortunately, these theses and dissertations have been largely remained as so many presenters have pointed out that they have remained an unexplored area of research. Well, good to see the technology coming into the existence and then making it a mark into the electronic thesis and dissertations part. It has leveraged the concept of thesis and dissertations and has increased the utility as well as the visibility of these theses and dissertations. So in another context, we can say this information technology has opened a door to access with enhanced, I can say it has enhanced the accessibility and has improved the availability of these thesis and dissertations to the global audience, and has also created digital infrastructure for its preservation. For example, in the context of the Shodhganga, that is one of the platforms that is preserving or that is conserving our research output. So if this thing has not happened, basically this would have, I can say this has been the thesis and the dissertation, which is one of the important assets, we can say, has turned it into a trash if they had not become it, because we have always observed if these theses and dissertations are not being uploaded or not being made available on this through e-platforms, they are gathering dust simply on the shelves. So they would have become the trash. But thanks to the Shodhganga, that this aspect has been warded off. So as have been pointed out, this Shodhganga consists of about 500,000 of the theses and dissertations. In this context, the objectives of my study are what has been the rank of the universities with respect to the contribution to the Shodhganga and analyze the department analysis, and what have been the areas that have remained the focused areas in these theses and dissertations, and what is the general trend. The methodology is simple. I have consulted the Shodhganga portal, and I have got the data from that. But however, one of the aspects is that the keyword analysis part of these theses and dissertations have been analyzed using a software. You people will be very much aware about that. It is a VOS Weaver. So the frequency analysis of the keywords have been carried out by means of that software. So coming to the result part. So if we talk about the University of Kashmir, as being expected that one of the old institutions in our valley is, and that leads with 1671 thesis to the Shodhganga, followed by Central University of Kashmir, then NIT, and Islamic University of Science and Technology. One of the important aspects which I have observed during the data analysis, that certain universities which comes, for example, we have another institution there, Sher-e Kashmir University of Agriculture, Science and Technology. We have Cluster University of Kashmir, but they have not contributed even a single thesis. Although a good number of research output has been produced in these institutions, but they haven't contributed. So, and this is the departmental, I can say, aspect of these. For example, University of Kashmir Department of Botany is leading, then Department of Zoology, then Center for Central Asian Studies, in Central University of Kashmir Department of Management, then School of Education, Department of Urdu. Similarly, in NIT, that is Faculty of Engineering as expected, because it's the engineering-oriented institution. And then we have Department of Physics, and then Department of Chemistry. And then in my institution where I am working, it is Department of Business Studies, followed by Department of Islamic Studies, then Arabic Language and Literature, and then Department of Electronics and Communication, and Department of other departments. So coming to the what has been studied in this thesis, what are the key aspects or the research themes that have these theses are revolving around. So it has been seen the Kashmir Valley is available in almost 89 theses, and then developmental aspect, comparative study, Kashmir Himalayas, medicinal plants, sociological study, indicating that the local themes have been given the priority. The local problems or the local, the thesis are most likely revolving around the local themes. So coming to the conclusion part, this is the University of, as I already mentioned, is leading. However, some of the institutions are also contributing, and with respect to the certain institutions, they have not been perhaps shared the MOU with the Influminet. Most likely, I would like suggested to them to share the, sign the MOU with the Influminet and share the research contribution to the Shodhganga. This is my conclusion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sheikh, for highlighting all the contribution from your Kashmir Himalaya Valley to this Shodhganga. Last but not the least, I call upon the authors, Pallab Pradhan and Lauji Jhala, for presenting the title of the paper is Impact Analysis of Shodhganga ETD Repository through the Lens of Scopus Citing Documents.
अरे मेरे को वो चाहिए मोहित भाई पीपीटी ये नहीं हो रहा है ना
Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Pallab Pradhan. And since the morning, we have been talking about a lot on Shodhganga, and also I'm not going to deep dive into that part again, the building, collection building, and all these things. I'm just going to, go in different way, the analysis, impact analysis of institutional repository or ETD repository and all. So what my topic is that, let's say the graduate research, whatever the researchers are putting, other research thesis that we are uploading into in our or ETDs as far as Shodhganga is concerned, how that usage is meaningful and how that is getting impacted. Let's say we are talking a lot that we have reached 5 lakhs theses in Shodhganga, but what is this usage? How it is being getting cited or not, we should be concerned about more as far as my point of view is concerned. Building is something different. If you cannot say always that, as Gopakumara sir was also telling, that showing the number, I have this money and giving them a award and all these things, I don't believe in that. But apart from that, how your 1000 thesis is getting impacting to the research communication or scholarly communication, how those theses are getting cited, that is my work. So just a definition, I'm not going to again read that one. So we can, to assess the academic impact, we are obviously determining the part of, analyzing citation based received from ETDs. If the topic is based on that one, we are considering many for bibliometrics and scientometric analysis. We are taking a lot of databases from Google Scholar to Web of Science, Scopus, Dimension, and all the things. But here, for this specific study, I have taken Scopus data, and it is based on link analysis, you can say, on reference analysis. So undoubtedly, you can say building and enriching in ETD is obviously a great job. But again, as I said, the assessment part, the impact assessment part, the usage part is, again, we need to consider not only building collection, because if we want to sustain in that one, usage is very much important, not only to build that repository. So many have pointed out, how to assess the IR, impact of IR and all its value. So you can see to count the gross numbers of items in a live repository on list.
Please go to the objectives and findings.
Okay. Sorry, sir. No, sir. This is the point only I'm just making in. These are the steps. Why is not? Okay. Fine. So these are the. यहाँ पे जा रहा है, वहाँ नहीं जा रहा है. Slides होता है. So these are my objectives: to assess the impact of the national ETD at Shodhganga, then to know the top theses from Shodhganga that are referred to or cited, and to identify the top universities from Shodhganga whose theses are referred or cited more, and comparing the total thesis views and citation as compare that whatever we are providing in Shodhganga, the total top views of theses in annual reports, and overall analysis of supervisors or guides whose theses are being cited more. So this is the methodology, and I have used the reference search features from Scopus, and by using this links, you can save the keyword terms, Shodhganga.net, and all these things. So it was presumed that if any of these keywords are in the reference part, then that document is cited any one thesis from the Shodhganga. So I got 1,764 citing documents where 2,042 references were, having that aforementioned links. So those were extracted, and after cleaning and all these things, I got 1,764 handles, the theses those were linked or occurring in the reference part. So that handles I consider for the analysis. So what I got is citations to Shodhganga thesis are very less in Scopus as far as Scopus publication is concerned. So not other, I'm not talking into because the study is limited to only the Scopus. And only from this 1,492 unique handles I got, those were, for this one, 410,000 theses only. So see the huge difference, kind of only 0.0044 citations per thesis. It's very less. So that's what I was talking. We need to make the visibility. We need to increase that point of view to how to assess and all, and increase the visibility, not only to building, how it is reaching to the mass. That way we need to think also. And approximately only 0.036% of all theses hosted are in Shodhganga are only cited, and few are cited 9 times in publications. And this is, I compared with another one from New Zealand Research Organization, that is National Repository there. It was a study done from 2016 by Angelo. So both the result I compared, what I found is that was kind of, for those database repository, it was only 2% of thesis that time it was cited. And here again, so the citation rate of thesis is kind of slow. It's not that much growing fast. People are citing the thesis, but not as we expect, like articles and other things are being cited by, not the thesis. So we need to reach in that way that will approach the researchers that they should cite. Or we may say that earlier the thesis before open access of ETDs and all these things, it was closed access also. So that might also may have some impact on this one to reach the mass. So these are all the, I can say, findings. It's not visible properly, the table. So no thesis from the top 10 viewed thesis. In our annual report, we used to have each and every year we report the top viewed thesis. So no top viewed thesis are in this top cited thesis from Shodhganga, and and thus no relation was found with the top viewed and top cited thesis also, because I took only top 15 cited thesis only. Then this is to identify which university awarded thesis has received more citation. Like it's not from a single discipline. I took for kind of general from one discipline affiliation I did. So this is what I got. Anna University with top 150 times cited, and others follows. I'll just speed up. And to identify the guides, name supervisors whose works were cited most, you can see Pondicherry University were on 3 authors on top, then Punjabi, and also most are from, you can say, technology and all. One KP Singh sir is there. His department is a top cited guide. And to determine which years completed, like this is, so 2013, the thesis are being cited more with 220 times. So this is and you can say 22 different years of the thesis produced from 22 different years that have been cited more, 10 times each, you can say. And the keywords, these are being used. So I'm just not going, this is, you can see this clouds. So engineering, science specifically, and the information part they're having. Because, so this were normal, you can go through because of time constraints, I cannot explain in details. You can go through the chapter itself, it is elaborated properly, each and everything. So the conclusion, I would say, the simple, very less percentage of theses are being cited from Shodhganga in Scopus as far as concerned. And so that we need to see that in approach how to reach more and how to usage and impact assessment of theses, not only just to build the thesis, because to sustain again we need to show that usage also to the authority and all. And these are other one. So you can see management and economics, the keywords were top, and this the Pondicherry Engineering College top sites is this one. So I would conclude with this. Obviously, ETDs are of great beneficence. Building an ETD repository is not the end of its work. It is just the beginning. Populating content and enriching ETDs repository are much necessary with value addition to it, along with facilitating better access to it through technology. Additionally, administrators, librarians, and repository managers must make evaluation and assessment of ETDs a primary goal if they are to fully comprehend the value of ETD as a service. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pradhan, for your presentation. Detailed study on thesis citations in Scopus database. Now I request co-chair Dr. Nambi sir to summarize this second technical session.
Yes, sir, definitely.
So I was in Agriculture University, Palampur, and I was co-PI of this E-Granth and Krishi Prabha, which later became the Krishi course as well. So I think this is India, and all the research is supported by government of India. So like maintaining separate identity for Krishi course, it also has huge database. Can we merge these theses with Krishi, Shodhganga as well? It will become huge. Like you can maintain your identity, because at that time we were not opening full tags through that portal. Like it was a secured access. So I don't know what is ICR thinking.
Yeah, I'm also for the same.
This question is for that
true.
Krishi Kosh guy.
No, the same question I put forth, that is a policy matter or administrative matter which has to be taken care. They want to merge it, is good. They want to be two different entities, it is also good. Okay, we can make a comparison. That's a wonderful thing. Yeah, whatever it is, the subject matter and other things, so that is a policy matter. We cannot define it. Thanks a lot.
I have just one question to Pallav Pradhan actually, or rather a statement to Pallav Pradhan. Very simple. Pallav, are you listening?
Yes sir, please.
You said that very less number of theses are being cited.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I am trying to look.
As far as scopus is concerned, sir, because
That's
I have
okay.
taken
I understood. Yes. I'm taking the essence of it.
Yeah.
So, is it like that? See, when you look at a glass half full or half empty, that scenario. See, why people are not referring? Because they are actually avoiding that part of that research so that they don't need to really refer. So what I'm saying, it is rather a success story than a riverside that you are trying to project. So what it means to say that people are not doing research on the area where there is already research published. So they don't have to really refer to those theses. So that is how I'm trying to look at it. I do not, you might be having a better explanation.
And then on that two addition, I want to say that as far as your point is concerned, I can say that based on the current scenario, current requirements, our PhDs are not happening in that way. That may be the case. Universities are not conducting on those topics. Maybe.
Yeah. So to summarize this, we had a first presentation from Dr. Tamal Kumar Guha. In fact, he has given importance of digital archiving, technical administrative challenges. Of course, it's a very big challenge in any university in uploading the thesis. Even though Anna University is in number one, I struggled a lot to upload the thesis in Shodhganga. It's not an easy task, of course. And one more challenge we have is, scholar is completing thesis, is uploading the thesis in Shodhganga. Later they are publishing the paper in the research journal. Of course, it shows 100% plaque. That's also a major issue we have. That challenge has been given by Professor Tamal Kumar. And the second presentation is Krishi Kosh. Of course, it is already, one question has been raised. Yeah, I have one more question in this second topic. The people from South India, we know what is Krishi, but we don't know what is Kosh or repository. Here the Shodhganga dictionary. Okay. Here the Shodh is, okay. This is repository. Okay. It is not, okay. Okay. Then it's okay. Good, sir. Yeah. I thought Shodh is research. Okay. Okay. That's great, sir. Yeah. So. Yes, sir. Yeah. Third one is, of course, Dr. Manmeet Kaur. She has given a very good insight, because I spoke to one of the participants in the morning. They said most of the very good researchers, they are doing research in central universities. Why they are not updating the thesis in the Shodhganga? Whether they are protecting as per the copyright, and huge money is spent towards central universities, why they are not contributing? That's very good insight she has given in her third thing. I expect answer from Jadhav sir for this maybe later, because a lot of research is happening in central universities, but they are not uploading the thesis. That should be addressed seriously, very seriously. And the fifth one, yeah, fourth is absent. Fifth one, the Shodhganga and ETD gives local importance. That's what given by Sheikh, the fifth one. And of course, the sixth one, Pallab Pradhan has given a very good insight about ETD and references. Of course, in this scenario also, Anna University is number one in citations. I request the organizers to give one more award to Anna University for, because number of citations is more from Shodhganga. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Shodhganga. Yeah. When you pronounce Kashisappa, you can pronounce the Then I have to start from first standard, so that's very difficult to learn Hindi.
Thank you, sir, for
Yeah,
summarizing. And in this second technical session, we have one invited speaker, and four out of five presentation, 4 presenters have been presented their paper here. So I'm very much thankful to my co-chair, Dr. Nambi sir, for assisting me, and also thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity as a chair of this technical session. And I'm also thankful to all the participants, delegates, dignitaries for listening very patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. I would invite all the presenters to come on stage to receive the memento, please. Tamal Guha, sir, please.
बीच में आ जाओ सर।
प्लीज कम।
बीच में आ जाओ।
सर प्लीज। जस्ट अ मिनट। ये नाम बोल रहे हैं ना, इतना फॉर्मेलिटी नहीं करना है। Follow.
Now you disperse for the tea. So now the southern is dispersed for the tea, and after tea we will reassemble for the final technical session, followed by cultural program. So all are invited for tea. Please join us. We will reassemble 4:45. 4:45 means 4:45. मेरा मोबाइल किसके पास है, मैं कहाँ रख देता हूँ?
अच्छा ये मोबाइल अच्छा वही है चलो
Please come back at 4:45 sharp. Next presenters, please submit your PPTs if it has not been submitted yet. Please submit your PPTs.
Yeah. This one. Which session? Session is T3. मेल सेंड किया था ना हाँ हाँ तो होगा कोई इशू नहीं बट एक स्टिल चेक हाँ यस ओके सर ये T3 ना अभी चाय के बाद हाँ सर क्या कौन सा इसमें नहीं है देखो टाइटल क्या था ओपन एक्सेस ये है ना आई थिंक नहीं 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 इसमें नहीं है भेजना ETD पे यहाँ पे नहीं है एक मिनट हाँ मैं पेन ड्राइव लेके आता हूँ हाँ पेन ड्राइव लेके आना Which session you are?
Maybe last one है ना?
अभी
yes.
हाँ this one? When you have sent?
Last time when we have explored.
No no जो
कौन सा आपका
Exploring.
नहीं बीच what is the
Number of 14 है 14 no
14 this one
Shazib yes this one is 11
11 ना
सुभजीत पांडे
and Shazib
हाँ तो दे सुभजीत पांडे जो रॉबर्ट
सुभजीत है ना
नहीं Shazib Hassan
yeah, I think this one is your exploring the internet ये नहीं है तो कौन सा है आपका कौन सा है सर आपका यहाँ इसमें कौन सा है 11 ना वही है एक बार इसको ओपन
पेपर आईडी क्या है ये दिस इज नाउ दिस इज सेम पेपर हाँ तो इट इज सेम ओके
बोला वही
सेम है इज ओके 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 पेन ड्राइव इसमें लगेगा अभी इसको निकालना पड़ेगा
क्या
पेन ड्राइव एक और लगेगा
नहीं क्यों ये सब बाहर ही
इसको
इस साइड में आइए हाँ इस साइड
लगाऊंगा इसमें नंबर क्या है सबसे लास्ट है ठीक है नहीं T3 में है ना T3 में ठीक है रुक जाओ क्या हो गया
क्या हुआ क्यों हो रहा है
ये कनेक्टेड वहाँ कुछ क्या हो गया इसको देख
रुको स्लाइडर से हटाओ
T2 उस पे कर हाँ
हाँ इसको क्लिक कर दो।
अभी करो, हाँ रखता हूँ वही।
क्या ये मल्टीपुल?
हाँ हाँ समझ गया मैं, ये मेरे पास है।
कौन सा है? फाइनल वाला
तू
ये ना
वही, तू जाके आ पहले। अरे कंट्रोल
एक मिनट
कॉपी किया?
अच्छा अजय
14 आई थिंक। कोई नहीं है यहाँ पे,
मिला तो
आपको तो मिल जाएगा, आपको ही वो करने के लिए आएगा तो कर लोगे ना। ठीक है कोई नहीं हो गया, एक बार चेक कर लो।
एक मिनट दो ना मुझे,
पेन वहीं पे है, ये लो।
वो ठीक है।
देख आ गया, एक इसको ही दे दे वापिस, प्रवीण को ही दे दे। अच्छा
ના એ તો ના ના 3 સ્પીકર છે ઇન્ટરનેશનલ હા બે
તો પછી આ નવા વાળું નવે ફરીથી રિપ્લેસ કરવાનું આ મૂકી દે નવું લેવો કहीं नहीं फिर रिपीट लगाएंगे
મૂકી દો કાલે કામ આવી જશે
કાલે કામ આવી જશે તો બરોબર અત્યારે
ના ના અત્યારે નહીં અરે એમને પણ પહેલામાં જે છે સ્ટોકમાં એ આપી દો ને એમને એમ
क्या करना है?
ठीक है हाँ नहीं
नहीं कुछ करना है तो बोलिए।
ये लेने आया जो
कुछ इसमें नहीं है ना
आया ना
મને 5 કીધા મેં 5 મંગાવી પણ આમાં જોઈ લે ને આમાં તું પેલું નહીં પડે ચાર જ છે 4 ને 5
हाँ मैम बोलिए, क्या करना है आपको? ठीक है ना, ओके।
कौन बैठाएगा बट वो सुबह एक बार
यहाँ 5 जो था चलो
एक लेवल पे ही करना ये रिप्लेस करा था अतुल प्रवीण का आप पेलू तो पेलो હતો ને
ना ना उस पे एक और निकला
एक उसके ऊपर डिलीट कीजिए अभी प्रवीण गए ना
स्पेस नहीं किया मैं फोटो पड़ी ने बिना ने मोकलो ये भी
जो नहीं निकल रहा है वो यार
चेक कर इन लाइन हां हां वहां से चेक करने हम चेक करते हैं आएगा क्या पता था कि इनके साथ ग्रुप जाए चेक કરીને આમાંથી ત્રણ એવા નીકળે કોણ નીકળે हां ठीक से टेस्ट नहीं किया है उसने लग रहा है ये भी निकले अरे ये भी 3 निकले
आत्मा जाइए
टोटल 4 हो गए ना
लाओ ये जो भी ऐसा है वो लाओ
4 છે ऊपर एक
इधर से चेक कर सब ऐसे होंगे तो पता नहीं है ना
लिख दीजिए ऊपर वो लास्ट वाला
हाँ वो प्लास्टिक नहीं प्लास्टिक पे चमकता है
फेविक्विक तो
ओगली ना जाए
ना ना ना
हाँ હવે આમાં ટેકનિકલ સેશન વાઇઝ પેલું ફોલ્ડર ઓપન કરી લે ને
नहीं देखो बेजनी
પેલું
नहीं
વિડિયો
आई,
તો છે અને નીચું કરી
बेजनी
દઈએ
नहीं आई,
इसकी नहीं है નીચું कर दो
ये दो नहीं आई है, ये और ये
किसकी नहीं है ये तो मना कर रहे हैं
कौन कौन
इसका नहीं अच्छा ये और ये नहीं है
ये और ये नहीं
बीच वाला ही ऑन स्टार्ट करना होता है
तो शू कर
स्टैंड बाय में गया
આનો સ્ટોપ કરવાનો
ये પેલા ભાઈ લઈ ગયા ને
કોણ લઈ ગયું?
हाँ हाँ अरे हाँ
अच्छा ये કરે છે
हाँ ये तो कहेंगे
આ કરું વિદેશ ચાલુ
चलो सही है
अभी बांग का बिहारी और अपने मीनल का रखा है
इसको बंद कैसे करना है इसको बहुत
ये करिए ना escape
एस्केप करते हैं तो फिर नीचे आ जाते हैं
alt 4 करिए ना alt के साथ F4
मिनिमाइज करना है करते बहुत सारे हैं लेकिन पता नहीं 9 होने चाहिए अब 9 पर कितने अवेलेबल है वो पता नहीं
इसमें भी ऐसा सीन है एक दो तीन चार पाँच वाला गायब है पाँच और सात
इसमें नहीं दिया इसमें नहीं
पाँच और
मैंने ऐसा रखा
अरे पर अभी जो अनाउंसमेंट करने वाले थे अनाउंस भी
कर दिया ना दिया ना
वेट करवाने એવું નથી
कि जो लोग अवेलेबल मतलब जिन्हें वीडियो में दिया वो सबमिट कर
कोई ना मैं एक्स्ट्रा में ले लेती हूँ
ऐसे ही नहीं
ना ना एक काम करो एक काम करो
હા એટલે કઈ કઈ એને હવે રિપેર કરવાનું ચાલુ કરાવો અથવા પેલાને મોમેન્ટો વાળાને ફોન કરીને તે કરાવો બરાબર હવે અત્યારે મારી પાસે ચેર કોચર છે બરાબર બાકી બધા નોર્મલ પ્રેઝન્ટર છે ઇન્ક્લુડિંગ ટ્રાવેલ ગ્રાન્ટી છે તો નોર્મલ આપી દઈશું નાનો પછી જોઈ લઈશું બદલાઈ લઈશું પણ અત્યારે વાંધો નહીં ચાલશે અત્યારે મારી પાસે બે છે એમાં એક ચેર છે ને એક કો ચેર છે કોઈ નથી પેલા ટ્રાવેલ ગ્રાન્ટ એટલે હું તમને એ જ અરેન્જમેન્ટ કરાવું છું સમજ્યા ને હે ને એ અભિષેક સર જોડે વાત કરાવડાવો એકવાર તો હે ને હા અભિષેક સર જોડે વાત કરાવડાવો સમજ્યા ને એટલે હા ચલો આ मैक्सिमम 12 होगा ये ले लीजिए मेरे पास है कॉपी एक कॉपी ले लीजिए टेक्निकल नाम दूर से પર કઈ નથી કઈ અહીંયાથી જ કંઈક છે અરે પણ આપણે હવે એ વસ્તુ તો થોડું ત્યાં બી એ લોકોએ કોર્ડિનેટ કરવું જોઈએ ને આપણને આપણે 4:15નો ટાઈમિંગ છે તો ટાઈમિંગ પ્રમાણે તો આપણે ચાલીએ ને બરાબર અડધું સેશન તો આના પછી 9 પ્રેઝન્ટેશન છે 9 જણને 9 આપણે કોઈ ડીલે થાય તો એમણે ત્યાં જોવાનું 4:15 થવાય છે પણ એવું નહીં
तो चलेगा या नहीं लिया
हाँ तो फिर
आई गई
कर लो बराबर એસઓયુના એ પણ બધા કરી લો અને કેટલી
ટીવીમાં આવે છે
જે હોય એ સોલ્યુશન કરી દો પાસ
સેશન તો મેનેજ કરી દેવા છે મારે ખાલી આનો અવાજ આવે હા 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 હમણાં આખી પિન બહાર હા હા કંઈ આવ એટલે એનો ઓડિયો પેલો જતો હશે આ ઉતાવળ ફોર્મેટનું બતાવો આજનો દિવસ પતી જશે હવે જે છે ને કાલનો દિવસ માટે મને થોડું સર્વિસને આવું હોય તો આવી જાય ને સ્પીટર બીજું બદલવું જ બદલી દઈશું બીજું પેલા લાયા નહીં રાજા નહીં પછી હારું આવું કરશું વિજયને લઈ જાઉં રાજનને રોશની ને કહીએ રોશની આરતી મારી જોડે છે એટલે મેસેજ તો લઈજો ને नहीं मैं अभी क्या बोल रहा हूँ लेके जाना होगा हम लोग बोले कि 4:30 हम लोग आ जाएंगे सुबह हाँ पैक करवाएं बट यहाँ से कुछ वहाँ ले जाने में भी तो मिस हो सकता है नेम प्लेट्स मोमेंट और शॉप क्या हाँ मोमेंट तो उनको कोई है ही नहीं अपने ही पार्टी अपने वाले हैं चार हाँ नहीं ले लो चार तो ले लेंगे 4-5 ज़्यादा लेना पड़ेगा हेलो हाँ सर आपसे तो मैं ये याद रख रिमाइंडर डालो यहाँ का जो बैक स्टेज वाला मैं एक लिंक आपको शेयर करता हूँ फोल्डर है शेयर उसमें अपलोड करूँगा पार्टिसिपेंट वाला तो मैं आपको शेयर कर देता हूँ वो फोल्डर ही आपको शेयर करता हूँ हाँ हाँ श्योर पल्लव कल जो फोटो शेयर किया हितेश तो हम वहाँ पे हमारे या तो ग्रुप में मुझे ही मैसेज करना है इतना नहीं पड़ेगा
Hello. Hello, one announcement. tea is now ready outside this hall. Please have tea. We apologize for the misconduct. Now tea is ready outside this room. Please have tea first.
सर मैं उसी के लिए तो नीचे आया, आपको बोल के तो आया।
आप 5th पर्सन है सर पूछने वाले। पहले विजय ने पूछा, स्वप्निल ने पूछा, इन्होंने पूछा, अब आप आए। सेम क्वेश्चन आस्किंग। ऐसे में क्या ले जाए?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, sure, sure.
I have so many notes actually.
Yes, yes.
So that should be Thank you.
You want to speak something?
No, no, I just want
No,
to
you
make.
can test also your sound. Yes, it's okay, ma'am.
Hello, hello.
Speak loudly, 2-3 lines. We are all keen to hear.
I will speak louder. I
We are
just
all
want
keen to
make.
hear you, ma'am. Please.
I just want to make sure that I can do this.
Yes, you can put it here. You can test here. You are able to put it comfortably? Yes. So you are having next session is yours? Okay. All the best.
नोटपैड मैं उनको बोल के आज ही तो ले जाऊँ।
मैं लिख देती हूँ फिर फोन करके
कंफर्म कर। ऐसी चीजें हैं,
नोटपैड पेन लिख
ऐसी चीजें हैं जो विजय से लेके जाओ।
ट्रे
विजय सारी पेन ड्राइव होती है।
लेके गए
हमारा केला प्रेजेंटेशन होगा ना अपना। प्रियंकी मैडम ने आपके थे એટલે ये को रिपोर्ट बनाऊंगा। शिवन मैडम कहाँ है? ग्लास है। इनको प्रेजेंटेशन दे दो सर।
ठीक है, इसको ये फोल्डर है किधर? ऑल इसको सेशन वाइज कर दो। नहीं पीपीटी सेशन वाइज, ठीक है।
चलो
ठीक है, इसमें सारे हैं, यही जो भी इसी पे रहेगा।
ये नहीं हमारा मजे से बताओ।
नहीं ये तो आपका है।
इसमें तुमने कॉपी किया था ना?
हाँ।
अब बता प्रेजेंटेशन बराबर?
हाँ। ये हमारा जो डेस्कटॉप पर जो है तू एक ले ले।
डेस्कटॉप वाला फाइनल हो गया, इसको अब हटा दो।
बाकी एक दो मिसिंग होगा ना तो पूछ
अरे ना
लेंगे।
कहीं
नोट
हाँ।
हमने भी तो किया होगा ना।
नहीं तो यही कॉपी हुआ है।
हाँ।
नहीं नहीं बाद में चेंज।
हाँ ठीक है चलो।
એટલે મને યાદ રહે ને એટલે તમને આપી ગઈ હતી એટલા માટે બરાબર આને કોપી કરું પાછું આ આપી દઉં મેડમને બરાબર જીતેશ
अच्छा आरती का ऐसे करते हैं।
विजय
नहीं नहीं कुछ छेड़ नहीं रहा ऊपर
नहीं नहीं, अभी ये आरती अभी कंफ्यूजन ना हो जाए, ठीक है।
हमको ये बोल रहे हैं ना इतिहास को ललिता मैडम को देना है।
अच्छा।
उनको देने के लिए पता चले ना अदरवाइज कंफ्यूजन रहेगा।
डेस्कटॉप पे नहीं डाल रहे हो ना, ये वाला डेस्कटॉप पे नहीं डाल रहे हो?
नहीं डाल रहा
हाँ,
डेस्कटॉप पे तुमने जो किया वो फाइनल।
हाँ मुझे अच्छा इसमें
तो वो मैडम को देने के लिए बोल रहे हैं
हाँ,
ना।
तो ये सिस्टम ही रहेगा ना, यूज़ होगा यहाँ भी, वहाँ जहाँ यहीं यही होगा ना। तो जिसका भी आता है सेशन वाइज, मतलब किसी ने मेल किया कुछ भी, यहाँ कॉपी करो पेन ड्राइव में, यहाँ पे ये उसमें डाल देंगे सेशन वाइज में। हाँ हाँ निकाल दो। ये हो गया 8 तक, ठीक है।
अभी
3 में कितने हैं?
दो नहीं
अच्छा मतलब यहाँ करना था। अभी ये पोस्टर का कराते हैं, खत्म होने पोस्टर पर बना दिया दुर्गा जी की तरह यहाँ से वहाँ बना नीचे लाना पड़ेगा।
उसका पिन विन भी लाएगा, पिन चिपकाने वो पिन करने के लिए।
कैसे वो कहाँ है, वो कौन? वो आज ही एक पता है, ये मुस्तफ़ा करम मेरे को पोस्टर आज ही लगाना है। मैं सर कल डेडिकेटेड सेशन है। नहीं नहीं मैं आज ही चाहता हूँ, फिर मैं
तो लगा खड़ा रहे,
तो लगाएगा मैं पिन
खड़ा रहे ऐसे करके।
मैंने भाई पिन
वो नोटपैड पेन हमें भी थोड़ा दे दो, हम वहाँ पे लेके जाते हैं।
ले लो।
यहाँ पे लिमिटेड होगा, तो
कहाँ
यहाँ पे
अभी चाहिए?
फिर लॉकर में जाएंगे तो हम जाएंगे तो थोड़ा तो लेके जाएंगे ना।
सर वही है, मनु सर वही है।
वहाँ पे
કેબિનમાં છે
હમણાં 8220 માંથી ફોન આવ્યો એટલે કહું છું.
हाँ नहीं नहीं वही है।
નોટપેડ પેન લઈ જાય ને એસયુવી નહીં મિલે. હિતેશ મોમેન્ટો વાળું છે ને એ અહીંયા બાકી બધું લે. મેં भी 10 के नहीं
शोधने
अवार्ड वाला काउंट चेयर को सेम
Namaskar. Good afternoon once again. We are here for the last technical session. May I have attention to the outside participant, those who have taken the tea, please join us for technical session. We had with us Banke Bihari Chandji. We had with us Dr. Meenal Oak. This is the last technical session. I was reading brief profile of the chair. He is working librarian, Vikram Sarabhai Center. And when we have a Vikram Sarabhai Center, center can't be without library, library can't be without the center. That is implied. So he is from the library of Vikram Sarabhai. I am coming to the point. किसी ने कहा कि जब हमारा चांद पर हमारा लैंडिंग हुआ विक्रम, तो किसी ने कहा क्या हुआ, हमारे तो झंडे में भी चांद है। तो किसी अख्तर साहब ने कहा कि बेटा झंडे में चांद होना और चांद पे झंडा होना दोनों में अंतर है। वो शायद भारत की ताकत है, हमें गर्व करना चाहिए उस पर। हम उस शहर में भी है क्योंकि अहमदाबाद का जब नाम आता है तो विक्रम साराभाई का नाम आता है। ही इज़ द फादर ऑफ स्पेस साइंस इन इंडिया। और हमें लगता है कि शायद हमारी जो साइंस है, शायद जो हमारा इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम है, आज़ादी के इस अमृत खंड में, अमृत काल में रिजुवनेट हो रहा है। जहाँ भी हम जिस भी प्रांत में जाते हैं तो लगता है कि जो डेवलपमेंट हम देखते हैं, फ़क्र महसूस होता है। क्या कुछ नहीं हमने 75 साल में तय किया है। एक बार किसी बहुत खूबसूरत लाइन कही तो यंग बच्चों के लिए भी है। बरसात हुई, कानों में इतना सा कह गई, गर्मी किसी की भी हो ज़्यादा समय तक नहीं रहती है। और रात का अंधेरा, मतलब विचारों का अंधेरा रात के अंधेरे से ज़्यादा खतरनाक होता है। इसलिए चिंतन करें, चिंता ना करें। ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है, लाइब्रेरियंस के लिए भी है। क्योंकि मैंने पहले भी कहा, जब हम नॉलेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पढ़ाते हैं, नॉलेज क्रिएशन पढ़ाते हैं, जे.एस. शेरा कहते हैं कि देयर इज़ नो यूज़ ऑफ द नॉलेज इफ नॉलेज इज नॉट यूटिलाइज्ड। To make the knowledge utilized, it is the part and parcel and job and affair of the library community, and we feel proud that we are a librarian. Ranganathan turned into mathematics to the librarian, but आज की डेट में हम शायद ये लाइब्रेरियन कोई कहलाना पसंद नहीं करता है जब तक आप अपनी रूट्स पे कनेक्ट नहीं करेंगे, रूट पर अपना प्राइड फील नहीं करेंगे। वो उसी तरह से कि फूल चाहे कितनी ऊंचाई पे खिल रहा हो तो वो तभी तक खिलता और महकता है जब तक अपनी रूट से जुड़ा रहता है। तो रूट हमारी लाइब्रेरी साइंस है, रूट हमारे वो बेसिक है। ये नए सब्जेक्ट्स आएंगे जाएंगे, और टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में तो मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ जो टिकाऊ ना हो वही टेक्नोलॉजी है, अदरवाइज तो टेक्निक हमेशा टिकाऊ रहती हैं। चाहे वो आजकल चेन प्रोसीजर की बात करो, चाहे पॉप्सी की बात करो। तो वी आर हियर फॉर द third technical session. We had one very eminent and very good librarian, practicing librarian. दोनों ही management की, one comes from the spatial library system, one comes from the management sides. So now the floor is yours, with a request that we have to finish this last technical session so the audience can enjoy the cultural program, the cultural event. Every culture, क्योंकि मेरा एग्रीकल्चर था तो हमारे टीचर बोलते थे, अच्छा जिसका कोई कल्चर नहीं होता है उसका अच्छा तुम एग्रीकल्चर से हो, ऐसा वो बोलते थे। मुझे नहीं पता उसका जवाब कब, मतलब मुझे आज तक नहीं मिला। लेकिन एग्रीकल्चर ही है जो हर कल्चर को खाद देती है, क्योंकि अगर पेट के अंदर अगर अनाज जाएगा तो हम कल्चर की बात करेंगे, सिविलाइजेशन की बात करेंगे। तो हमारी बोन है, हमारी बेस है एग्रीकल्चर। तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ में आपके लिए मैं छोड़ देता हूं इस सेशन के लिए। उम्मीद है कि समय पे हम खत्म करेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much, Professor Singh, for introducing me and my chair, co-chair Minal. So we have 3 invited papers. That is by Anjali Panigubutra Roberts, Mohammad Jailur Rahman, and Jagdish Chandra Aryal. So these are 3 invited papers that will come in that sequence. After that, we have 5 papers by Sheetal Tang, Chinchu C, Subhajit Panda and Sahjeb Hassan. Then Murtala Aminu, Mayank Trivedi and Sahabi Kauje. And last one, of course, Wasim Rahman, Bhavesh Patel and Abhishek Sahu. So I would like to invite first Anjali Roberts for his presentation titled Enhancing Catalog Records of Electronic Theses and Dissertations with ORCID Identifiers.
How much time do I have?
You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Namaskar. Hello, my name is Anjali Panikabut Roberts, and with the Thai nickname Joy. I'm the head of cataloging and associate professor at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville, Tennessee, United States. Knoxville is a UTK flagship campus and a Research One institution with the grand doctoral degree. That's why we have ETDs. And I would like to thank for the opportunity to present here, and also for your warm welcome. This is my first time in India. And also, today I will share with you our workflow to add ORCID identifier to our catalog MAC records, and from the deposit into our institutional repository, trace authenticity, research, and creative exchange, which is a lot smaller version of Shodhganga. We have about 5,000, not 5 million. So this is the outline of my talk today on ORCID and identifiers. So why am I focusing on ORCID, or Open Researcher and Contributor ID? At the UTK, we encourage our scholars to add their ORCID to their, or persistent identifier to their portfolio, especially when depositing their ETD in our open access trace, which is based on the Digital Commons platform. The university also encouraged the faculty to create ORCID ID in their scholarly profile in symplectic elements, and then generate faculty activities to submit into their annual performance review. So ORCID is not only a persistent ID, but it also has, and it has a number, so it does unique and also easier for computer to recognize. But it also integrates with Pivot, our funding database in progress, and also Dimension AI, which is in digital science database, Scopus by Elsevier, and Web of Science database by Clarivate Analytics. So ORCID can add grant information, Scopus ID, and researcher ID into the faculty's ORCID profiles. So because ORCID user can create their own IDs too, so the information is more reliable. So this advantage make ORCID an ideal candidate to include in our catalog records for our ETDs to uniquely identify and the authors and the faculty advisor in the thesis. That's why we decide to add ORCID to our ETD catalog in Exlibris ALMA catalog and also OCLC WorldCat database. So for UT, we start in the year 2020 when we applied to be a pilot project with the Library of Congress program for cooperative cataloging pilot project to add URI in our MARC record. So URI is a persistent identifier for the web. So for the pilot, we chose to add ETD authors and the advisor ORCID to our local catalog records in ALMA and OCLC, as I mentioned before. So in ALMA, during the pilot, we can add both URI and also the string numbers. And later, after the pilot, we integrate that into our workflow. So I'm going to talk a bit quickly about that. So to establish the workflow, we have to update the constant data in WorldCat database to add a URI for relationship terms for the author, the degree supervisor, and the degree granting institution. For example, for the term sponsoring body here that you can see, it has a persistent URI in subfield 4 and also subfield 0 for the link to the link data in LC. So this is really our template, which is based on NDLTD metadata and also the RDA International Cataloging Guideline for the dissertation and thesis. So what we did, we enhanced by adding the 300 for the fiscal, the format, and also particularly we want to separate, making this, well, I'm not going to talk about AI, but this is one of the older format AI semantic web database. So we want to make that data ready for link data in the future. So we separate the MARC format to have degree type, degree granting institution, and degree granting year as separate metadata elements. And in 710, we also add academic department that issue the degree. So we add ORCID when available because we don't require the ORCID. So we get them when we can. By the author's name in MARC 100 and for the major professor name in MARC 700 using subfield 1 URI in WorldCat. So to save time, we start by finding ORCIDs if they are already submitted by the author in TRACE. And for the professor, we find them on their website, but we also have Dimension database. So this is how ORCID can show up in Dimension. So next, for cataloging guideline, you can see we add the subfield 1 and subfield 0 in ALMA and OC and also OCLC. This is how in ALMA, once you add them, you can find them either as number or string. And so this is example of what the advisor and the degree supervisor and the author, if they have ORCIDs, this is going to be how they show up in our system. So this is the staff use, so the interface won't show that. So what I want to say, another thing about ORCID is that it can help uniquely identify people with this kind of similar name for this Chinese name. If you just have Ya Jun Wang, there's a lot of Ya Jun Wang, so ORCID can help disambiguate this Ya Jun Wang to the others. But in the LC name authority workflow, we also add the term researcher in electrical engineering, so that to help verify that this is the Ya Jun Wang for this thesis. What you can see now is how ORCID travel right from the trace, which is our IR, to our UTK catalog records, and then the Library Congress has linked data service, so you can see all those connections. So ORCID is linking across different platforms. So the impact of another, recently last year, the US Office of Science and Technology Policies has a memo released in August 2022 that all the federal research has to be open. But to be open and accessible, it also states that that it has to have persistent identifier, so we assume that that's the way they described, well, that's ORCID. And then not only that, the ORCID has to include the information on the employment, education, funding, works, and scholarly creative output. So because just the ID itself doesn't do the job, because you have to be able to verify what ORCID is trying to. So that means that ORCID really, so if the user doesn't, so they have the right not to share the information, but in that case, they do have to share the information. I mean, ORCID is powerful that the user can control a lot, but with the federal mandate, they have to share some information. So I want to talk a bit about ORCID and linked data. So linked data is an older semantic web, which is making all the metadata elements linking together like a neural network. So it's more like an AI, which is actually semantic web is by the Tim Berners-Lee, who's running MIT AI lab. So if you heard of semantic web, that's also a form of AI. Have anyone worked with Wikidata, create Wikidata? Can I see hands? Yes. So this is so I'm going to talk a bit about Wikidata and how when you create metadata, it can be reused and visualized. Wikidata is, so I want to kind of clarify. Wikidata is the project that's a part of Wiki Commons, Wikimedia sister projects, and it is a structured data. When you search Wikipedia, you can see on the side there will be a structured data. So those are run by Wikidata. And one thing about Wikidata, there are many visualization tools, so you can really play with your metadata. So in this case, I will show there's a visualization called Scholar. When you go in, you can pull in your ORCID data, and it will generate visualization of your scholarly profile. And for example, so all of these are live data and linked within, so you can connect with the other pieces in the Wikidata too. So for example, these are my topics of my research. So when you can click on those bubbles, for example, I have done some work on human trafficking as a research focus. You can click on that and you can link to other scholars who are doing the same research. So these are all live, very interactive. So when you have metadata, it can do more. So this is what you can do more with the metadata. Later on in the 2022 OCLC also create another platform called WorldCat Entity, which is a wiki-based platform. So every metadata elements are independent and they can be interlinking. So they translate all the WorldCat catalog records into triples. So all of them are now linked data. And when ORCID go along with that, you can see on the one side, on that side, that's from my faculty profile by symplectic element. You can see that ORCID include all of my other IDs, like researcher ID. But on the other side, in ORCID, it will come along to ORCID and create that information as well. So ORCID is the hub of other identifiers. Now, from that, my ORCID travel again to WorldCat Entity. So you can see that in WorldCat Entity, ORCID is present, but also linked with the other IDs within the more of the library side of the world. So ORCID becomes an intermediary from the scholarly research world into the bibliographic world. So you can play around. If you go to WorldCat Entities, look up Dolly Parton. She's a famous country singer, and she has about 90 identifiers. So this is a new thing that OCLC had created recently, and they are creating an editor. So this is only a translation of the data they have already. And I'm also on the OCLC Global Council in the America Regional Council. So I try to also keep up with what OCLC is doing. So OCLC Meridian will allow you to come back in this kind of wiki-based space and then edit this information. So I just want to show you what ORCID can do and how it can travel across the platform and make your data link with many things and become like a neural network, and that's kind of a form of AI. And these are I want to acknowledge the Library of Congress for allowing me to be a part of their pilot, the UT libraries, the research office. And you can see, like Professor Gosh has talked about research integrity. So this is one thing that you can strengthen your your ETD by adding ORCID, and that will also giving you the research impact and make your own libraries to be more visible with the research office as well. I made it, didn't I? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Achli, for taking us to the ORCID and highlighting the benefits of using it in Wikidata and how it can be used in a linked data environment. Now I would like to invite Muhammad Jailur Rahman. Is he okay? Yeah. So he will be presenting on the topic promoting open access scholarly data. You have 10 minutes and stick to time so that we can finish this session on time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Respected chair and co-chair, director in FlipNet Center, board members from NDLTD, and my colleagues from India and abroad. Everyone, good evening and Shubho Aparanno. Without going to further details about scholarly data, I would like to concentrate on my point, that is the scholarly data means in my paper. We know that by providing idea on how to develop a good research topic, problem statement, formulation, know to how to write a literature review without plagiarism, research methodology, data analysis, and recommendation and conclusion. Scholarly data like ETD has contributed a lot in the research arena. And next to my paper, this is the content of my paper, and background, why to promote open access in developing country perspective. We, as we know that as the scholarly output has come with in a form of article, thesis and dissertation, and printed and non-printed electronic media. Most of the research output in published along with the agencies who sell it for profit. As a result, a huge number of research output are remaining unveiled to the scholars who live in 152 countries, developing countries, which is 85.54% of the world's total population. This is the main reason to move forward for promoting open access. In literature review, actually I have done a comprehensive literature review on the topic and on open access movement and ETD repositories in Bangladesh. And the objective of the paper is to evaluate the current ETD initiative in Bangladesh and private and public universities, to discuss various aspects including software selection, metadata collection, and long-term preservation of digital data, and also describes technical considerations. And there are many other 2 or 3 points. I am not reading it out. And in methodology, actually 10 universities were taken into consideration in research. 5 from public and 5 from private universities, and along with the literature review, quantitative research method also followed, and open access, and I am not going to detail into open access and its definition. Bangladesh and open access repository. The first institutional repository was started in 2007, supported by ENAFs in Bangladesh. DSpace is the core IR repository software in all universities in Bangladesh. 18 public and private university libraries, along with the information science department, got a fund to establish their IR project in Bangladesh. Now, thesis and dissertation as a part of scholarly data and research data. The first, Bangladesh has right now 54 public and 113 private universities in operation. While the university has no permission for giving award of PhD and MPhil, and only public universities are permitted for conducting MPhil and PhD. In 2013, public university has started receiving ETDs, and universities formulated ETD submission guidelines recently, and the result, ETD collection are mainly related to MPhil and PhD. I are limited to in the campus only with restriction. Private universities host IR with term paper, internship report. WM core metadata with mark entry is followed during the entry into IR platform. And as we know, there are many problems related to ETD initiative in Bangladesh, and I am not reading it out due to time constraint. And in conclusion, I have suggested to overcome all the barriers to implement in ETD in Bangladesh, and lastly, I recommended that a National Copyright Commission be involved to address copyright issues, Creative Commons and open content platform, to encourage research funding for institution be increased. Thank you so much for patience hearing. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Rahman, for presenting a status report of ETDs in Bangladesh. I think, I know that there are a lot more things need to be done to see a progress. I hope in due course of time that will also happen. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There are lots of things to do to reach the at the peak of the mountain. Thank you, sir.
Now may I request the next invited paper, that is open access repository and availability of ETDs in Nepal by Jagdish Chandra Aryal. You have 10 minutes time for your paper. Please conclude on time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and Co-Chair. And I would like to also thank the organizing committee of this conference for providing an opportunity to present my paper here. My paper topic is open access repository and availability of ETD in Nepal. Actually, many articles, reports, and theses are being produced in Nepal as an output of the research conducted by especially the government organization, non-government organization, and academic institution, and national and international organizations. Some researchers publish their work in the international journals, but most of them get unpublished, and these works are not easily accessible to the other researchers. due to their high subscription cost or unavailability in local repositories. To fulfill this gap, many academic research institutions in Nepal have started to build open access repository along with the open access initiative worldwide. The institutional repository of the universities have been enriched with the electronic thesis and dissertations. This study tries to find out the overall situation of open access repository and electronic thesis and dissertation in Nepal. These are the platform of the repository, most popular institutional repository in Nepal. Objective. The main objective of my study is to examine the overall situation of open access repository in Nepal and ETD publishing, to highlight the importance of electronic thesis and dissertation in research and education, to determine the availability of electronic thesis and dissertations online in open access media, to evaluate the consistency in metadata used in Nepali institutional repository. Research methods. 10 repositories have been selected purposefully according to their popularity. Data were collected and analyzed comparatively by observation and evaluation of the repository. The study was focused on the analysis and evaluation of the content, metadata, and accessibility rather than the other technical issues. Findings. Finding regarding the overall repository. Nepali academic institution and research organization have started to build their own institutional repository and have collected work, books, book chapters, journal articles, research papers, conference proceedings, images, videos, etc. Among them, Himal-Duck is institutional repository of the ICMOD, International Center for the Integrated Mountain Development, is the largest in collection, which holds 36,000 items. It has also a well-organized platform built in venue. This table shows the types of the items collected by the repository. Among these 10 institutional repository, Archive Nepal, Central Open Access Repository, e-Pustakalaya, Himal-Duck, Kathmandu University Digital Repository, Nepal Journals Online, Nepal Health Research Council Digital Library, Nepal National Library Digital Resources, Tribhuvan University Central Library, e-Library, United Nations Digital Repository in Nepal. These 10 repositories have been selected for the study, and among these, the largest one is the Himal-Duck, which holds 36,000 items, and the smallest one is the Kathmandu University Digital Repository, which holds only 170 items. And the item included by the repository are not similar. Many of the repository holds various types of the items, book chapters, journal articles, reports, theses. For example, Central Open Access Repository holds all types of items, but some repository holds limited items, journals only. Nepal Journals Online holds only the journal articles. Finding regarding the platform and metadata used. Most of the repositories were built using DSpace and open source software, but there is no consistency in using metadata standard among the repository. However, most of them have followed the Dublin Core metadata standard. This table shows the metadata standard they used and the platform they used for the repository. findings. Finding regarding the importance of the electronic thesis and dissertation. Some repositories have collected only specific item. Many of the repositories have collected various types of the items, but some repositories have collected only the specific items and have not collected electronic thesis and dissertations. Repository of Tribhuvan University has largest collection of the electronic thesis and dissertation, which holds 17,116 items. That is 94.6% of its total collection of the Tribhuvan University repository. This shows that electronic thesis and dissertation are the most important part of the educational resources. The following table shows the proportion of the electronic thesis and dissertation in its total collections. Conclusion. In conclusion, due to continuous advocacy of open access in Nepal, many academic and research institutions such as Tribhuvan University, ISHMOD, Nepal Library and Information Consortium, Nepal Health Research Council has started to build open access repository and initiated open archiving. The collection of electronic thesis and dissertation in many repositories are limited due to the lack of sufficient human resources as well as the financial constraints. The interface of the UN Digital Repository in Nepal, Himaldoc, e-Pustakalaya are well designed and in comparison to other repositories that may be their capacity to hire expert designers. Electronic thesis and dissertation are very important to the university students and researchers. The government should play an instrumental role by making open access policy for the development of the higher education in Nepal. It should also have a national open access repository like India has. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagdish, for presenting a fantastic paper on your Nepalese institutional repository. I hope the suggestions that you are making most probably will be listened by your authorities and implemented. Due to paucity of time, we are unable to take Q&A. So if you have any questions, of course, all the authors are around here only. You can directly interact with them. So with this, we conclude the invited papers and we will move to the paper presentation. And now I would like to invite Sheetal for her paper on libraries and sustainable development goals. Over to Sheetal. You have, of course, 7 minutes. So try to conclude that, highlight key points only.
Good evening. Thank you to the chair and thank you to all the dignitaries in the audience also. Before I start my presentation, I have two, what you can say, like declarations to make. Otherwise, this will look like an utopian thought. First, as the name of my university is Atmiya University, I would like to define the word Atmiya. Atmiya stands for having a feeling of relationship with all the entities in this existence. And we have our base, all the students and the faculties are inducted in the coexistential philosophy. We all have to go through this understanding of this philosophy, which is commonly known as Universal Human Values Education for Professional Ethics in terms of UGC or AICT program, which is a compulsory credit course now. But we all, as faculties and students, are inducted into it. So one is that. And secondly, my leadership team believes in when we say, how do we enrich the electronic thesis and dissertations, we look at every input that we do into our research. They look forward to seeing it translated into action. So that is also another reason why we look at things more integrated, because we believe in coexistence philosophy. So with that in mind, Sustainable Development Goals was something that easily was adopted by us and which was easily welcomed by our university to make it as one of our goals, to cater to whatever we do is in line with Sustainable Development Goals. And we understand, I don't have to talk about the 17 goals of sustainable development, but we can see from every library association which has already listed what is the crucial role of libraries in educating and nurturing the knowledge and fostering the sustainable development. So I don't have to talk more about it, all of us are aware of it. But let me just share what we have at Library and Learning Center at Atmia University. 3 concepts that have helped us realize or move towards the sustainable development goals. One is we have a commons culture. I'll come to it. And we do advocate and use free and open source softwares, and we definitely support research in sustainable development goals. So coming to commons culture, commons is basically like a resource which is like used by the community, and they are the people who own it, who contribute to it, and also take care of it. So it's that. So commons is basically that. So everything, whether it is the library resource, whether it is anything that content that you generate, any research that you do, is in the commons culture. So it is more of a culture which helps in co-creation, co-learning, and collaboration. So the first experience of co-creation was when we wanted to design a course on sustainable development goals, Introduction to Sustainable Development Goals. We wanted to give it to every student as an audit course, which is now under the framework of NEP. It is taken under value-added courses, and we offer this as an online audit course. It was our first MOOC, which was taken ahead by the library. The library helped in providing the content. And what was very interesting is we were going to do it for the UG students. And let me talk about my institute. We belong to Rajkot. So we are in vernacular background. We have students coming from vernacular backgrounds. So they don't understand English. English is one of the major hurdles in learning itself. And plus sustainable development goals, we did have many courses on UN platform, everything, but how to make it more localized so that our students can understand it at UG level. So that was one of the biggest challenges. That's how it took around 3 months for us to actually create our own content, because the faculties were involved and each of the faculty belonged to one faculty. So they knew what was the standard of the students. And to add to it, we offered it in 2021. So we were going to face the first batch of COVID, which had actually not attended school or college for 2 years. So it was a challenge. But that is where we all came together and we co-created this wonderful course, which is very easy to understand. And it is made as a compulsory audit course, again handled by the library. The LMS is also handled by the library. We have now around 10 courses, and sustainable development goals as a vertical is offered also under the TDE, the transdisciplinary elective also. So this also called for content writing of SDGs. Again, as a librarian, when it comes to integrated or multidisciplinary approach, I think the library is the right place to start your research and to have the people come together, discuss about the topic together, because we have a problem to solve. So this also helped us to generate a lot of content. We have students who have to do a 120 hours internship at the end of first year. So we had around 40-45 students coming to the library, under which we went in for certain surveys. We made them do some surveys which were related to sustainable development goals. We also tried to get them, a perspective of, let us say, like circular economy. But circular economy, how does it become successful? Only when you have communities connected to it. It cannot stand alone. It should be looked at it integratedly. Mental well-being. We have policies today, requested by the government to be framed at university level for mental well-being. How do we look at mental well-being? How does sustainable development look at it? So we had a lot of opportunity to create that content. Secondly, we had a lot of scope as library team to collaborate with our faculties who were working on sustainable development related issues, and we could help them with the content writing as far as how does it fit into, which target of SDGs does it cater to. So that way we were able to have a lot of co-creation and collaborative work. We have our students who have been developing all these web services, web pages, to make it more local. So that our own students can use it. We have a community of 8,000 users, students on our campus. So it's a community itself. So we were creating a lot of resources on SDG so that the students can also access it. Well, believing in commons culture, I didn't have to market my library and my library services. My students who were working with us on these internships, they did the entire marketing for us. They were very happy to do those projects for us, and they started putting it in LinkedIn and taking a pride of doing these services. So it came very easily for us. So yeah, we have a maker space. We have a lot of this in the library. We have created spaces more than just a place. It's a space where people can come together and do a lot of co-learning. Yeah, and promoting FOSS, I'm really thankful to InflibNet team for making it more. I felt more empowered and confident to go in for a lot of free and open source softwares. My entire library runs on free and open source softwares, but it was such a great help to have them make it so comfortable and easy, a cakewalk for us. So we were able to implement a lot of things like in the ILMS, we are using NewGenLib, which is again our Indian product. DSpace, of course. Then we use Calibri. We have created our own MIS because, as I said, having a standard software is one thing, but your own local team should be able to use it. So we had a lot of work to be done. IRINS, off-campus access, which would have costed me a lot if I had to go in as a private university, but with the help of InflibNet, we were able to do. LMS, we have used Moodle 2, library guides, we have used Subject Plus, and right now we are working on Viewfind so that it becomes a single point portal for our library. How do we support and promote research? Well, we do a lot of capacity building programs thanks to all the publishers. They were really, even though we were not in a position to go for all these e-resources in one go, but at least they were kind enough to come and educate my community there about what are these resources and how do they provide you quality content in research. And that's how we were able to go for really curating and selecting the resources. Secondly, subject keywords in SDG, I think Scopus, like Elsevier, has already indexed all its research in terms of SDGs. So we have also used those keywords, and we have created our own database of keywords. So if any faculty wants to know which SDG is he trying to cater to with that particular keyword, he can come to know about the SDGs. We also have a course on digital and information literacy handled by the library, which is now being given as a compulsory credit. Again, we do a lot of this work right from the first year in UG program. And of course, joining the library networks helps us to sustain. InflibNet, Delnet, IIT Gandhinagar has been a great help. I have tried to map in this how each of those best practices caters to which SDG, even as a library, how we are moving towards SDGs. And if we see the impact on the library usage, that is what matters. It has not gone down, except for the COVID 2 years, it has continued to surge. So in conclusion, I would only say the library's provision for information literacy or content creation, online services, effective resource management, has made its central role in academia, fostering active engagement and professional development opportunities. So I would only say library's pivotal role in advancing the sustainable development goal is an indispensable cornerstone of knowledge and progress, shaping a brighter future for individuals, institutions, and societies. So let's be proactive. That's my message for all of us.
Thank you, Sheetal, for highlighting the importance that library can play in this achieving sustainable development goals. Next presenter we have is Chinchu C. Is he here? No? Okay. Next one, Susmita, okay, yeah, Subhajit Panda and Sahabjeb Hussain.
Subhajit.
Okay. So, yeah, the paper titled Exploring the Intersection of Electronic Thesis and Dissertations and Open Science in the 21st Century Library Science Landscape through analysis of oatg.org. You have 7 minutes. Try to finish it within that time.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shahzeb Hassan from Akal University, Bhatinda. Today, my topic is exploring the intersection of electronic thesis and dissertation and open science in the 21st century library science landscape through analysis of OATD.org. I know time is very short, so I skip my introduction, then directly I come to my objectives. Yes, objective is to provide an overview of electronic thesis and dissertation by explaining their importance in the field of library science, to explore the concept of open science in library science, highlighting its value and principal relevance and potential benefits of ETDs. To conduct a comprehensive analysis of OATD.org and prominent repository for ETDs to explain the trade characteristic and contribution of ETD in the field of library science over the selected time frames. To identify and discussion the challenging and future direction for ETD in the context of open science. Yes, importance of ETD in the field library science landscape, repository of knowledge, resource of future research, professional developing, finishing and development, global accessibility, and etc. Open science in library science concept and relevance. Open science in the UNESCO recommendation 2021 is a set of principles and practice that aims to make scientific research from the field accessible to everyone for the benefit of scientists and society as a whole. The recommendation aims to ensure not only the scientific knowledge is accessible, but also that the protection of that knowledge itself inclusive, equivalent, and sensibility. Yes, it is pillar of the open science here. Value and principle of open access. UNESCO Open Science Recommendation provide a global framework defining shared value and principle for international open science effects. It aims to bridge technological and knowledge gap, fostering an implication and just open science environment globally. Integration of open science practice in library science, some benefits and challenges. Yes, OATD.org, a comprehensive analysis, overview, and signification. Open access thesis and dissertation hold a pivotal role as a global repository from scholar thesis and dissertation with over 6.6 million indexed work sourced from 1,100 academics and research institutions worldwide. OATD.org stands as a primary resource for open access research. Research methodology, yes, data collection, 12 June 2023, use the search terms. Sample selection, a total of 2680 ETD. Data organization, the primary, MS Excel. Analytical parameters, yes, country-wise, university-wise, department-wise, and level of ETD, degrees, awards, and language used to ETD. Method of analysis, yes, percentage method. Here is country-wise, year-wise, 2000 से लेकर 2003, 4 to 8, 9 to 13, 14 to 18, and 19 to 23. Country-wise, first is Sweden, US, India, UK, and South Africa. University-wise, University of Boras, Upasla University, University of Michigan, Florida State University, and University of KZN. Yeah, here is some departments. Swedish School of Library and Information Science, ALM, Library and Information Science, Information and Library and Information Science. Level of ETD, yes, doctoral, master's, and thesis. Then degree, PhD, MS, MIS, MAEDD. Languages here, Swedish, English, Portuguese, English New Zealand, and Spanish. Now is challenging and future direction, copyright and intellectual property, data protection, privacy, author access control, ethics use of data, and etc. Challenges and future direction, overcoming technical and infrastructure challenges. Some is here, metadata accessibly, interrepositories, search machines, and etc. Exploring emerging trade and possibilities, some are here, multi-time integration, AI and machine learning, blockchain technology, and etc. As conclusion here, ETD signification, study insight, importance of library science, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Sajay, for for sharing your insights on OATG. And now I would like to invite Murtala Aminu, Mayank Trivedi, and Sahabi Abubakar Kauje for their paper Enhancing the Efficiency and Effectiveness of the Electronic Thesis and Dissertations Metadata Lifecycle, a framework for best practice.
Thank you very much, sir. Gentlemen and ladies, I would like to use this opportunity to extend my greetings to every one of you present here today. My name is Murtala Aminu. I'm a research scholar from MSU, University of Baroda, Department of Library and Information Science. Gentlemen and ladies, today I'm going to present my topic, or our topic, enhancing the efficiency and the effectiveness of electronic thesis and dissertation. Metadata lifecycle, a framework for best practice. Fellow academics and researchers, we understand the significance of ETD as valuable resources for future generations of scholars. This presentation will shed light on how we can collectively elevate our practices and embrace a new era of electronic thesis and dissertation management. ETD play a critical role in promoting open access and increasing the visibility of research output. ETD can be accessed by researchers, educators, policymakers. At this stage, I want to give you some scenario that happened in my place of work, that is Nigeria. In Nigeria, there is what we call TED fund, tertiary education trust funds. The government used to give all the academicians within the university some grants and interventions to further their studies, either local or internationally. Some incidents happened. One scholars were given this mandate to go to Russia to pursue his PhD, but unfortunately, he lied to the government. So as a result of this best practice, the management of the university decided to create a team to go to Russia, because he was sent to Russia to conduct, to do his PhD. But unfortunately, he didn't go there. But as a result of this best practice of ETD, he present a fake certificate that he graduated from so-so-so university. Instead for the management to go there, then they used that opportunity to have access for his thesis, which it is not true. If you look at importance of efficient and effective metadata management, metadata acts as a gateway to ETD, allow researchers to locate and access relevant information, like the story that I told you. Now, someone that lies, he graduated, or let me say he finished his thesis, which he has failed, and it is not true, and found exactly how it is. So if you look at it, there is discoverability, interoperability, preservation, citability, and impact assessment. Then the objectives. This study aims to provide a framework of best practice for enhancing and effectiveness of electronic thesis and dissertation metadata. Identify the existing challenges and efficient in the ETD metadata lifecycle. These objectives involve conducting a thorough analysis of current processes and practice related to electronic thesis and metadata. It seeks to understand the problems and efficiencies that may exist in how metadata for these documents is created. Okay. Oh. Sorry. Discussions of findings and conclusions. The findings of this research hold significant implications for the adoption of electronic thesis and metadata, electronic thesis and dissertation initiatives in libraries. It is evident that the university under the study have amassed a substantial body of theses and dissertations, making them ripe for ETD electronic projects. ETD projects have the potential to enhance the reputation and accessibility of academics research from this institution on an international scale. The last one, it is clear that the transformation of the ETD metadata lifecycle is not just an option, but a necessity in our digital age. The benefit of efficient and effective ETD metadata extend to students, scholars, institutions, and the global academic community. It is our hope this presentation has shed light on the vital role of ETD initiative in advancing education and research. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Aminu, for highlighting the importance of metadata for discovering ETDs in the archive. Now I request Wasim and Bhavesh, Abhishek, any of them to present their paper, Open Access ETDs, Evidence from India. Finish it within time. 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I may ask some time to borrow you from the library from the next working day. A very good evening to all present here. I'm taking this opportunity and thank you to the entire TD team for giving me this opportunity. So I'll quickly discuss my overall topic of discussion, which is the open access ETD platforms, especially in the Indian continent. So I'll just quickly skipping the overall part. We already had a lot of discussion of the institutional repositories and the ETD platforms. I'll just quickly share the number of ETDs in the global level to showcase the growth rate of the Indian national repositories of that is Shodhganga, which is almost shows very high growth rate. So we have taken the institutions with national importance in our part of study, which is a total of 160 institutions, where different IITs are there, NITs are there, triple IT, IIM, NIPER, NID, SP and NIFTIMs are there. And these are the growth rate, I mean the establishment rate year-wise. Next, we have tried to showcase the the status and the availability of the resources at the ETD platforms. What are the status of their repositories, how they are making their the thesis and dissertation, and how they have created their repository, how they are showcasing their thesis and dissertations to their repositories. So out of the so first of all, we have tried to showcase their own institutional repositories here of the 160 institutionals, of which almost 35% of the institutional institutes have their own institutional repositories. Then we are moving next to the access, ease of access, how they are providing access to the theses and repositories of their own from their own institutional repositories, which are almost 68% of their own institutional repositories are available on public domain, and 32% are available on the the internet. And again, the 80% of the institutions are using DSpace as their repository software. Then we are moving to the type of resources they are managing at their own institutional repositories, which in case the thesis at the most preferred content for depositing contents in their own repositories. Again, some of the institutions are not uploading their institutional theses to their own repositories as well. Then we have tried to compare their own institutional repositories and the how they are coping up with Shodhganga. So we have tried to draw a line in respect to the comparison of the both two institutional repositories. So here are the access to this ETD, the institutional repositories and the Shodhganga platform. So how they are providing access of their contents. So here 85 of the total, out of the total 160 plus institutional repositories, they have kept their contents and open, whereas their own institutional repositories, only 13 platforms, they are keeping they are kept their thesis in the open access domain. So in the open access system also, how they are providing open access system, whether they are providing full open access or they have implemented the embargo system. So here it is again showing 79 of the total institutions available in the open domain. They are providing the theses as fully open theses, whereas a few institutions have implied the embargo systems. And again, whichever institutions have tried to they have kept the thesis on their institutional repositories, as in the have kept it closed, and some of the institutions have tried to highlight that their bibliographical data, their abstract clickable data, they have showcased on their repositories, and some of the institutions have fully closed, kept fully closed, everything closed, kept closed, their all total theses kept closed on their repositories, as well as in Shodhganga. So here we have tried to showcase the number of theses they are depositing on the on their own repository as well as on the Shodhganga platform. So we have find it out that how much they are depositing on their own repository and how much thesis they are submitting on the Shodhganga platform. So it is in their own institution, some of the institutions are 30 to 20 to 30% institutes playing a little trick and submitting 20 to 30% of their repositories and submitting it on the Shodhganga platform, and they are saying that yes, we are submitting all of our 100% thesis to Shodhganga platform, or we are very much cope up with the Shodhganga platform, but the actual picture is not like that. So then the frequency of up-to-dateness on both the platforms, like on their own institutional repository and the Shodhganga platform. So many of the institutions have built their own institutional repository and they are submitting theses on the Shodhganga platform, but they are updating very regularly. Some of them have not updated for the past 2-3 years, and some of them have missed to upload the theses on the platforms, in between they have missed it out. Then our observation and outcomes is still many institutions are not developing their repository of their own repository, as well as they are not coping up with the Shodhganga to showcase their thesis on the open domain, as well as to showcase, to make them available to the public. Then some of the reasons are lack of different type of support systems, whether maybe the financial support system, or maybe the technical support system, or maybe the lack of manpower, or maybe the lack of infrastructure. Then again, the UGC mandates are there. The UGC have provided the mandate to submit the repository to the Shodhganga. But again, after this mandates also, 50% of the institutions, neither they are building their own repository, or they are not submitting the their thesis to the Shodhganga platforms. Then again, almost of none of the institutions have defined their own set of policies to develop their institutional repositories and making available of the contents to the platforms. Then less number of contributions of the top level INIs on the on their own platform, or as well as the Shodhganga platform. So some of the suggestions are maybe they maybe increase their awareness to develop IRs and open access platforms. Then implement maybe help them as a great support system to develop their own institutional repository, or they maybe submit all the theses to the Shodhganga platform. Then similar support system is available also from the National Digital Library of India. They are also supporting in various ways, framing of policies, defined policies is also a very important thing which most of the institution has missed. And finally, we are concluding that to encourage the institutions to contribute more in Shodhganga as well as their own institutional repositories with the back files to support to the academic and research communities more and more. And thank you.
Thank you, Wasim, for taking us through the IRs of INIs and how they are faring on Shodhganga portal as well. Now I will request my co-chair Minal to summarize the session, and then I will present my concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. And I am here to brief the session quickly. As far as this session is concerned, it was focused on ETDs and open access, except one presentation on sustainability development. Total, there were 3 invited talks, followed by 4 paper presentations. First invited talk by Ms. Anchali. It was a fantastic case study of University of Tennessee. It was an effort to give the global identity to the UTK research scholars. And even going through the paper, I witnessed that she mentioned the difficulties and a few observations which are quite interesting. I request you to go through the paper which is present in the volume. That researchers are hiding the information about the orchid IDs even if they registered. The next invited talk by Dr. Rahman, it was a status report of the Bangladesh for promotion of open access literature to scholarly data. He also mentioned a few problems and recommendations as far as the BGD ETD work is concerned. He suggested the periodic training is required for the professionals in this regard, and he raised some issues regarding the funding and infrastructure in his presentation. The next presentation on the ETD effort in Nepal by Mr. Jagdish. He again presented a status report in that country and underlined the utilization of DSpace software for ETDs. And he also mentioned there is a lack of metadata standards in maintaining the ETDs at Nepal. He also underlined the few issues such as trained human manpower and financial constraints. As far as the paper presenters are concerned, Dr. Sheetal presented her case study. It was on Atmiya University, Rajkot, on the sustainable development. We all are aware with the NEP moves from the government of India, and in the cluster universities, autonomous universities, it has already started, and the LIS professionals in collaboration with the faculty, how can we add the elective papers and various options which can be beneficial at UG and PG level. So it was a good case study work as far as the Rajkot Atmiya University is concerned. The last three paper presenters concentrated on open access and ETDs at various places. One by Panda, Mr. Panda, followed by Mr. Murtula Aminu. He underlined how we can, he elaborated rather the best practices for the effective metadata management of ETDs. Last paper from Mr. Wasim on ETD repositories, and he elaborated year-wise growth of ETDs in India as well as the type of resources and collection and the status report of Indian ETDs. With these words, I thank the management for giving us this fantastic opportunity with this dynamic platform and the fantastic audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, all the paper presenters. And I would like to also express my sincere thanks to InflipNet for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. I hope we did justice with the time. We could able to finish on time so that we can enjoy the cultural program afterwards. Thank you all the delegates for patiently listening to the presenters. We could actually could not take Q&A because of the paucity of time, as I have already discussed. Most probably, we can discuss with one-to-one with the paper presenters. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we are going to complete the first day journey. So now I call upon all three invited speakers, please come on dais. My request to the representative from InflipNet, either the director is here, आप आ जाइए. Madam Robert, She is from, I think, 225 years old university. If I'm not wrong, University of Tennessee. Please honor. Mr. Rahman. Mr. Jagdish. I also request, please give token of respect on behalf of the influence to the today's chair and co-chair. May I also request all the paper presenters, please come on a dais. All paper presenters. Sheetal Tong. Please give it a big applause. I think she has connected the entire library culture with the SDG. Atmiya, which is connected to the soul. And everything connected with the soul. So today's journey is over. We all are waiting. If I summarize in brief, बसीर बद्र साहब ने कहा है कि डिग्रियां तो तालीम के खर्चे की रसीदें हैं यारो, ज्ञान वो जो किरदार से झलके। तो आज तो ज्ञान सारा किरदार से झलक ही रहा था। नहीं, हम सब में हैं। देखने की नजर होनी चाहिए, नजरिया होना चाहिए, सबके अंदर है। तो जो आज हमने यात्रा शुरू की थी, द डे वी हैव completed today, we are going to complete today 6 invited talks, almost more than 15 paper presenters, 3 product presentations, and of course we have a very delicious lunch also. And now to digest the lunch and tea, we had a cultural program. And I have been advised by the authority that we are not allowed to from the hall, but for a short times the cultural team will be prepared here and followed by dinner, and in morning we will assemble here for the next day, that is the day 2, for the brainstorming session. So wish you all the very best, comfort stay, and really we enjoy a lot. I think गुजराती में कहावत है कि गुजराती तो एक टिकट के साथ 2 की यात्रा करते हैं, तो लेकिन वो हॉस्पिटलिटी के लिए भी जाने जाते हैं। तो आप सभी के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं और नेक्स्ट तैयारी के लिए आपको आमंत्रित करते हैं।
So we need 20 minutes to arrange the setup for cultural program. So please reassemble after 20 minutes to enjoy the cultural program.